Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Stage 3 of Challengers Elite. A new crop of teams, some old faces, some new, but everybody looking to make their way to the championship at the end of the groups and playoffs. My name is Bryce, joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Did you forget my name there?
That was a pause. That was a dramatic pause.
I see. Just to introduce me. Actually, I'm on board with it, and I'm on board with what this season is going to bring as well, Bryce. It's our final Elite stage, by the way, which blows my mind considering it's basically the beginning of April, but it should be a very exciting one. We've got teams who went and did well at the major. We're going to talk about that as well, but realistically speaking, very excited to get into this stage.
Certainly as well. Let's take a look at how our groups have shaped out so far. Well, Group A will be Team Pulsar, Project 7, Team Notorious, Tug Esports, Mission Magpies, and Mistaken Esports. Bear in mind, that's not the same Mission Magpies that we saw at the major just a couple of weeks ago, Ton.
No, it is not. That team in particular is over in Group B, now known as Team Orchid. Annex Esports are just above them, of course, and I presume this is just in alphabetical order, but Jumpshot Franson here with Katana Gaming, Kinky, and Lynn as well. I mean, Kinky is going to be one that I'm immediately going to get myself fired for when we are casting over them, but it is kind of similar to what we've seen last season. We got Team Notorious in on kind of their own, as you would expect, as far as where they're going to be landing in that group. They don't really have too many, I want to say, big competitors in Group A, whereas Group B is, well, likely going to be between Team Orchid and Katana Gaming. We're very interested to see how things are going to play out between these squads, especially considering what happened, of course, at our major in Dallas not too long ago. So let's see how things are going to play. But yeah, both these two groups massively stacked. We've got some new teams coming in and some new teams that we're going to get to see a little bit of tonight. Here's how the games are going to go down today, though. We are kicking things off with Jumpshot France taking on Katana Gaming, with Project 7 taking on Team Notorious in our next game. We will be hopping over to North America, of course, later on this evening after the EU show, with Omit and Stallions and Omit Brooklyn taking on Law. And this is all on Alpha, but we do also have Bravo Price, don't we?
We certainly do. Many, many games will be gracing your screens today, and we'll try to keep you up to date with as many scores as we possibly can. Bearing in mind that this is the group stage, so everybody plays everybody in their respective groups. A little bit more of a marathon than a sprint, because a loss here, even on day one, isn't really going to affect you as long as you make playoffs in the end. So some of these teams, with some of them really only just kind of getting their rosters finalized and getting into this, may have a slow start. If I remember correctly, the Mission Magpies went 0-2 on their first day. The Mission Magpies I'm talking about from Dallas. This is going to get very confusing. They went 0-2 in the last Elite stage. That's Bance & Co. And then ended up coming second at the major just 4 weeks later. So like I said, it's certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, of course. I think for some of these teams, it is a little bit surprising to see how well they actually did in Europe from the European side of things. It did catch me off guard. Mission Magpies, now known as Team Orchid, coming second. And by the way, coming via the winners bracket as well, going all the way through. I think I would want to say as well, for a team like Team Notorious, you're going to be super disappointed with your placement top 8. Katana were unfortunate as well. They were the team that actually took out Team Notorious as well. So they come in 5th and 6th. A lot of these teams did well, though. I think the top 3 teams in Europe managed to make the top 8. That's a good showing for me from Europe. And honestly, I think they're probably a little unlucky to not get a little further. How the schedule worked and everything, well, maybe we won't go into it. But realistically speaking, they may well have had a better chance had they had a little more sleep, Brycey.
Possibly. We'll have to find out. But let's jump into our first game. This, of course, is going to be Mission Magpies versus Mistaken. This is how we'll... Never mind. Jump Shot France versus Katana Gaming. Fast and correct this time around. Red card hardpoint. Protocol Search and Destroy. Vault Control Hacienda hardpoint. And then look at the last one. Rewind Search and Destroy. If you want to know how to get better at this map, well, come and learn.
Yeah, it's a map we'll played a lot actually at the beginning of the game, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams are going to adapt to that if we do get there. Looking at this matchup specifically, I'm not too sure we will. But just a very, very quick note. Not that I am not paying attention to what you're saying, Brycey, but I was definitely just perusing Twitter because I seen something come up on my side monitor that Omni movement has just been nerfed. Literally an hour ago. So that's maybe going to play into tonight's results as teams start to get a little bit more used to how things are going to break down. Obviously, that is a big change for some of these teams. Just having a look at Breaking Point Street, you can no longer slide to prone, or at least there's a significant delay in sliding to prone whilst ADS has been completely removed. So you think of these crack players that we're going to kind of have within Europe. You're thinking of, it's like Afro. Are they going to potentially be nerfed as the kind of time does go on? They should be able to get a little bit better as they do get a little more used to it. But for a lot of these teams in this first night, this is sometimes the challenge that is presented to you in COD Challenger. Sometimes the update comes in 15 minutes before we start, and that's just how it is. But now it's going to be about adaptability for these teams. Let's see who's going to adapt very, very quickly. You're going to need to.
Yeah, well, actually, that's what I was looking for, the exact details of what's going on with Omni movement, because that's pretty significant just an hour or so before we go live. But if it has been nerfed, that will certainly change a little bit of the mechanics as people float around the map. It's probably been done to bring it more in line with the return of Verdansk, which is happening tomorrow. But we'll let you know as soon as we get all the details going forward. Of course, our teams are getting ready in the lobby. Time to throw it down, and I guess we'll see it firsthand.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think this game in particular I chose as well, though, to see how Katana are going to kind of bounce back up against a relatively decent squad in Jump Shot France. I think for these two rosters is kind of a different storyline for this season in their group. Jump Shot France, so we want to make sure they qualify, of course, into the playoffs, which is what Katana are going to be wanting to do as well. But of course, Katana will be looking to win the entire stage. That's kind of where they want to be at. I had a good chat with Vortex, as I so often do, and he said that they were feeling confident that they could go on and win the major in Dallas. Didn't obviously get that opportunity, but they did show that they can hang with the best teams, and Katana will be looking to try and better Team Notorious after these last 2 seasons where they haven't been able to get there on that final step. So let's see how the start of their season goes.
Yeah, and that's what we're keeping an eye on here as well. Everybody had a little bit of reshuffle. Some players haven't made it, but this, again, it starts and we find out just how these two teams are looking, of course. I mean, Katana not looking too bad at the major. Like I said, it was one of those ones where it could have gone a little bit further, but dropping into the losers maybe a little bit earlier than they wanted to kind of cost them in the end. And that was the story with Katana and Notorious. Realistically, they played each other for their final placings.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's an interesting one to see on LAN as well, right? Because Team Notorious going on to win the last 2 stages here in Europe. Obviously, an online tournament, if you like. And then we go to LAN, and they were the ones who finished the lowest out of the top teams. So that is some allegations that will be getting thrown about, no question. But irrelevant of that, Katana hopefully going to be jumping into this one very, very shortly, having a little bit of trouble getting into the lobby, as so often things do. Bryce, you're in the dock!
Well, never mind. Lights off, but we are ready in this game. Mission Magpies and Mistaken is underway, so we can take a little look at that game while we wait for our alpha game to kick off. So far, looking pretty good, and we are going to remind you many times during this season. Mission Magpies, of course, is not the same Mission Magpies as we saw at the Major just a few weeks ago. So still pretty good team, though. They also had a pretty nice run at the Major, and it looks like they're having a pretty good time here now as well.
Yep, nice start from them. But mistaken as well, though. You look at that squad, that is solid roster. So there's plenty of good teams kind of, I want to say, in the mix for these playoff spots. We're probably going to have our usual suspects, I want to say, Brycey, as far as getting through to those playoffs in those top spots. But I really think, you know, the top four conversation, though, is very mixy when it comes down to both these groups, outside of maybe the top two in each of them. So third and fourth are going to be hotly contested over, and two of these teams right now on our screens, Mission Magpies and Mistaken, are going to be teams that are going to be really fighting for those top four spots up against each other. So to kick things off, Omni Movement nerf, you're coming straight into a very important game between these two squads. Mission Magpies currently with a healthy lead, though, as we head into the second rotation. P2 rotation fully belongs to them, and Kez has done well to find two. That's a nice hold so far. 35 seconds to play for here for Mission Magpies. They should be able to pick up the majority.
Well, so far so good, and just holding the line at the moment. No, Pack's going under a little bit of trouble. Body's flying forward, but the rest of the team gets the trade. It does give him a slight advantage, especially with that close spawn. You can already see Overlay just waiting for anybody to make himself known. Pack coming off the respawn will get another kill as well, and that's a pretty good hold for the Magpies as they look to try and get something around P3.
If we can find a rotation here, of course, you're looking over towards that P4 side. That's where you want to be as quickly as you can, just before the rotation that's going to be coming in next. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Vault is going to change for some of these teams with the movement not being quite as strong. It is a nerf, right? I mean, you think of these players who can use this Omni movement well, you are immediately getting nerfed with that change that does come through. Lampy clearly not getting that patch on his screen by the looks of things, diving around the gap. Now all of a sudden Mission Magpies trying to find a way through. Pack will find the second, and there's the break. Nice start for them over towards P3.
I suppose it's the age of the stiff player, and I think that'll probably suit my old thumbs a little bit better, but we will have to keep an eye on how much it really does affect people. Of course, the slighter prone does make it feel a little bit more cracked when you are watching people, I suppose, but if I know one thing, is that pro players will adapt incredibly fast.
I mean, all these guys know exactly what they're doing, right? It will be a small adjustment for them. I know it sounds like it is a big thing, of course, but for the majority of these guys, they're more than proficient at many different things, and I'm sure they'll figure it out pretty quickly. Mistaken Esports are going to have to figure out how to break P4 pretty quickly, because another rotation is here for the side of Mission Magpies. Seem a little bit more well drilled on the fundamentals, of course. Bit of a change up across the board for both these two squads. Interested to see if the difference is going to be there for either one of them. I think for Mission Magpies, it has to absolutely be playoffs. So then this season, Mistaken may well be able to push there as well. But Akinko really did impress last season. Let's see if they can continue to do so. 30 seconds remaining here over towards P4, and they are holding it down pretty easily, Bryce.
Yeah, they're having a very good time. Here comes the push, so you can see Mistaken trying to get back into this one. And realistically, this Magpies last season in the Elite, they were a very good team to deal with. Pack certainly was one of my kind of highlight players. And I think they did the same thing at a Major, just a very strong team that certainly gave some competition to the top squads that were really battling for that #1 spot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, we've seen a couple of these players together doing very, very well. I think Pack's been the one that's really impressed me. Like, you think of his story back in the very first season. He started playing the game, well, a week before the actual qualifier for the first Elite comes through, and he's really been quite consistent in every single roster that we've seen him in. So we'll see how things are going to go for Mission Magpies, but so far so good as we head into the third rotation. About a 60-point lead. Solid one at that. If you're on Vault, just keep it mixy throughout the rest. You should be able to close this one down.
But Julian just trying to hold the angles here, but a lot of players coming through, but it will be the Magpies who feel the wrath. Mistaken taking an awful lot of the kills there in the kill feed. And for them, this is a great chance to bleed it as much as possible. It's all going to be about the rotation, though. Can Mistaken make magic happen and hit P2?
See if they can, because they really do need to with the scoreline looking like this. That's a couple of good transitional kills coming through, though. Still the spawns to the back here for the side of Mission Magpies. One spawn out, though, absolutely miles away. And all of a sudden, every single kill that Mistaken will get is an absolute dagger to Mission Magpies. If you're Pack, you got to stay alive and set up a pinch when your team do eventually get here in about 5 minutes. They're on their way. Pack will eventually get shut down. It's going to have to be a one-pronged attack, if you like, from Mission Magpies to try and get a retake it.
Well, this is where it gets a bit tense. It looked like the Magpies all the way through, and Lampy, that is unbelievable. Just when you thought Mistaken could have had a lock on it, Lampy comes through and deletes 2 players with basically no diff. But however, it's flipped again. The Magpies under a lot of pressure as kills flow like water as both sides continue to try to put the pressure on P2.
A lot of pressure here for the side of Mistaken more than anything, though. Every single second that Mission Magpies get is an absolute dagger. Kez will find 2. You're being forced away now. This rotation over towards P3. Mission Magpies are going to be about 30 seconds away by the time we do get there. Even less if Lampy has anything to do with it. It's going to have to be a full rotation from Mistaken. You are still a solid 70 points away from the win. Mission Magpies, only the 27. Rotation is going to be here for Mistaken. Pack trying to do what he can over towards this side. Everybody else coming through the front door. Kez can only find 1. Good trades coming through from Mistaken. They're just about holding on.
This one could be coming down to the wire. The Mistaken know this. I mean, this is great bleeding on P3. Every single second you can get away with is certainly going to put a bit of a hurt on the Magpies. And that time is slowly going away. They will have the tick if they choose to hold this for the rest of time, but it's very unlikely this will be a run to P4.
Have to get there if you're Mistaken. Absolutely have to. Mission Magpies just want to try and keep them off this. The game clock's not necessarily in a spot that's going to cause too much of a problem for either one of these 2 teams, but Mission Magpies just trying to keep Mistaken off and hold these spawns. 1 spawn out, you lose the gunfight. If you're packing, all of a sudden it's panic stations. Lampy will fall as well. Only 1 player left towards the back. That's going to be overlit. You get a tiny bit of scrap time, but everybody else has to find their way over from the other side of the map. Mistaken could be on for the comeback here, Brycey.
Got a hold overlay. Waiting for reinforcements to hit and desperately trying to get this one done. And you can see the rest of the teammates trying to get all the way over. This action will continue on. Bravo. But I think realistically, we might need to wait the 20 seconds to see how this game ends.
Well, here we go. Over towards Katana against Jump Shot France. As mentioned, you can keep an eye on how that one's going. Right down to the wire there. We eventually do get in over towards Alpha. Let's see how things are going to go between Katana and Jump Shot France.
Well, they both head into P1, of course. We're just playing for a little bit of positioning. And this is going to be an awful lot about just how these 2 teams have come into not only this stage with the updated map pools, but also about just how much that patch change has affected them. Realistically, Katana are the team to beat here, but I certainly wouldn't overlook Jump Shot France.
No, absolutely not. Look, Jump Shot France, you know, they're a squad who've been together for a little bit of time, obviously coming in under a different organization. But for Katana, I mean, for them, they, again, have kind of just been the 2nd best team in Europe, whatever the roster has been, throughout the entire season over Black Ops 6. So they will be a squad looking to try and get the job done pretty quickly here. Jump Shot France have definitely got it up against them here, though. No questions here at all. Katana are one of the favorites for the season. Let's see if they can find an upset, though, or can Katana just get things rolling as we expect?
It's never going to be easy, I expect. Just trying to stay alive and does get wiped out there completely. A lot of time to play for. Jump Shot France should take the lead off the back of this. A little bit of a split spawn. Cobra trying to do everything possible to stay alive and keep the pressure on the Jump Shot France, but not working the way as intended. So far, so good for Jump Shot.
Yep, doing well here. Keeping them in the bed just about. It's about, well, trying to keep this going, though, isn't it? Jump Shot France really doing a good job. You got them spawning towards the back of your Katana. Now in a good spot to rotate in 13 seconds as well. It's the right time to get a hold of this hill. Long way to go across this map for Katana if they want to get over towards P3. Especially with Nadox is just finding freebies like that. Whereas he will fall. Rotation is in for Jump Shot France. And really, really nice start from them.
Just such a good time. And you're right. This is all the correct moves at all the right time. Somebody needs to get back on that point, though. You can't really throw away the time like you've got there, especially with control. Now they are waiting. They know there's pressure coming from the back as well. Katana will stack. Nodox looking for a little bit of timing. Gets Cobra already. Mighty gets a second. And so far, so good. A clean wipe for Jump Shot. All the time in the world. They know where the spawn's going to be. And this is certainly going to punish Katana.
Yeah, Katana coming into this one really slowly. Spawns towards the back now. It can be a bit of a benefit in terms of how close you are. But if you're not winning the gunfights, it's no benefit at all. Nadox nearly finds another. His teammate was on the chopping block as well. Everybody else trying to hold down that side. Looking like the break should come through for Katana. Melko can continue to survive, though. Keeps that pressure on. But with only 5 seconds to go, you barely get anything if you're Katana. Jump shot France on the way over towards P4. Needs to be a lot tidier. Looking towards the kills. Melko is running the show right now.
Buddy, jumping out there. Just trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, we'll get caught by Cobra, and give it credit to Jump Shot. They look like the better team in almost every single scenario here. Another rotation, another first hold on to this point. Katana struggling to get into it. Bodies dropping though, and they find very little. Nadox will get one back, but it will be Katana to jump into the point here. Opportunity for them to bring this quite close.
I mean, it just can take that though, isn't it? I mean, how many times do we see a team going up against a very, very strong roster, having a good start, but the second rotation or later in the game comes around, it can be turned just like that. Melko left on his own, doing his best. He's 15-7, doing incredibly. 15 seconds going to go over towards the side of Katana. Nice amount of scrap time, but you're going to give up this rotation. You've got quite a gauntlet to go through to get over towards P5 here on red card. Aspect going around the back. Will go through restaurant. Does have a little bit of help in the form of Cobra, but not for very long. Should be able to find the kill on Nadox pretty freely, and does so. And you've had a second. It was coming. Sykes was there and ready for the taking. That's a big heads-up play coming in from Aspect. Melko can find one on the rotation. Vortex just about staying alive. 5 spree for him. Make it a 6. The rest of the team now here and close. But so a jump shot France.
I was about as slippery as ever see Vortex move. Somehow staying alive. Didn't think he would do. They are fighting tooth and nail for every single step of this. Resi staying alive once again, you can see, and trying to get back onto this point. And this game, you really can't tell who's actually going to put out the lead. It's still going to be Jump Shot. It will have the advantage in terms of points, and nobody really gaining an awful lot on this point.
And then all of a sudden, after Vortex scores on what, a 5 or a 6 spree, Nadox answers back with one of his own. So some more good time over towards Jump Shot France, who've come into this one. First game of the season. You're going up against Katana, one of the absolute favorites to go and win it all. And you are currently comfortably in the lead heading into P1, but that comfort will not be long lasting if you do lose a rotation. Katana Gaming will get themselves back into this game very, very quickly if Jump Shot France do make a misstep. And have they made one here? The break comes through over towards P1. Can Jump Shot France find a break back?
Looking for it. Got to get past Cobra. Cobra's going to go down. Aspect will pick up the slack, though. Gets 2 of his own. Nadox, though, manages to get through and finds his kill. And now Brett, he knows where the player is, but he won't give him time of day. Aspect eventually swinging in for another one. And that's really another player who has sort of impressed me. Aspect just had a really good time at the major as well. Obviously, still top 8, but it's one of those ones where just one more game may have given him an easier bracket run.
Yeah, it's going to be a disappointment for them. I think we've seen so many EU teams going up against each other as well, which was crazy to see. We don't want to see us succeed, Brycey. That's what it is. Everybody's against Europe all the time. Vortex calling in the Hellstorm. Going to help his team try and find a break over towards P2 if they can. Might be able to just slow them down. Sends it over towards the stage. Doesn't find anything now. Has a little bit of a presence that he has to deal with here. He's going to be able to find one on the break. One player coming up on his side, he is going to get taken down almost immediately. Everybody else towards the point, though. Can they deal with another player here inside of it? It's currently going to be Sykes. He finds him. He jumps up France. I think, honestly, from P2 to 3, have been so solid every single time out. Katana absolutely have a fight on their hands. Vortex kills Brezzy with a nade, but not the jump shot France player next to him. That's going to be frustrating.
Just know what you want to happen at the worst possible time. It really changes the situation on the hill. But you are right. Jump shot. Just taking it to Katana. They have not really been able to get going. Melko, currently seeing 22 and 12, is just carving them apart, including his own teammate. Doesn't even care because they have the advantage. Then they have the lead. And right now they have the rotation.
I mean, everything is going their way right now. It's a full 60 lead now. This time, well, Katana Gaming do get themselves over here. But they do have a potential pinch. Spawns have come in out this side. You can see they're slowly starting to squeeze. Here comes the break. Can't find it. They're going to try and find the kills. Aspect can find one more, but the trade's in favor of Jump Shot France. They are still in control and still getting good time here, Bryce.
It's become a close game to a beating. Katana has just been failing all over the map, and now they need to work out, how do we get back into this? How do we lock it down? Whereas he's just looking for these 20 seconds. 20 seconds that they desperately need, by the way. You already see jump shot. They can afford to really put the pressure on here and go for scrap.
Katana are not going to get a great deal from this. Jump shot France are just pulling them across the map. Again, like, you know, as I kind of mentioned in that first rotation, you do often see teams will come out with a really nice start, and then we head into the second rotation, and that more so elite squad will just start to find another gear, and they can find it on the second rotation. That is not happening for Katana here. They're being outslayed, out-rotated, and out-held right now by Jump Shot France, who are finding themselves around 70 points in the lead, Bryce. I think, you know, another 30 or 40 seconds, and Katana Gaming are going to be in such a horrible spot, but that's a nice break that will come through. 83 seconds remaining here over towards the stage. This time is crucial for Katana.
Well, that's a pretty good start to it. 25 seconds left. Resi already called that correctly. Knew exactly where a player was going to be. Every single kill they get here helps that player on the hill stay alive a little bit longer. Already the contest going in. Aspect trying to find one. Now trying to bang through the curtain. Isn't able to get any more here, but Cobra's come around the outside, but Melko cuts him down, and still Jump Shot France looking like they have all the tempo and the momentum for this one. Cross 200 points, and for Katana, it is now very much an uphill battle.
Yeah, you need to try and find a full 40 or so seconds here for your Katana, because I mean, at this stage, Jump Shot France just need to chip away at the scrap time and you're good. Right now, it feels like Katana just don't know what's going on. Everybody looking in different directions to where Jump Shot are coming from. It's not cohesive. It is not well-oiled or whatsoever. And that's kind of what I expected coming out from Katana. And decent placement over in Dallas. But have come into this very first map looking a little slow, and I wonder if these changes that have come through have impacted them maybe a little more than Jump Shot France have been impacted. But there's another break. It feels like Katana have had opportunities though, Bryce. They've found breaks, they've found moments, but then they get broke straight back. 20 seconds or so left remaining here. They can put themselves within around 40 or 50 if they can hold this down, but again, Melko just finds two. Melko finds a third out of nothing. He's dropping 31 kills on your forehead, and you are still around 50 behind heading into a third rotation.
Now this is where it gets a bit tricky. P1's not easy to hold. It's very easy to give up positioning. Cobra already looking for these plays, but hasn't found anyone yet. Finds the first. Going to try and slay this one out, but players both sides of the hill here. But Katana, they've got to call this correctly, but they are winning kills everywhere.
Working out for them. But it's been the second and third rotation that's really stung Katana. You put yourself within around 30 seconds now. Next wave of gunfights will be important for this final 30 over towards P1. You're not winning them. Nadox again finds two. It just feels like when they need the kills, Jump Shot France are finding them. I mean, they are outslaying Katana Gaming, but not by a great deal. But I suppose the scoreline's pretty close. There's 3 kills that are going to come through for Katana, though. 15 crucial seconds. And even more important, a rotation over towards P2. Aspect, if you can find a couple of kills here, this is going to be a problem for Jump Shot France. And that lead could be switching very, very quickly. P2 rotation is in for Katana, and they're only 15 seconds away.
Right now, Aspect is looking to flip them into that back spawn if he finds the kills. They need to find them, though. There's 2. Got to be careful because this might be a bit of a pinch situation. You can't get all the kills you want. Katana are trying to turn the screws, and Cobra's having to fight from 2 different directions as well. They don't know where Melko is. Melko still being out is causing all kinds of issues for them, and that means they did not present a united front. They have been ripped off at this point.
Yeah, one player escapes there, and all of a sudden it's everybody in a swivel. Where is Melko? Where's the last one? Where's the last one? They don't find him. And Jump Shot France have the closest ones. They can get there and cause havoc. Brezzy doing nothing on his own. Cobra is here to help his compatriot here, but he can't find anything. Right now, Jump Shot France can still win here over towards P2, and they thought they were in the bad spawn. Turns out it's the good one. Katana Gaming, welcome to the blender. Can you find a way through?
Sykes trying to just find the player who knows. Every second he burns here is another second for them. 12 seconds to go, though, and Katana. This all could come down to this 1v1 on the stairway. With Brezzy, who tries to find it. They know he's on the point. Mighty is looking for him. He already slipped back out. Everybody positioning. They must know that somebody's upstairs. They're going to look for it, but no. Mighty is not going to get a kill. He does eventually get Vortex. 4 players pouring in here. Aspect has to fight off so many. It's not going to be enough. Now Cobra has to dive for the hill. He does not have time to wait for reinforcements. It's a flowing trade. Just keep on coming as Vortex also has to commit. Cannot afford to stay out of it as Katana continue to pour in bodies. But this is a pinstripe kill feed. Eventually Katana getting it, but they've got to be careful not to be contested.
Eventually, they do get the right side of these trades. They are still 16 seconds away. They can win it here, but maybe not now, as Nadok says he found a way through. 6 seconds to go for jump shot. France could be a massive kill. Aspect finds 3. That's really good time now for the side of Katana. They're going to be a couple of seconds away, but they need to find a break over towards P4. Cobra finds one over the top, and all of a sudden, the stretch starting to come in. Jump shot France carving it over towards the previous hill. 4-point game.
Cobra just wants a contest, but he's got back into it as well, and they've managed to pull this one out of the depths of despair. Katana Gaming, what a comeback in the hard point. Slow to start, but it's not how you start, it is how you finish, and that is ridiculous.
That might be the first time that outside of P1, Katana were in the lead, was right there in the final seconds. It is a 4-point game to finish things off, and when you don't want to get 3-man wiped, is right there at the end. Honestly, I really want to give a lot of credit over towards Jump Shot France, but what was a wonderful game all the way through. But you can never count out an elite team like Katana in those scenarios. They find a good amount of time over the last 3 hills. I thought some good time. Rotation to P3 looks solid. Really, really nice job from the side of Katana to bring that one back. But if you jump shot France, that one is going to sting. They very much had the potential to win that one, Brycey, and find themselves 1-0 down.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you are right. It will sting. They looked like the better team for the majority of it. Just better rotations over and over again. And, well, unfortunately, you can't just have a good 80% of a game. You have to be consistent the entire way through. They gave Katana an opportunity to fly back into this hard point. And the only thing that is going to matter is that score at the end.
It's such a tight game, right? And Katana just fought back so well towards the back end. I mean, what? They were 70, 80 points down at one stage. To find a way back in that scenario is wild. But Jump Shot France, I think, you know, it's hard to say because they're coming to this game very much not as favorites. They are the underdog. To perform that well and not come away with the win, though, is going to sting a lot. And it really was down to P2. They did a really good job here, but they didn't really get much over towards P3. Felt like at one stage they were winning the trades at P3 and yet weren't getting inside of the hill. So Katana doing all right here on this side of things. They have to turn things around. I'm just checking on where the spawns are. Spawns out. Yeah, Aspect finds one in the middle of the map. Then there's 2 players over towards that side. Yeah, Spawns work in their favor. Katana game and get themselves there first. And then as soon as they secure it, it's game over. 1-0 up in this series now. Feeling good about it. And that's how things went down. Where was the damage done? I mean, Cobra, 4,400 damage, 34 kills to his name. I think in fairness, Melko and Nadok slowed down after what was a crazy start. Don't want to take any credit away from them, but they were keeping that pace. They were solidly in the lead. If they drop off just a little bit, that's when a team like Katana are going to take advantage.
Wow, what a start to the elite. That's what we want. 250-246. I've been told that other game as well ended 250-247 in favor of Magpies. So pretty close, and I believe we might even be able to dip in and take a little look. This is how it ended, Tunt.
I mean, we left it at a precarious spot, didn't we? 20 seconds to go here over towards P4. I presume this is potentially going to go over towards a P1. Mission Magpies inside the point, holding it down to 4. It's and then broken. So mistaken, did they hold that final amount of time? Chunk finds it, and now Mission Magpie. Yeah, this is the problem for mistaken. Yeah, they found the break, but you need to race over towards P1. Yeah, you got wiped. It's GG.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Maybe an overcommit. That was a bit easy in the end there for the Magpies. But they had to commit. That's the worst point. That's what we talk about when we get to those last parts of games. You don't want to be in a position where you essentially have to sprint without checking corners. Every hard point requires a setup. It requires checking certain points. And for those who maybe aren't as good at ranked play, that's what you should be doing. It's not just about sprinting around and getting the slaying kills. There is an awful lot of setup that does go into these rotations.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of the most important things. I think it's all very well. In ranked, you have 3 other guys with you who maybe don't know exactly how they're setting up. Obviously, when you've got your squad coming in, going in with a 4-man. It's the only way I would ever play a Bricey with a 4-man, because I need carried at all possible outcomes. But I think, you know, if you have that setup available, if you can work through those kind of things, it helps you so much in these games, especially, you know, where the rotations are going to go, right? I mean, we've seen it towards the end. It's then just about finding the trades towards it, and then you see that rotation from katana over towards stage so quickly. Spawn players out, still have people watching the cross coming from the spawn from behind as well. Really nice play in the end. I think it's tough for them though, you know, losing out in that kind of way. It is really a nasty spot to be in. Now you're heading into a search and destroy. See how that's going to go shortly, but I believe we're going to be jumping over towards Bravo to see how things are going to go in map number 2. We're going to be covering as much as we possibly can. Mistaken Esports currently 4-3 up here on the Hacienda search.
Well, so far Mistaken looking to get a bit of revenge for that narrow loss on the hard point, but got to get a little bit further. Kez backing off. Knows that he just got chowed. They are making their way over towards A here, and they've taken a lot of ground for it.
The potential to get this one down. Mistaken. Clearly very happy to give this one up. I'm going to have to go for the 4 versus 4 retake. A lot of this is going to be on chunk to see if we can find a pick, but everybody else moving through the middle of the map. Lampy, ooh, did he get hurt there? One player on his way around. Well, there's your answer. He didn't. Oh, and he's been absolutely spot on. Chunk finds the gunfight, and all of a sudden you can start a collapse in a 4 versus 3, but you have to do it quickly. 20 seconds.
Got to get in position. Time is going to be a problem for them, and well, that's the issue. Now you don't really have an opportunity to get anything done, and while they'll get a couple of kills here, it comes down to 1v1. Overlay's just got to stay alive. Check it at 7.5. Easy peasy in the end, and that can be the issue. The clock is a difficult thing to overcome.
And to be honest, finding that opening pick as well, you thought they were going to be in a good position, but full commit over towards B on the defensive side. Not working in their favor whatsoever there. Mission Magpies will tie things up here. 4 apiece. Taking along nicely here on Bravo, isn't it?
It really is. They are moving and grooving. But just... I mean, this will probably come down to around 11 again. Feels very close between them. Here comes the pressure. Out towards mid-map. Careful, careful. Everybody just having a bit of a look. Going to be Lampy that'll probably be the key player here.
Got very aggressive. Just probably going to allow Pack to, well, be passive. You just sit back, knows Lampy is there. Can't imagine that Mistaken will not know that there's something probably going on, but they're going to find a kill through the middle of the map. Julian will find one. Kez will trade one back. Lampy finds another on that flank, but all the way through fences is causing issue. And Kez with another. This should be around over towards Mission Magpies. A big one at that. 5-4 will be massive.
Julian, who is having a good game, though, will be looking for magic now. On a 4 streak. Going to catch a player out here towards the back. Difficult to do anything. Teammate's not going to be with them either. And he's going to have to leave it. Knows he doesn't have bomb. Knows he doesn't have time. And that's just frustrating. Julian, though, a little bit of timing there. We'll find another player. Lampy. Not going to let him get away with it. Too many players overlooking. And, well, he's eventually going to go down.
Yeah, not a great deal you can do in that situation. Big round for Mission Magpies to find, though. They want to 0 up in the series. And what could be a very important one, as I kind of mentioned throughout when we did see the majority of that hard point. You would like to think that both these two teams are probably going to be competing for a top 4 spot. It's a big game when you go up against each other. And if Mistaken don't win this search and destroy, 2-0 down up against Pac, Kez, Overlay, and Lampy, the Mission Magpies puts you in a tough spot.
Here goes. Magpies looking to lock this up and go up 2-0. Something they could easily do. There's a stun check there on the chunk, and he's going to get caught. No! Wins the gunfight against Kez. Gets out as well. Twisted will find the second. Unbelievable play around the fences. Chunk will just continue to put the cherry on the icing. That is outrageous.
I mean, what a bounce back round to send it to around 11. Mistaken Esports come out firing. Chunk doing big work. Over towards the defensive side. It's going to be Cal that closes this one out. We send it to around 11. We dare put Alpha on yet. Gotta see this go now. What a series it is between these two squads. We head into the final rounds. 12-5 from Julian. Crazy numbers to be putting up yet. We've had 10 rounds. We head into 11th. He's going to have a big round here now.
Here we go. Just trying to keep a look. MP. Oh my goodness! Should have had that gunfight in the bag, but Twisted just cut him apart. It's now a 2 versus 4. The Magpies not having any luck, and Chunk is on the flank. This should be a kill. Easy does it. Kesner 1 versus 4. Team has evaporated around him, and so have their hopes of winning this map.
Ugh. I want to say that's happened maybe twice to Lampy that towards that backside. Tough fight. Nade. Solid as a rock, though, from mistaking. They will find it in a round 11. 5-4 down. Bring it back. 6-5. Sensational work. But things do not stop there. Protocol Search and Destroy coming up between Katana Gaming, Jumpshot France. What a map number 1 between these two teams. Let's see if map number 2 can nearly be as exciting.
Here we go. Straight on to our next game. Jumpshot in the lead on the S&D. Early days, though, of course, and oh, right now they've left bomb back in spawn.
Oh, Nadox living on a wing and a prayer there, just about surviving. Resi, oh, that is aggressive. Is he going to find the second? Oh, reloads. I think he was challenging maybe the same player, or did he run out? I'm not 100% sure, but a very, very passive setup here from Katana. Happy to give over the setup towards it to Jumpshot France if they want it. Cobra now over, and, well, he is going to just about get away. Melko chasing him down. Can't do that to Cobra on this map. Oh, no, you can. Never mind. The 1v4 was a while ago.
See them just waiting. And Vortex will get one. Going to be weak, though. Wants to back out. Isn't going to be able to. Aspect of 1 versus 2. He wants perfect timing. It's not going to be good enough, though. And Jumpshot France will go up 2-0.
We've been here before, though, Bryce. They've been in a comfortable lead, and they still lost the map. So I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. Not that. But still a very nice start. In their credit. Melko 3, you know, again, I mean, the guy is... I mean, last season as well. Really, really impressive. Let's see if we can continue this here for Jumpshot in France. 3-0 from Melko. Katana yet to really get things going here. I think even they'll be disappointed with map number 1. They'll be happy with the way that they came back, and, you know, it was a really nice comeback, but they were second best 95% of that game. Ultimately, it does not matter. They need to step it up here, though.
Big fight going on, and Katana will get the advantage in this one. Right now, just trying to make sure they keep their life advantage, but Aspect's going to get caught. Willis brings it back to a 1 versus 1. Changing his guns very, very quickly.
Seeing him.
That's the information he needs.
Problem is, he hasn't got a clue where Mighty has went. If you're Vortex, you're presuming that Mighty knows you're around. It is just, well, of course he knows you're around. He just seen you got the kill. So you would have thought he was sticking around in the site. Now expecting the flank after he doesn't see him. He would have been just about right, but Mighty taking his time. Vortex now probably going to send this over towards B. Or does he just want to risk it for the biscuit? Over towards A. 30 seconds to go. Got to get the bomb down.
Oh! Still alive.
Ships in the night.
Mighty is going straight for it, though. And, oh, I mean, Vortex is going to check this pretty much instantaneously. That is just going to be good enough timing. Trying to get the round, but, oh my goodness. Vortex must have been a little bit sweaty after that one.
I mean, how on earth they missed each other down the left? I'm not 100% sure. Bit of fortune on Vortex's side, I want to say. The Katana will get the round. 2-1 now to Jumpshot France. A crucial one. Comes down to a Vortex 1 versus 2. Definitely feels like their backs are up against the wall here, and yet they're 1-0 up in the series. It's it's an odd feeling as a player, right? You're not necessarily playing your best. You want to 0 up. You know you need to step it up. Well, the opposition will definitely take advantage at some stage. Vortex can go get inside of there pretty quickly on the defensive side. And now this is going to be a really, really hard push for Jump Shot France. They've kind of played this one passively. It's worked out in their favor. Oh, I was about to say they're going to catch Vortex out, but Nalox gets caught napping himself. 4 versus 3 in favor of Katana.
The other issue is that they know Vortex is down here. There comes a stun check. Do they want to hit this as a trio and roll the dice? They're not moving at the moment. They're hoping for a mistake on the minimap, and right now, they might be lucky enough to get one.
Running his way around. The timing, oh my word, mighty. Literally looks over mid-map, and as he does, Cobra around the back. Called timing at its finest. You kind of got this half see it. Sykes now left in a 1 versus 3. We have seen them before. The man who's actually currently on the map and very much alive. Vortex going to go for the Chal, finds it. Another round for Katana. Back-to-back rounds.
And so far, picking it up here, Katana. You were right. Those first 2 rounds, again, a slow start from Katana, but they've brought it right back to all square. A lot of that on the back of Steve Vortex.
If you can continue this, Katana should be in a nice spot. Trying to put them up through the walls. Not really getting any information from that by the looks of things, but Brazzy will fall early. Now the temptation for Katana over towards A will be a little less likely. Oh, Vortex, a little shaky with the shots. Trade was there on the Malco, but Nadox is there for another Cobra now in a 1 versus 3. I think when that first blood goes over towards the other side, this is doable, by the way, if you can find these 2 kills. Oh, it's Cobra every single time on this map. The line up and Yahtzee, thank you very much. 3-2 Katana. Cobra is an absolute reaper when it comes down to protocol. Can't happen, Bryce.
Well. It's been a pretty good 3 rounds from Katana, and Jump Shot have, well, fallen a little bit from their standard we just saw a little while ago. We did say they are the underdogs coming into this series.
I mean, there's been the underdogs, but then there's moments of brilliance like that. That really does make the difference. Nadox on the fattest flank you've ever seen can find 1. Now all of a sudden, yeah, Aspect in a horrible spot. A is now wide open. Malco will find another. For all that Cobra's stolen that round away. Vortex ain't gonna find this one. 3-3 now.
Pretty fast round. We're looking at another round 11. That's the key. Every game so close, and could be the fact that the map polls have changed a little bit, so some teams are having to go outside their comfort zones. Could be a fact that maybe just the mechanics are ever so slightly different than they were 3 hours ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna have a bearing, isn't it? No question. It depends what teams are gonna make the positive and negatives of it. Whoever adapts quicker is gonna have an advantage. Absolutely. Adapt or die, quite literally. Katana Gaming now inside of it. Not quite going for the bomb plant, just waiting for a little bit of control. They do have that. Waiting for the inevitable push. That's going to come from Jump Shot France, though. Utility. Plenty. Here comes a big push. 3 men straight through over towards Spiral. Sykes will have 2 of them. We'll try to back on down. Mighty sticks a bullet into him. 2 versus 2. Finds another in a 1 versus 2 now for Cobra. Not going to happen. Good hold from Jump Shot France.
Wow. Sometimes it's been 3 straight losses and into 2 straight wins, and they have the lead again.
So back and forth this one. But I think Jump Shot France will want to extend this lead and make it nice and comfortable. We don't want the same story as the last map. and lead all the way and ultimately still lose the map. Katana Gaming will be there to snatch it away from them if they can. S&D scoreboard's working here for you, Brycey. They're working here for me.
Wow. Rare W. Oh, Nadox. A little bit of trouble. Still staying alive. Nobody able to really jump onto him here, though. Comes back into it. And, well, 2 versus 2. That could have gone a lot worse. Oh, now, jump shot. Have control of the side. And well, here comes the pressure. This might just be bad timing for Mighty. And, taken down by Brazzy. Nadox tries to get the trade. It isn't going to work out.
Oh, that's a disgusting gunfight win from Brazzy. And I was about to say, like, yeah, for the side of Katana, this works out in their favor. The trades go your way, and you've got a really good idea. It's where the jump shot France are. They're presuming they're planting. They're actually not, and still they get away with this push into the site, though. Aspect finds only his 3rd kill of the Search and Destroy. But still, doesn't matter when that last one secures it. 4-4. These two teams are a lot closer than I would have expected, Bryce. Again, I don't want to put too much credit into maybe the changes that came through. Is it having a bearing, or jump shot France just that good?
They look pretty good last time around. I think this is certainly not a team to underestimate. Like I said, there are many factors in play today from different mechanics. We're not ready for this.
I'm going down over towards B while everybody else postures in the middle of the map. You are not reading this whatsoever if you jump shot France and Cobra. Just wait for a little dance. If you can stay alive down here, the rest of the team are on their way. It depends how jump shot France set up here. Are they going to go chasing? Yes, they are. Aspect will get taken down. 3 versus 4.
Cobra.
Just stay alive.
Desperately watching for the players he knows is going to be above him. Brazzy has his back. Cobra still sitting here, but that bomb's being defused. Nobody has eyes on it. This is going to be over. They just don't see anybody to go for it, but... Oh, jump shot France, they get it. They lose the players, they keep the defuse, and they go 5-4 up ton.
That is tough. I think when Cobra drops down there, jump shot France do the exact right thing, though. They sit in the middle of the map. They kind of had some information that players were over towards A, over towards top mid. They sit and wait for the transition because the gunfights have to go one way. If you jump shot France, you can set up and then make your move. That's exactly what they did. Find themselves 5-4 up now. They've been in these positions where they can win maps up against Katana Gaming. Haven't been able to close it out. Can they close it out here?
Wow. Only one way to tell, only one way to find out. Doesn't look like they've hit this completely yet. Katana Gaming, though. Nadox. Oh, the timing, maybe a little bit discipline would have allowed him on the flank. The benefit is going to be here. But he's caused confusion for Katana. Look at the mini-map. Realistically, Jump Shot France won't know this, but they could probably get into A if they hit it with bodies.
The big flank coming from one player, though. That's going to be Vortex. Is he thinking about hitting this? It's a risky one. It's always risky. Just staying alive in this position kind of gives your team that control over towards the site. Bia goes for it, and Malco is waiting to pounce. Now, all of a sudden, the rest of Katana are not in a position to do anything over towards A or B. Apparently, Nadox makes his way over. Next gunfight, so crucial for the side of Katana. Aspect only finds 1. 1 versus 3 for Cobra.
Well, down he goes straight away. And they went up. I mean, realistically, Vortex tried to make a play. He hoped to get the right timing, but without the information, it was a massive risk, and that risk did not play off. And as soon as it went for it, Jump Shot rolled into action. And they've tied this series up 1-1.
Big man for them to find. They could very feasibly be 2-0 up here. Nadox having another big game, and Jump Shot France find themselves now tied up in this series. Honestly, heading into this one, I kind of was expecting a Katana Gaming sort of parade show in a certain sense. You know, coming back into the Elite, we're back online, we perform well on LAN. Let's get things going again in our 3rd season. We're looking for another grand final. And they've come out a little flat. Again, there is the caveat. There is the small catalyst. That is the big change that's come through on the movement side of things. Is that messing with some of the players potentially? Maybe. But the same can be applied to Jump Shot France. They've got to be dealing with that as well. And now the series is tied up at 1 apiece. Could go either way of this one. Yeah, Brycey, both maps very, very close.
Well, that's a big win for them, though. Certainly will... especially with the way that first map went. You've got to give credit to jump shot here. Not going down easily to katana at all, and have an opportunity, especially when we come through the next couple of maps, because they could be 2-0 up very, very easily.
In the same sense, though, I suppose you could say the same for katana, right? We went very, very close in this search and destroy. A couple of moments here or there, but if anything, I suppose, you know, to contradict myself and exactly what I've just said, katana were the ones that kind of had to clutch up. You've seen the Vortex 1 versus 2. It was the Cobra 1 versus 3 that we're going to get to see here. If those moments don't happen, it's a comfortable win for Jump Shot France. I mean, say if those moments don't happen, they did. But, you know, there had to be clutches there for katana to send it somewhat the distance. Yeah, definitely feeling like second best at this moment in time. I think that's easy to say when they are the favorite, and it's, you know, you're always leaning towards them to have a comfortable game. This has been anything but, Bryce.
Yeah, I think, I mean, realistically, S&D is always going to be the great equalizer, right? It's always one of those ones where just sometimes the breaks don't work. And even like if you take that last round, Vortex took a risk based on the fact that realistically so much time had already gone. He was expecting Jump Shot to be panicking. He thought, you know what, they've burned an awful lot of time here. I might be able to make a move because there's surely no way they are still watching this after a minute. Unfortunately, he was wrong. And that's the kind of the point you got to say, hey, that just happens sometimes in S&D, but when it happens in the last round, it feels bigger than it is.
Vault control going to be coming up in a second. And this will be the real kind of litmus test for me, I think, for Jump Shot France, Brycey. This map in particular, control on Vault, is a very good map for katana, but it's one that can be very, very mixy with. So let's see how it's going to go. If they can win this one, they've got a very good chance in this series, and all of a sudden I'm kind of throwing them in the hat to make a bit of a run this season, but there is still a long way to go at this stage. You're going up against katana. They have so many strings to their bow. Can they really lose this series? Yes, they can, based on how we've seen them play so far, but you would expect them to be still able to find this control and be comfortable in one of the next two maps. So let's see how they're going to go here. But Jump Shot France have an opportunity now. Is it going to be able to transpire here on control on Vault? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. Realistically, like I said before, katana were the better team we thought coming into it, but it's been so close, it really is just a matter of who wants it more today. Jump Shot France cannot underestimate them, could have won map 1. Katana could have potentially won map 2, although I will say I think the map 1 was closer than the map 2, which would realistically give the advantage to Jump Shot. But hey, who knows? It's a new stage of the Elite. Maybe we're going all the way round 5-11.
Maybe. I mean, that would be a hell of a way to kick things off. What did we get last season, first game? I want to say, I feel like yeah, I think we've had some very, very close games to kick off the season. So let's go for that again. I'm all for it. So yeah, let's see how things are going to go down between these two squads. We're heading into a control on Vault after we've been over towards Bravo, though. This game all tied up as well into a map number 3. Mission Magpies. We're going to find something over towards the attacking side on Protocol here. Not looking too bad. Kez sitting at 8 and 17. We'll want to turn that around. Slaying side of things for mistaken is very much there. But the important thing, rounds all tied up with one apiece.
Trying to be careful, staying alive. So far, they have time and they have live to get this moving, but they keep map position, which is going to be a struggle here if they lose a couple of players.
Can be dangerous. Big gunfights coming through. A mistaken 9 versus 9. Now you can be pinned back. This is a tough gunfight if I'm Chunk. Yeah, I am out of there. Absolutely not entertaining that one. And we'll go and cover off something else. They're not coming this way. You'll be calling that out to your teammates. They're not Spiral. I'm pushing. I'm flanking. And they should have a good idea where everybody is. Yeah, free kill for Chunk. Going to continue to go. Does eventually get taken down. 6 versus 7 now. In the favor of mistaken. Cal can fight a second. Yeah, doesn't. Big gunfight win from Kez. Hasn't had the best map so far. But that could be a big one. 6 versus 6.
Just back off a little bit. They know there's some pressure coming through and just not able to win the gunfights where they need them. 14 seconds to go. A last roll of the dice. They're going to wait on him to be the key player here as he gets around the back, but nobody else in the position they want to be. Finds one. Looks for the second. Is going to get it as well. Kez staying alive. Almost shoots his own teammate. 2 versus 3. Kez is going to lose that gunfight and overlay in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first and the second. A 1v1, but no life left.
Oh, that's a stressful way to end things, isn't it? Comes down to a 1 versus 1. Nice play coming up, though, from Julian. They're the ones that managed to find something towards the latter stages there, but that is all obviously going on over on Bravo for map number 3. We have a map number 3 coming up here on Alpha between Katana and, of course, Jump Shot France. This has been a crazy series so far. Both of them, Bryce. Yeah, I picked them both and I want to take full credit for it. So let's see how this one's going to go as we head into map number 3. But Vault Control, I really do kind of lie with Katana Gaming here. I would expect them to be able to find this map. They're so good at it. Let's see if they can find it.
Well, that's what they'll be relying on as they move forward into this series, and who knows how this Elite's going to end up. The major, even with the major, right, we were talking about this before we came on air as well. The Magpie team that obviously attended that major, we were surprised to see them as the number 2. We thought realistically they were probably number 3 in Europe, but of course the two above them, Katana and Notorious, they fell a little bit earlier in that tournament as well. So kind of excited to see, you know, how this Elite pans out after everybody's had their fun time at LAN.
Yeah, obviously now on Team Orchid for Mission Magpies, keeping the same roster. We're really unfortunate losing 4-2 in that grand final after actually coming through the winners bracket side of things as well. That's a tough one to take, though. When you're there first, you know, you've got that time to kind of settle yourselves in. That's a scenario where you would like to go on to win the whole tournament, especially from their perspective. They won't think it's a surprise, though. They'll know they have plenty of experience when it comes down the line. I mean, you got Bance on the roster, for God's sake. You should be feeling that confidence flow through you, absolutely seeing that man next to you. But it's a tough one. Look, I think realistically speaking, though, for the last couple of years, Europe has maybe struggled on the big stage when it's come down to international tournaments, which is very different to how it was a few years ago when we were pretty dominant. So let's see how things are going to go throughout the rest of the season. It's nice to see the boys kind of up there in these tournaments and not just fighting to finish top 8. There was very much people there who could win the tournament and nearly did. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of go up against each other over this season, Bryce. It should be an interesting one.
It certainly should as well. I've been told this map is loading in, and loading in it is. Jump Shot France and Katana Gaming about to throw down on Vault Control. Winner, of course, takes the lead into this, but not the series. We've still got a couple more maps to go at least.
Well, here we go. Into map number 3. Now, as mentioned, I really do feel confident that Katana Gaming can take this one away. They're such a good Vault Control team. Seem to know when to kind of make their moves. They seem to know when they are in control of the map. Seem to know when is the best time to make these moves, and well, there's 4 dead immediately. That's a bad move now from Jump Shot France. Gonna be pinned back. Cobra already has 4 to his name. Blessed be. Do we have fixed scoreboards here, Percy? I don't want to talk too early. I might actually break them.
Just relax. Let's find out.
I'm relaxed.
We'll find out as it goes through. Cobra, though, trying to make a little bit of a move. There's a place to be close. Pushes it as well. That is a little bit of a dodgy fight. Does not get the kill. And they really try to push the tempo on this one.
They want to get some control back, but they have lost A very, very quickly, so there is a lot of time for Katana to pick their way through them. And pick their way through. Has Vortex done? Yes, he has. He's managed to find himself down in a really good spot, and Jump Shot France will not know this is going on yet. Problem is for Vortex is that he does need these teammates to find some kills before this becomes influential. He's got somebody right below him. I don't know if he can hear that player. Just now keeping an eye on his spawn. Doesn't need to worry about that now because, well, there's nobody dead. Now they are, though. And all of a sudden, Vortex does have to worry about it. Yeah, Nadox comes on from behind, finds the kill, but it's eased some pressure. Katana have found their way up the map.
Oh, having to back off there a little bit, and this very much still hands in the back. And it's because both teams have enough lives and enough time. Great. Lock and loaded.
Good job from Mighty. Next couple of kills starting to come through. It was a really good start from Katana, but Jump Shot France have done well just to stifle them, if anything. Like Sykes just finding those shots and backing up. Knows he can maybe find an angle through the middle of the map. He's definitely going to be able to find a kill here. Not quite. Aspect must have got a read on, and Mighty can find 2. Doesn't find the 3rd, but no, doesn't stay alive. Melko's there to pick up the pieces. Currently only a 1v1 on the site. Aspect is just going to back on down, wait for his teammates to get themselves up and help him out, but very, very close map so far between these two squads. Katana Gaming now down on lives, considering where they were. That's got to sting.
Always got to be a little bit careful. You can see them trying to make the move here as well, and that's a big kill by Vortex. They'll now have to deal with him. The rest of Katana, if they can get out of it. Unfortunately, Vortex goes straight down. Jump shot back in control.
Just about. 8 versus 5. Needs to be one good break in from Katana. They got to go now.
That's already cutting down one. Jump shot have backed up, but they're allowed to. Aspect finds the first one. Mighty trying to get one back as well, but gets cut down at the same time. Sykes on the flank. Almost gets cut down himself, but it is a 2 versus 5. Brezzy and Aspect would have to go God mode to get this one over the line here in this first round, and Brezzy already down. Aspect has to fight every single corner and direction. Isn't going to happen. A jump shot will take that first round.
Yeah, I think as soon as Sykes finds that kill through the middle of the map, that's the round secured. He loses that, all of a sudden you've still got 3 members kicking from the side of Katana, can jump onto the point and fight that pressure. You can win a couple of gunfights here and there each. You've got the round. Big gunfight wins coming through at important times. Bear in mind, by the way, Cobra ended 7-9. He started 4-0 within the first 20 seconds, so a very slow second half, but I think you want to give credit towards Jump Shot France for how they defended that. Very hard to get rid of, kept that pressure on when they could, retreated when they needed to, cleared out their spawns and kept those spawns very, very clear as well. You never really let Vortex do what he does best on this map, and that's get behind you, get on balcony, and cause a hell of a lot of an issue and be a massive pain in the ass. Wasn't able to do it. Good start from Katana over towards the defensive side, though. A couple of kills to open things up. I think if Katana can answer back with a clean defensive round, they'll not be too perplexed by that first round.
Oh, Nadux just playing a little bit sneaky by the doors, looking for that easy kill, and he's going to go down before he can do any more damage here as Cobra starts to go to work. Katana Gaming, it really is just about equaling the score up in the best way they can possible. Jump shot trying not to be pinned back in a spawn here, but Aspect is loose in that spawn, manipulating them.
Making it difficult. Spawning a little bit further away and into the clutches of Vortex, who can find 2. As they're going to have to push over this side, he would have gotten the call out from the side of Aspect. Cobra can't manage to deal with that first player. One player now making a push towards that point. They may actually have a look over towards B if they can here, if they get rid of Aspect. This next gunfight, yeah, big one for Cobra to win. It would have opened the door potentially for Jump Shot France, but as it goes, they've got 25 seconds just to get a touch on it.
Well, they're going to try and just lock in Ace. This will be a heavy push now. Everybody stacking up for one go. Through towards the pole. Going to try and take up top. Vortex will lose that gunfight. There is a chance for Cobra's here for the trades. 2 versus 2. More players piling on, but Brezzy will find one. They know there's one player left, and unfortunately they don't find that trade. Aspect to hold the door against players he knows have to sprint in. Easiest kills of his life, and they lock this one down without a tick gone ton.
Yeah, really nice from Katana, and that can compound that first round. For all that you don't find it, you manage to find yourself a good few ticks, and well, defense isn't quite secured yet for the round number 5, if we do go there, but a no-tick defense really does put you in the driving seat. Here we go, the final few moments from Aspect. Disgusting win on to Sykes to close it out. Maybe screaming at his screen right now. I don't know if he'd be screaming at the stream, Brycey.
He might be. He really doesn't like you, to be fair.
He'd be like, shut up, Ton. You're an idiot. You're a specky idiot. Maybe he's not that far.
Which, in fairness, is what production usually says to us most of the way through these games. Anyway, on to the next attack. An Aspect trying to get in here. Goes for the instant chat up onto A, and it will not be Katana that come away clean. Jump shot have the bodies.
Start from Jump Shot. They kind of need to answer back with a very clean defensive round of their own here. That would be prime if they could do it. Katana Gaming know to themselves that they can just get a hold of A. They're in a really nice spot to close out this map. If it does go to 5 rounds, they still need to do their job across the rest of it. Nadux is doing his job inside the point, though. Can find 3. That's a 4-man down very, very quickly. Katana now spawning over towards P2's side. Player close, though. Yeah, is going to be able to deal with Nadux. Cobra can find it. Now they can start to put a bit more pressure on over towards A. Melko's already waiting over towards the balcony side. Tough one to deal with now for Katana. Got to try and pick their way out of their spawn, and have managed to do so.
Okay, just a little bit of bad timing will get him cut down there before he can do. Working with 3 down. Katana have an opportunity to lock in A, but you can already see Aspect has moved over, trying to get players off spawn. Not the easiest fight. He knows everybody's everywhere. Uses the pistol to devastating effect, but all it's going to do is delay. But delay might be good enough. A should be locked in.
And there it is. Time extended. And an opportunity already to push on to B. Got to find something here for Sykes, or just back up, stay alive. I have a good idea that somebody is in the lower side towards Vault. And you find a nice one to Cobra. Still for Katana here, it's a tough one. Got to find a push through, and you've really got to get a little bit of control over towards the balcony side if you can. Awkward gunfight for Sykes in Vortex. It's Sykes who comes off better. I think for Katana now, it's all about sending someone in the spawn, just like this. It distracts away the attention from your spawn, which is actually going really well. Nadox finds 3, so Brezzy, you're here. You are very much on your own.
Looking for him as well. Realistically, though, Katana have to make kills. So far, they are pushed about as far back as you can. And Brezzy's like, I've got in the position I need to be in. There is nothing for me to do here. I'm just admiring the scenery. There are some nice curtains in here. They've decorated quite nicely. You can already see he's come back on the minimap. He's had to. He's had to give up the position you want to try and get some kills. He needed to relieve that pressure. Already done so. The big question is now, can he make his way back over?
Staying alive in this scenario would be big, but he can't. He's going to fall, and all of a sudden Katana have no lives remaining. Katana are brilliant at getting a hold of A. Against Jump Shot France here. B has maybe just been a little bit more difficult than they would have liked. Jump Shot France doing a solid job on the defensive side here. Managing to hold it down. But that's 6 ticks in the back pocket for Katana. Jump Shot France are going to have their second opportunity now, but they very much do. They want to not have to attack in the final round, win this round and close things out. Tough spot to be in.
Not easy. We'll find out, though. Jump Shot France to do the impossible. Bad start last time cost them. A good start this time. They give them the map.
It's awkward, isn't it? Because if you're Katana, you're looking at this, you're like, oh, I'm 2-1 down, but how clean their defense was on the last time around. Don't think you'd be too bothered about that. Sykes will get taken down by Brezzy. A little bit of an awkward gunfight with a palm tree in play. Nadox just trying to find this, but the thing is, this is just detracting away from Nadox, helping his team out push over towards A. But you have to clear out your lines. Brezzy can find a kill, waste some time, and now the push over towards A can resume for Jump Shot France.
So far, so good. Just about holding. You already see the players just sitting here trying to make sure they don't lose any more map control. And Sykes going down as well. This could be the same old story, Ton. Cobra looking for any kill he can. He knows the Jump Shot are all going to be up and be looking to make this move. Finds one. Backs off. Pre-fires for the second. It isn't going to be enough. Looks for the third. Just tippity-tapping on everybody, but no kills so far.
Aspect there to pick up the pieces as well. Cobra doing a really good job. Just staying alive in those scenarios is nearly as important as finding those kills. 23 seconds to go. Jump Shot France have barely even touched a single point yet. And there is a slither of progress over towards A, and that looks like it may well be their only progression. Cobra now gonna have to defend here though as a final throw of the dice for the side of Jump Shot France. Melko Mighty can start to find some kills. This last couple of kills gonna have to come through though. Aspect continuing to survive. One last chance here for Jump Shot France to get a hold of A, but Aspect on a big flank here. You've got to presume that they know it's coming, and they do. Melko Nadox combining well. Or is he trying to do something? Cannot. Should be A locked in. Oh, Katana going to have a go at this.
Well, they're probably going to go through mid. You can have a look at it, but it's not going to be an easy stop, and Summit, they will not. This is now very much alive. The Jump Shot France, it's a pretty standard play. Get somebody into the spawn. They've already made a couple of kills. They're looking for that last player. Nadox should push straight through here. That's exactly what he's doing. It's all on Nadox. Nadox finds one. He's going to go down before he can do any more damage. An opportunity calls the Jump Shot.
Yeah, really want to give a massive props there to Aspect. Just staying alive in and around P3. Can spin around and help his team out. Melko looking to keep that pressure on himself, though, down this side of the map, and that is just truly unfortunate. The Katana van will dub it this time around because that's a big kill, but the big kill's starting to come through from Jump Shot France here. They do have the lead, although they have had 2 defensive rounds go their way. They're in the lead. One good push over towards B. You're 2-1 up in the series.
Mighty looking for it. They've got so many kills. This is so dangerous for Katana, and Aspect had to find it. That was absolutely necessary, but already onto the point. There's the tick going through. Sykes looking for even more. He finds one, not the second. Going to be Chow, and Mighty will get the kill as well.
No way.
This has gone disastrously here for Katana. And they all fall by the wayside. 5 lives remaining, with that third tick is on the way. And Jump Shot have pulled it out of the pan. They win map number 3.
How on earth have they pulled that one out? 3-1. They take the control. And that's the thing. You start on the defensive side. You can have a woeful first attack. You hold your defenses, you nick one. You find one good 4 down on 2 different occasions there on A and then B, and that is the round. That can be how control is. You can be pretty comfortable throughout the majority, or you can be getting pinned in your spawn. You find a couple of good breaks. You find a couple of 4 down. The round is over. The game is over. Just like that. What a mode. What a life, Chris. Oh my God.
I said it realistically. You know, we thought that Katana should be able to send us to a round 5, and you weren't looking good for Jump Shot. Once they got that break, once they got that A down, all they had to do was find the right timing. The right timing they found. They put them 2-1 up over Katana, and they just looked so good in that final round, finding the kills, even without them not really able to get into the spawn as much as they would like. It was just perfect.
Just takes one moment, right? To be fair, they were a lot punchier in that round, weren't they? And then they were in the first attacking round. Their first go at it was not convincing. They barely even touched the point. And to be honest, through that second attacking round, they barely touched the point again. It was really, really difficult, but then they find this 4 down. Yes, Sykes finds Aspect. Everybody starts to combine. And all of a sudden, Mighty finds 2 out of absolutely nothing. Brez has got a child to try and go for the hero play because he knows it's over. Team spawning too far away. Nades over the top ain't gonna do well. I say anything. Elko does get taken down, but you're not close enough. That is a miraculous round from Jump Shot France, who, I mean, this could be over. This very well could be over. It could be a 3-0 for Jump Shot France. As it goes, we're heading into a hacienda hard point, and they find themselves, yes, okay, in the lead, but Katana still somehow have life in this series.
Wow. This is what the Elite is all about, showcasing the very best in talent. And so far, Jump Shot are showing us that no matter who is the bigger team coming into a match, anything could happen. Can they find any more as we head towards map 4? Well, that question will be answered after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. You join us ready for map 4. Katana Gaming and Jump Shot are going at it right now. Jump Shot in the lead after winning control 3-1.
It's been a crazy series. This frankly could be over, and we could be waiting for our second game on Alpha coming up, because it could be 3-0 to Jump Shot France. They have been incredibly impressive, Pricey. 250 to 246. It took Katana following all the way throughout the entire game. I think a P1 was the first time that they had any sort of lead, and if that, it was only for a second, until the very final hard point. They win it a 4-point difference. Somehow get it over the line, but a close search and destroy 6-4 in the end. It had to be some clutch situations to even send it that far, though, from Katana. In the end, though, Jump Shot France deservedly get the win. Then Katana just hold their defenses, don't win some attacks, and then head into a 4th round, hoping to send it to round number 5, where you would have had the defense, and they lose it after one big break towards the end from Jump Shot France. It has been a strange series, but if anything, as mentioned, Jump Shot France will feel a little aggrieved that it's not already over. But we've got a Hacienda hardpoint coming up now. And based on the hardpoint on map number 1, Melko was an absolute nuisance for the side of Jump Shot France. Can he do that again? Or do we get to see Rewind, Search and Destroy for the first time competitively here in Europe in challenges for map number 5? I wouldn't mind that, Brycey. You might as well send us there now.
Could be very much heading that way, of course, and we will find out for Jump Shot. This would be a massive first win in this group as well. For Katana, not something they would have expected. Maybe underestimated Jump Shot coming out of the gate just as strong as they look, but we'll find out as we jump into P1.
Here we go. Katana starting to bring their A game. I don't want to say they've been off it, because I think that would give less credit over towards Jump Shot France, who have been solid. 4 dead, there you go. Some good time potentially on the board now. Over towards P1. P2 rotation coming up, and exactly where you want to be. Mentioned this before. Obviously, I cast a little bit of COD Mobile, Pricey. And the map was actually completely flipped in the minimap in the bottom left corner. I always find myself searching for P2. Well, bit of useless info for you.
It does feel a bit different, but so far, Jump Shot doing a really good job of bleeding this P1. Eventually, he's going to go down mighty. There's too many windows, too many angles. Will fall. This is the real fight here at P2. Sykes not able to, and already player has gone through. They've lost a little bit of control, even though they're winning in the kill feed.
Yeah, they're in a good position to retake this, though. Yeah. I don't know if you can do a great deal here, Brezzy, other than be a bit of a pain. So he does find that first kill. Backs on down. Now you can see that Katana starting to fight for the spawns. 45 seconds to go here, P2. Melko lining them up, though, says thank you very much. You probably have the 3rd here as well. Wait for his teammate. Doesn't need the Melko. 4 in a row. Holds the spawn down. And all of a sudden, Katana back to the drawing board here at P2.
Melko is spitting. That is unbelievable. Just completely destroyed all that push from Katana. They probably thought they had a favorable position, but everywhere they look, they're just being torn apart. There's just no good highlight for them on this map. Brezzy will find 2. We'll jump back into it. Reinforcement's going to be close this time because of the flip spawn. Sykes gets one back. Melko's going to be joining him as well, and surely Jump Shot will give them this, and they have managed to give them the scrap time as they have the rotation.
I mean, it's just extremely disjointed. It looks like they're just getting battered out, horsepowered across the entire map. We'll get the spawn out, though. 2 players over towards P3. That's going to help them out, and that will start to help them get a little bit of control over towards fences somehow. 50 seconds to go now. Aspect will eventually get his first kill. Cobra's 1 in 7. He's 1 in 6. The best start for Katana whatsoever in this map number 4 that you absolutely have to win.
Still ongoing, still fighting. It's good rotation from Katana here getting into this point. You are right, Katana will probably start feeling a little bit of pressure. They've been beaten back on the last 2 maps, but at the moment just trying to tie things up. You can already see Aspect trying to just fight every single direction he can, but it will be Jump Shot to get the advantage here in the end.
And some decent time as well, just chipping away. P4 rotation coming up as well. Extremely slow start from Katana again, though, who have been behind from the get-go again, but who knows, Brycey, they might just come back and win it at the final point, 250 to 245 or something along those lines. I think for Jump Shot France, in this scenario, they need to make sure they're punishing them every single time that they possibly can. They would know about that map number 1. Every single time you have a good setup like this, make it count.
Sykes just trying to stay alive, and the pistol not quite quick enough, but the teammates are as they clean it up. Nadok's even taken down his own teammate. Has to back up now a little bit. We'll call this out to the teammates. Nobody there to really get his trade at the moment. Melko trying to do so much work and everybody flying into this point. It will be Katana that walk away the victors.
Time on the board here now for Katana. And as I mentioned, those are those moments where jump shot fans have to punish them. You know that Katana can switch this game up in the blink of an eye, no matter what the scoreline is. They may well switch it up to, well, not quite be in the lead, but they will not be far behind. 10 seconds is going to be the difference or so by the time we do get over towards P1. It's going to be more like 5, Brycey. Math's not a strong point. Neither is Call of Duty, apparently. But here we are. Aspect trying to do something over towards P1. Now Alex can find a couple, though. Finds a third. And just moments like that jump shot France have been able to find time and time again. Somebody pops off. All of a sudden, you've got 15 or 20 seconds uncontested.
This certainly could go either way. Again, every single map has been like this. Just when you think a team might be able to pull away, it all flips on its head very, very quickly. Jump shot, again, bleeding this P1 for everything it's worth. Mighty trying to just hold off the flood of play, and he knows going to be coming. Sykes knows where Cobra is going to be as well. We'll get the gunfight going down, but so tagged up eventually falls to Vortex. Katana will look for the last 20 seconds on this point, but last time around, P2 went disastrously for them.
This time, though, can jump shot hold the setup that they had? They do have to spawn somewhat. Good kill coming in from Melko. Again, having a very good map. Sitting at 13 and 10. Backing up when he needs to. Waiting for everybody else to find the push through. You've got the pinch over towards the water side. One player towards the back. Sykes, can he hold it as well as Melko did last time around? That's going to be the difference maker. Cobra's ready to pounce, but he needs some teammates to help him out here.
Oh, Cobra. No, he's going to be in trouble. Oh my goodness, just deletes Mighty. That was a ridiculous takedown. Jumps up front, still holding. Okay, no, he's going to be pinched here. Going to go down as well, and that should be the scrap time for Katana. And if they do take this without being contested, it's almost a tie game.
Time here, Cobra. If he can find anything, it would be massive. Can't. Alex round the front, and now waiting for his teammates to go through. Even if he doesn't find this kill, he's done so much for the squad. Reinforcements are there, they are in, and that is 15 crucial seconds with jump shot France. That's a big difference maker. The game could be tied up. All of a sudden, you're going to have yourself around a 45-50 point lead. Massive turn of events there. Just for that little bit of play from Alex. Really good job. Now over towards P3. Can Katana somehow hold something? I think for them, you know, they will say it themselves. We've not really had a rotation. We've not really had too good of a setup. Especially over towards P2, which is the typical money hill on this map. And yeah, you're less than 30 seconds behind.
Cobra looking to just push this advantage here as they get so many down the kill feed. They know there's a player behind them, and they've had to send a Cobra after him. Gonna call it correctly. Finds Melko. Now back to the front line. Katana looking to take the lead here in the next couple of seconds. Jump shot, spreading the map. Looking for this one as well, but Cobra still running, still gunning, still pretty happy. Sykes, that's a wonderful flank. Isn't able to get as much as he would like for it, but Melko comes in for the contest. And with bodies both sides, Jump Shot France will get this one back and take the lead back. What they will lose, though, is the rotation. Yeah,
that's not too bad for Katana. They pick up the majority of the time, and as mentioned, get themselves a rotation. So it all works out on their end. Melko now trying to find a push. Sykes is the first one through the door. Maybe a little uncoordinated with the rest of the team who've just sat and watched him die, but looks like we'll find Nadox. Now a bit of a tough push here for the side of Jump Shot France. This is going to be some good time going over towards Katana. Big push coming over from the water side, though. 3 players ready to stack. Haven't quite made the push yet. Trying to pick them apart, but Katana holding very well so far.
Here comes what could be a pivotal moment. An Aspect takes down one and the second. Score still open for them as well. Jump Shot still holding in, and the question is whether or not they will retake the lead on this point, because they are holding a headbutt from one direction. And Jump Shot doing everything they can just to scrape as many of these points as possible going into what will be the late game.
They don't want to find that break, though. It was a very nice start to that hill from Katana, but they start to crumble, and all of a sudden Jump Shot France can bring it back. It's still a very close game, though. But I think for Katana, the crucial thing for them here is getting a P2 rotation. They haven't had a clean one whatsoever. Jump Shot France have been able to control that side of the map, being able to get the majority of the time, and that's where Katana have really struggled. Because across the rest of the map, they've been fine. They've had an ever so slight lead, I would say. But P2 has been all Jump Shot France. They need to stop them doing it again.
There's one. Malco looking for a player who, let's face it, isn't there on our minimap. Such a good job at P1, just taking so much time away from Katana. And they will be feeling the pressure. A good rotation here will give them the series.
We've done so well at it. Both times that we've been here. If they do it again here, it will pretty much give them the series. You are right, Bricey, but they start to lose a couple of gunfights. But the one player, Nanox spawning out here, there's a bit of a pinch set up. So if you're Katana, you stick or you twist. Do you push for the players one side, or do you just hold inside the point and pray for God at this stage? Because there's so many different directions you gotta watch. Sykes will find one, Mighty finds the other. This is exactly how it's went down time and time again. The pinch is always there, and it's always successful for Jump Shot France. They can't quite win it here. There'll be a second off, but P2 once again looking solid. That's spawn.
They're backing up, but they're losing a couple of gunfights.
Wow.
And more than just a couple. Sykes will now have to fight every single direction. He's looking for players. Bullets spitting out of this Jackal, but hasn't really hit enough. A headbutt coming through as Cobra will find two as well. Jump Shot trying to get back into this, and what we thought might be Jump Shot putting one of the final nails in the coffin here could have Katana take the lead.
I'm not too sure if one's player spawned towards the back car park there. I would have to really watch out. I was busy watching what was going on the screen, and the minimap told a different story, but Mighty can just find three on his own. And that's going to keep Jump Shot France in a good enough position to, well, not just get the scrap time, but the rotation over towards P3. Where's Cobra going to spawn? Let's keep an eye on that. Yeah, still towards the backside, finding kills on transition. Jump Shot France closer than they were. Katana Gaming just a little bit further away. 4 men from Katana need to find a push. Jump Shot France are 20 seconds less than away.
Looking for a big kill. Needs to find a second. Does. Stays alive. Looks for the third. Isn't going to be good enough. Vortex goes down on the point as well. And Jump Shot just 12 seconds away. One push here for Katana. They must get into this point. They are looking in every single direction. And they have the contents for so much, but it isn't going to be. And even Vortex will now have to move into this. Has to dive in for the contest as well as Aspect hits him with a Semtex. And surely that'll be the end of this story as Jump Shot are still in this point. And somehow it's still going on. Stop team killing. It's not going to matter. Jump Shot will take the win in the end.
And that is a massive, massive upset. Jump Shot France find the win. You know what? I want to say comfortably over Katana. That's a humongous win for the organization, for the squad, and for this season. It gives them such a big opportunity to crack on, get yourself in a really good position for playoffs. Because we already said Katana are going to have contention from Team Orchid for the top spot. If they play like that every single game, they're going to have to be contested team and get the playoffs. Fantastic result from Jump Shot France, though. Really good job. The hard points really impressive. Could have won all 4 maps. They lost by 4 in map number 1. Brilliant in map number 2 to find those clutch moments. Katana Gaming caught sleeping.
Well, that is a huge fight for them. I mean, got to credit P2. I mean, you're going to talk about it for Katana. That's what you go watching the VODs over and over again. With the statistics, I guarantee that'll be where this game was decided. Over and over again, Jump Shot France were better at it. And Katana, well, they were behind for probably the majority of that series, it felt like. And even when they took the lead, it swiftly fell back to Jump Shot.
I mean, it just felt like they were always... I mean, this is as close as Katana got. This is the first time they were ever really in the lead. I mean, second rotation over towards P3. Other than that, though, Jump Shot France, once again, just in control the majority of the game. But for Katana, you know, I kind of mentioned it before we went there the last time. P2 was a big, big problem. I would love to... Obviously, we don't necessarily have the luxury of having like a box score where we can see where the time was kind of made up for the side of Jump Shot France and where it was lost for Katana. But it feels like we went over towards P2 3 times. It was 180 seconds. I would bet my life a minimum of 120 of that went over towards the side of Jump Shot France. And when you're already fighting from that disadvantage across the rest of the map, you flip that even 50-50, all of a sudden we're in a very different game where we're still screaming at P4 right now, because that would have extended the game. I think if you're Katana, you can't let that happen multiple times. Okay, you can lose a rotation over towards P2, great. But the same thing happened. They would lose the rotation, and then they would get pinched, and it was just always the same. I don't know if the spawns maybe working out for jump shot, but not 3 times in a row, you would think. Really, really well played from Jump Shot France. Deserved winners.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I think the thing to take away here is that if you look at it as a whole picture, right, they just look like the better team. That is the simple truth of it. There's no real way of getting around it. They look like a better team. We said they might not be going into it, but soon proved us wrong, and that's the beauty of Challengers Elite Stage 3. But here are the standings so far, how everybody's got on. Project 7 and Team Notorious and Mistaken picking up wins in their first games in Group A, as well as Team Orchid, Jump Shot France, and Kinky.
Yeah, Kinky managed to find the win again. I'm going to be very, very careful with my career here. But over on the other side of Group A, obviously Mistaken finding themselves a win as well. We'll put them over towards that top side. But yeah, Project 7 Team Notorious finding wins as expected. But that's a big win for Mistaken as well, up against Mission Magpies. So really, really nice job from all these squads to find their wins. Some big wins coming through from some of these teams. And another game still to go tonight, Bryce.
Certainly is. More Call of Duty action coming up here on the stream very, very shortly. But we're going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time to get into our next set of games. And well, set one was pretty interesting with how everything went down, but this is going to be our set two. Team Notorious versus Project 7. You might remember Team Notorious being the team to beat in the last stage, but maybe not looking as undefeatable as before, Ton.
Yeah, online didn't necessarily have the best time of things, but they did do better than P7. However, look, this is a tough game for them. Team Notorious coming into this. This is probably one of their biggest rivals, I want to say, in this specific group, or their Group A. But they have been indomitable online, haven't they? They've looked sensational. Project 7, I'm not quite being able to get near them. Let's see if they can do it this time around, though. Team Notorious, very much unchanged. Project 7, the same as well. Let's see how things are going to go down between these two squads.
Well, both teams obviously going to be hitting straight into a map that we watched only a little bit ago. Everybody just trying to bleed it as much as possible. But I think that the real story of this is going to be, obviously Notorious had such a good kind of time in the Elite. Going to be disappointed with what happened to them at Dallas coming out top 8 as well. And realistically, Project 7 is not an easy team for their first game coming back. Project 7 also looking pretty good. Disarray and Detain and Connor and Denza all having pretty good games themselves.
Yeah, look, I think you look towards this P7 team, and they are very much one of those squads who want to get themselves in playoffs, want to try and get in the mix there. But I think for them, coming up against a team like Team Notorious, that's the next level that they need to be able to find. Haven't quite been able to get there, but nobody has been, to be honest with you. Team Notorious have dominated the Elites over the course of these past 2 seasons, and well, players like that from Eric Boom show you exactly why. Fantastic start for the side of Team Notorious, solidly locked down P2. Katana, if you're watching, maybe just keep an eye on how they did that.
Well, that's going to be the difference here. And it's kind of a similar story to last time, right? We knew that last game, Katana were the team to beat, and, well, they did get beat as well. Kind of a similar story here. Team Notorious are going to be the favourites coming into this game, but Project 7 more than capable of hurting them if they start making any mistakes at all.
Oh, absolutely capable. Don't you worry about that. Have they had the opportunity to hurt them so far? Well, not quite. They're going to find themselves around 70 seconds behind by the time we're heading over towards fences. Kills have been there, but you've just struggled to find a multitude of them at the same time. And that's when things become very, very difficult. And all of a sudden, you're going to have to deal with Afro over towards P3 as well. This is a disastrous start for Project 7. 80 points to 7. You need to find something over towards fences. You cannot let this bleeding continue, and the gunfight's starting to go the opposite direction. P7 can get some good time.
Bro, just trying to stay alive and get as many kills as possible, because right now Notorious are in the driving seat and they want to continue to get this lead, but going to be Project 7 that bounce back. Eric Boom having to kind of stay still. And another kind of a highlight, I will say, from what I saw of it, Eric Boom certainly had a great time at Dallas. Obviously, didn't get the positioning he wanted either, but certainly proved himself.
Absolutely. He so often does. Only seconds now, the difference. Yeah, Team Notorious. Good hold from P7 over towards P3, but ultimately that lead at the start for Team Notorious is definitely going to be helping them out. F-top. We're in a good spot here over towards P4. Big gunfight win to potentially find here, though. Connor, the try and cause issue. Can't stay alive, and that's going to be half the problem, especially when you do have potentially a player flanking in Denza who has just been blessed with a little bit of timing, or not. Eric Boom will eventually find him. Push him from the front now from P7. Can they find anything? Not quite. Gunfights all going the way of Team Notorious. This is looking like a well-oiled machine right now, and Hacienda.
Disarray waiting for his teammates to back up here, and they're not going for the head, but they do not want to run into this blender. Trying to split the map, but Rafi is already on Overwatch. A difficult attack for them here, and they've been very hesitant. Eric Boom now on a 5 streak. Disarray eventually going down as well, and Project 7 can't even look at the hill.
I mean, they've just been battered off it every single time. The rotation is there. Team Notorious are soaking up a hell of a lot of time. It's a combined 10 stream from them. Looking disgusting right now. We were a little bit worried for Afro at the top of the show when the, well, whether it's intentional nerf or not, comes through on the Omni movement. Seems to be doing just fine, Brighty. 11 and 6 to kick things off in the first rotation.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit of a question mark I had going on, but you know what? Good players overall, and realistically, I thought at this point we would have lost him. I was expecting him to get picked up and go a little bit further, but maybe just the disappointment in placement meant a few players went up above him. But he has been the player to watch in Europe in the Elite Series, so keep an eye on him as he continues to go to work here.
He's just been that guy, hasn't he? As he so often is. But again, look, they didn't quite get it done in Dallas, did they? That's going to have to be the conversion for them. They have to be able to do more next time out. And that's going to be the concentration. They know they can do it in the Elite. They need to be able to do it on the international stage, especially a team of this quality.
Afro being sneaky. Gonna find the kill he was looking for so desperately, but already being hunted down. F-Dot's gonna call out one out to Afro, who will try and turn it. Is not able to, but F-Dot's gonna be here as well. And for Project 7, they want a break. They want it fast. They need the points back on the board. They have not been having a good time.
All of driveway. Can you find it? Ramp is a dangerous place to be when players are over towards the car. Connor, disarray can combine, but there you go. That's going to be the problem. 40 seconds to go now. You've flipped them around. You know exactly where you're coming from. Afro with a Hellstorm available as well. We'll turn around at just the wrong time there, but Eric Boone's found two. Is he going to... Oh my god! Connor gets melted. Eric Boone finds his third, and Afro's already on his way around over towards fences. Doesn't find the fourth. But disgusting players from Afro once again. This lead is getting scary for P7.
Oh, this is going from bad to worse. Project 7 is going to have to try and do something here, because it's not about whether or not we think they can win this game. It's about whether or not they land in that 100-point club. Most exclusive club you never want to be a part of. And so far, they are winding their way towards it. Only going to be about 38 seconds left here for Team Notorious before they can take it. Project 7 finally get a breather.
It's the only place they've been really able to find some time. And then you've got a Hellstorm about to arrive on your forehead. On the way in, difficult position to be in. F-Dot just lingers it, finds another inside a tin as well. All that good setup, all that good time that was potentially on offer, dashed away. 30 seconds or so remaining now for the side of Team Notorious, over towards P3. Can't quite win it here, but it's felt like an inevitability from the word go, Brycey. They have been above and beyond right now.
This has been way more one-sided than I was expecting. This has been really... There's not an awful lot to say about it, if I'm being perfectly honest. It has been Team Notorious putting the hurt on Project 7 all the way through.
Just been unrelenting, hasn't it? The pressure, the setups, just been so tight. Here we go. Afro now calling the Hellstorm. This is what broke the camel's back last time. Doesn't find anything, but they are able to find a way through. It does open a door for them. Afro now just trying to find some picks through the middle of the map. He set them up to be here. And is it like fish in a barrel? Well, not quite. Everybody else now from P7 trying to find a way through. They're all dead. You're 5 seconds or so away if you are Team Notorious. This has been outstanding play on Hacienda. They'll get the job done, you would like to think, within the next couple of seconds. But as I just set it up to be done, there's the break from Project 7. This would be some kind of comeback, wouldn't it, Brycey?
It really would be. But can they get that 100-point club? That's my new goal here. Project
True.
7, hold. Just hold the last few seconds. They already hold one. Afro going back into it. 3 seconds left. I don't think they're going to get out of it. They're not going to have a chance.
Contest.
Surely.
No.
99 points. They're on the next one. They're out the 100-point club. It's enough. It's enough to avoid humiliation. This game will end for Team Notorious at some point. It is almost impossible to come back. And they still can't get the tick. Somehow, Project 7 holding.
It's a stubborn final second, this one. But it almost feels like Team Notorious are very much just throwing bodies towards it. Try and find the pick, try and do something from there. And, well, yeah, they're scoring plenty of points. I think this has been about 30 or so points uncontested now for Project 7, but now you're starting to dot your I's, cross your T's, and eventually get it over the line. Team Notorious, wonderful on Hacienda once again. Find themselves 1-0 up in this series, and that is quite the scoreline.
Yeah, and it could have been worse. It could have been 250 to 85. 45 or so seconds back into it, but I don't even really know to begin. It was just rotation, kill after kill. The slaying was massively on the side of the Team Notorious. The playing was massively on the side of Team Notorious. And as we head towards the next event, this is way more of a mismatch than we were expecting.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people would come into this and expect the Team Notorious to be the favorites, and they absolutely are, and did prove that. But I would have thought we would have seen it maybe a little bit more from Project 7. I'm not going to say that... Would I go as far as saying, I don't want to maybe just linger on that last series too much, but that's the kind of performance I was kind of expecting out of Katana up against Jump Shot France and didn't get it. Team Notorious turned up and went, yeah, oh my god, this is so much better from them. Fantastic work across the board, rotations, holds, absolutely everything. The fundies were very much there alongside a little bit of spice as well. Really nice job from Team Notorious to get this one done. But again, I don't want to harp on about this as well, but we need to see performances like this at LAN as well. That top 8 placement for them, considering where the other European teams had placed as well, is a super disappointing one for the side of Team Notorious, and they want to answer back as quickly as they possibly can. And with the third elite potentially on the line in a row, they would absolutely like to get that as well. The way that they have started this series does tell you they're going to be in the mix again. Really nice way to close things out there on Hacienda. We've got a red card search and destroy coming up, vault control as well. I like both of these maps for Team Notorious too, Brycey. This one could be over in the blink of an eye.
Well, we will find out, because I just feel like it cannot continue to go that way. Truth being told, I think this is a closer matchup than that first map gave us. Team Notorious, well, they are the big bad of the Elite Series, but not that big, not that bad, and we'll have to find out. I think when we go into red card, Project 7 should be able to fight back a little bit more.
Yeah, you would think so. I think red card is one of those maps you can try and slow things down. If Team Notorious are going to let you, though, they could be fast and furious on these attacks. We see it quite often over towards the B side, and I really do like this map for them. They're very good at playing restaurant. We've seen multiple times clutch situations that don't look favorable. They can find them. They are a very, very well-rounded team. They're very good at every single game mode. They're good at red card, search and destroy, and then again, a vault control coming up after this. And we did kind of like float the question at the top of show, like who is going to be impacted by these movement nerfs that have come through. Afro was pretty much the first name on my lips in terms of you think of that movement and who can, I don't want to say express themselves in the right way, but can really use it to the best of their ability. You think of a player like Afro. Didn't seem to slow him down too much in that game, Brycey, if I'm honest. It seemed to make him maybe even a little bit better. So the game is slowed down. Afro has not, and Team Notorious very much looking like the dominant side they were last season.
Yeah, that could be the question again. If you remember, in stage 1, Team Notorious went flawless throughout the entire thing. Didn't drop a map and do into playoffs, and then drop the first map of playoffs. But we won't talk about that, of course. Team Notorious came top 7th or 8th. They actually lost to Katana Gaming, also from Europe, to get that final placing. Of course, Katana fell out pretty quickly as well. I think it was Royal Spartans, it might have been Team War. But essentially, they could have gone a lot further. Both those games kind of dropping out in the winners here. If I remember correctly, I think Magpies dropped one of them into the lower bracket, but I'd have to go back and find the bracket.
Yeah, Mission Magpies reverse swept Katana to send them down there, and then Mission Magpies obviously go all the way to that grand final via the winners bracket as well. $24,000 as well. Not a bad weekend in Dallas whatsoever. I usually come back a lot lighter than that, Brycey, when I go to Dallas significantly. But this is how things are looking in the groups A and B. Obviously, we've all had one game played, and this is how things are looking. Project 7 and Team Notorious 1-0 has got to go. Right now, it's looking like Project 7, Team Notorious very, very dominant in map number 1. Interested to see what Jump Shot France do, in Group B. I'm super interested because Katana Gaming wasn't an off day for you. The new patch coming through just kind of upset the rhythm in a certain kind of way. Are Jump Shot France the real deal? We'll find that out over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, we spoke about this, I think, probably a million times now, not just this stage, previous stages, and previous years. Fortunately, this is a bit of a marathon, so you can have a bad day and still make it all the way through and get into playoffs, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult. You really have to hit your A game, but you do get to play quite a few times in these groups. So keep an eye on these teams. Maybe it's just a bit of a mismatch as it goes through into the pool and into the maps. But I'm looking forward to see, because I don't think Katana Gaming is staying at the bottom.
No, absolutely not. I'd be very, very surprised if they didn't make it still in the top 2, but I mean, the question has to be asked, though. Like, again, we don't really know. When it comes down to these first games, you don't want to put all your predictions and eventualities on what you see happening in the very first game. I mean, here's a beautiful example for you. Mission Magpies lost their very first game of the season last Elite stage and then just finish second at the major. So I mean, you tell me exactly what difference does it make in the long run. It does always kind of play itself out, but it's not the start you want anyway for Katana. And again, we just want to see what Jump Shot France can kind of do from this stage. I think that's my bigger question out of it all. I'm not bothered about Katana bouncing back. They will. It's whether or not Jump Shot France are the real. We'll find that out over the next few games.
Yeah, we really will as well. And of course, there are a little bit more going on. If you do want to check out other games as well, Bravo is still going on at this moment, and you can keep an eye. There it is, all the action at COD Challenge. You'll be able to find the link to the Bravo stream in there as well. So many games in action. But speaking of which, we're going to try and get this lobby rocking and rolling. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are flying into red card S&D. So far, if you haven't been watching, first of all, where have you been? That's not a good excuse, but I'll catch you up anyway. Team Notorious and P7 Esports, well, they threw down the hard point. Notorious threw down considerably harder. They won that in dominating fashion, 250 to 122. Going into the S&D, Project 7 will have to find a way to hit back.
And if it's going to be on anything, you could get it done on red card search and destroy. It's not as easy as it made out, though. Desiree just gets beamed by Eric Boom. That's not going to help. First bullet over towards the side of Team Notorious. This bomb will likely make its way slowly over towards A. Denza here to defender and does get rid of Afro. You got one player watching the flank in Rafi, so Eric Boom and F kind of have to do this on their own. Only a bit of a 2v2 on site. Next gunfight is massive. Omin's going to go down. Denza caught with his pants down. Eric Boom looking for the second as well, just reads it. And Eric Boom is one off the ace. Connor in the middle of the map, going to be dealt with by Rafi. Team Notorious convincing round number 1.
And Eric Boom, I think, has really been one of the big showstoppers on Team Notorious.
Yeah.
Every time you find him in a position to just get 2 wonderful kills. Showcasing where he can do it consistently, which means it's not just a little bit of luck, it's a little bit of talent.
Well, there's plenty of that on show, isn't there? Solid play, Eric Boom. 3 kills for the round. 1-0 to Team Notorious. Again, as I mentioned, I don't have any stats to pertain to this, but I always feel like Team Notorious, every single time we watch them on Red Card Search and Destroy, it just looks so cohesive around Restaurant. Like, Eric Boom will take some shots there, back it on up, but then the pressure will come through from Team Notorious. They'll be like, we've got so much control today. Eric, sit tight. P7 now will sort of say to himself, okay, we're being pressured here. Have we got a route out over towards speed? Not too sure how many players I've seen over there. This will be the comms that'll be going through, and Team Notorious is just be saying, Eric, sit nice and tight. They're trying to do something over towards the A side, but P7 do the right job. They sit back, they invite the pressure, and deal with it.
Raffy backing off. Project 7 have the advantage, but that advantage just gets steeper and steeper. Eric Boom here, 3 kills last round, would have to find 4 to give them this round as well. Just not going to be easy. As soon as they find him, he should go down. Finds one player, waits for Connor, and that's the long-range gunfight already in trouble. Tries to turn and burn the taint, isn't going to happen.
Not much to be done there for Eric Boom. I said he was kind of left over towards B on his own. He kind of had to sit that tight because the rest of the team get aggressive over towards A, and it doesn't work out for them. Lose the gunfights, and then all of a sudden you are very much on an island and not on a very fun one, I want to say. Team Notorious lose that round. P7 get on the board.
That's what you need, though. That's the bounce back you need. Confidence is going to be key, especially after that round 1. And, well, not sure what happened there. I thought they were waiting for a player, and then the player little they spawned in. So, bear with us. Admins will pick this one up. It's not for us. There we go. Don't know what the ruling is. Don't know what happened. Guessing the player disconnected, but I thought the player moved. But it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter what I think. That's what you think. You get to make the rules. I am joking, of course. Yes, Tan, you make the rules here. Make it cool. Make it, you know.
We'd be in a lot of trouble if that was the case. If I had it, we'd be in so much trouble. It would be an absolute. It would be a farce. Okay, well, we'll load in again in one apiece. I'm curious to see what game is actually going on Bravo, if we can jump over to it, if that one has begun, because, I mean, as far as I'm aware, I picked something interesting. I just can't remember exactly what it was. I'm going to have a quick flick through. Oh, this is the other one. Okay, so this is Team Lin up against, I believe it is...
Annex.
Annex, yeah, there you go. So that should be an interesting one. I think this one for both these two teams, it kind of comes down to a must-win. Need to be able to get something going, and it kind of for a couple of players who we haven't seen much of. I think that's what I kind of liked about this game. It's going to be a mixy one. Interested to see who's going to come out on top. Annex with a nice start to this.
JP, just making sure they can't get anywhere near him. Some new names in this throwdown, and everybody looking to kind of prove themselves on the big stage.
Yeah, I think for these two teams, this is kind of an important game. You'd expect this to be kind of down towards the bottom side of things. If you are Annex or Lin, you really do want to try to be pushing forward and getting yourself going. Great shots from CJP. Starts 6-0, by the way. Nice way to start for the side of Annex. And they'll be trying to push up for that top 4 spot. Of course, you know, we've mentioned it time and time again in the Elite. It is very much about finishing in that top 4, and once you're there, see what you can do in the playoffs, and that will be the opportunity for these two teams to show what they can do. Right now, Annex looking very, very solid as we head over towards P2.
Now we're looking to just continue this rotation, of course. And right now, we're just waiting for our map 1 to go back into it, and there it is. We're going straight back in to the S&D, which was all tied up.
So first to 5, these two teams. Let's see how things are going to work out here. Eric now on the attack over towards A. This has been successful for Team Notorious. Will be successful again. We'll get the bomb down. It's going to have to be a retake from Project 7, but keep an eye on Detain. Look at where he is. He is now kind of half being watched. After kind of got a bit of a flank here, but not a full one. The team behind is going to be a big issue, and a bigger issue. You've lost F dot as well. 3 versus 4.
Rafi looking for anybody he can find, and now trying to thread the needle. A little bit of timing there might have got him. You can just see he's not finding everything he wants to. Almost tags up both. Nades going out here as well. Just trying to squeeze this one down. Honor in the open a little bit, but wins the gunfight, and Afro goes for it, and they have managed to win this round on timing. It felt a little bit scrappy.
Eventually get the job done, but it's just, as you mentioned, time for P7 there. Kind of got across to the bomb. Difficult one. Team Notorious do well to just about hold it down, but yeah, Afro through the middle of the map was the influential one, wasn't he? Oh, that should be dead to rights, and absolutely is. Afro finds it, and then there's nothing you can do if you're detained in that scenario. 2-1 now.
Now, who pulls ahead? Because Team Notorious 2-1 up. Can they continue to go? Actually, that's an even better way to think about it. First to 5 rounds, that makes a lot more sense. Don't worry about it. Just go first to 5.
And having a look over towards this B side. Team Notorious stacked over towards the side and got aggressive. Actually, Eric Boom's going to have an absolute freebie gets out as well. Now there has to be a push over towards this A side. Disarray, I think he's got the, the right to roam over towards this A side and does so. Gets himself in a good position. Team Notorious kind of stuck in the middle of the map here. Disarray in a really good spot. Be calling out whose team. Get this bomb down over towards A. I've got the spawn, but they know where he is now. And they're trying to flush him out as quickly as they can. Or seeing him towards the backside. Has Rafi as well. Disarray can find anything here. It's a bonus for the team. Well baited out. Rafi will find him. Denza finds one back onto Afro. 3 versus 2 in favor of Team Notorious.
Denza going back, checking the bomb. Just playing his life, and realistically, somebody also has to get Connor. Denza backing up massively, and well, Connor's gone down, and Denza's going to be seen. He wants to find Eric Boom, but there's too many bodies. They eventually shut him down, and Notorious get the retake. Pretty simple in the end. And it looks like they're giving this one to Eric Boom.
Very generous. Close enough, of course. Get those skill streaks going. Still some way off the Hellstone, but you're always wanting to get that one rolling if you can. 2-0 now. Team Notorious. Of course, after the 1-1 reset, so 3-1 up. As mentioned, it is first to 5 rounds and after 6 rounds, as typically said. After 1 apiece and having to go for a restart. So, Team Notorious are very close now. 3 rounds away from closing this one out. Project 7 need an answer back as quickly as they can. This next round's a big one, though. 3-2 feels like a very different scoreline to 4-1.
Slow and steady. Spread the map, both sides. Comes a stun check. Nothing for Eric Boom yet. Slowly making their way for this A push, checking every single angle. There's another check. Will it catch Connor? It will not. Enzo has been seen right at the back here. This might be Project 7 to just put a few more bodies into this A push. And Eric Boom, the fact he's still shot there after going down to 2 health is brave.
Either brave or stupid. That's away with the nope. Denza got him very weak, but it's back down to a different spot. Team Notorious not quite having it all their own way over towards A. And B now, well, seems like a tough prospect with the amount of time that's burned down. 30 seconds to do something about this, Denza. Rasping some shots through the goal if he can, and finds a shot on Eric Boom as well. Denza's had a really good round here. He's backed them up pretty much all on his own. And now all of a sudden, everything has to go very, very quickly. Afro left in a 1 versus 2. They know where he is. 15 seconds. Not going to get the read. They know exactly where he is. Challenges Disarray, but Denza is there to pick up the pieces. P7 Esports, big round.
Yeah, just held their position perfectly, really. Just there was a potential for the bomb to go down for Team Notorious. Obviously, they left it onto a different player as they made their way towards it, but if they had managed to get a little bit more bomb site control, they could have forced P7 Esports to react.
And that was the problem. They kind of got stuck in between, didn't they? And there was no opportunity with the time remaining to rotate over towards the B site. Job done from Project 7. You keep them at bay. Make them have to panic, have to put that pressure down very, very quickly. Can't do a great deal from there. Len's trying to find some angles. He's doing a good job of it. Over towards this A side. This time, Project 7 are the ones who have to decide which way they want to go. Yet to make a decision. Sitting very passively again. Team Notorious have been aggressive, and they have been caught out being aggressive on these defensive rounds. Afro is in prime position to cause some mayhem, as he so often is, but he's also in prime position to be traded or caught.
Comes a chow, and that is a horrible gunfight, and Afro trying to stay alive as people throw bullets at him from every angle. And nobody comes away the victor.
How on earth he's actually managed to get out there, I have zero idea. Eric Boom, he's so good at playing this. He's so good at playing this. Yeah, just gets the angle, dips out. And now the members of Project 7 who are inside of B have got no idea what's going on. Trying to find him. You cannot. You can't find him. You can't gun him. What on earth do you do to deal with Eric Boom? Connor, last on the chopping block here. The starter, the main course, and the dessert for Eric Boom. All three inside a restaurant.
That's what I'm saying. Consistency is a single. Having a bit of a renaissance, really, in this Team Notorious team.
Really, really nice play. He always seems to be the guy over towards B. That's his job, and job very much done. 4-2 now overall. First to 5, just to remind anybody who is coming in a little late onto this one. We ran it up after a 1-1 reset. Team Notorious very much in control of this one, though. 4-2 to the good. And they find an attacking round, though. It's been a little bit harder to find. We haven't seen massive B hits come out of them, and there may well be an opportunity here to detain. Momentarily. Getting away scot-free. It's a decent nade from Eric, but he has been back down. The rest of Team Notorious haven't really been able to make much of an inroad, but Project 7 have been back down because of it. So he can find the kill onto F dot, though, but B still. Bit of a temptress here for Team Notorious. Eric Boom is off and away.
Eric Boom. They know he's going to be here. They can already see them trying to get away from him, but does win the gunfight, and oh, he just gets a little bit of bad timing. Is it? Oh, that is a ridiculous gunfight. Afro wins it, even with bullets being sprayed at him. Denza in a 1 versus 2. They haven't put this bomb down yet. Timing could be perfect for Denza. Raffy down, 1v1.
Bomb down. Denza has to be invited to the site, and it is not a fun one to retake. Never mind up against Afro. Don't know if he had a jackal either, so the Amaz is going to have to do. Or was he going to get caught out, though? Sees Afro for a moment. Don't know if Afro got much of a look. It looks as if he did. Let's ring around the rosy. It is ships in the night, but this works out well for Afro. He knows if he's cleared all that, then Denza's definitely in the site, and Denza hasn't got a bloody clue where Afro is. They pass each other. 10 seconds. Just not doable for Denza. Would have to jump onto it. Afro hides nice and tight. No problem whatsoever. This one cannot be defused. Team Notorious 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
45 seconds of hide and seek. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. Realistically, if you're in that position, Afro doesn't need to take that gunfight. He just has to be in a good enough position to check the bomb. And it's frustrating when you're in a position like Denza, because you know you have to be the one to make the move, but you cannot be reckless. You do have to be fast.
Well, here you go. Tough spot to be in now. If you Project 7, okay, you've got 2 rounds underneath your belt, but you need to find 4 in a row. Team Notorious 1 away here. Eric Boom having a really, really good search and destroy. And just in general, Team Notorious looking the better squad, as we kind of did expect, but P7 still potentially have a route in here in the search and destroy. You're not too far away, but it's not comfortable.
Here it goes. Big push here from Project 7. Already very advanced. This is all going to come down to a few gunfights in just a few seconds. Detain finds F dot. Everybody's going to start swinging in for this trade. Afro finds one. Goes deep for it as well. Bodies everywhere on this map. It is not clean.
But now what do you do if you're Project 7? You've cleared out your flank. You need to make your push, but you know there's plenty of people here from the side of Team Notorious, and you don't have a lot of time. It may well be advantage in numbers to Project 7, but you got to move.
Rafi waiting. Could be the prime position, but already been found. Afro going to try and do magic. Isn't going to happen out. P7. Get that one down, and you got to give it to him. Lot of map control taken from Team Notorious, and that gave them the advantage they needed in the end. After Notorious got a few trades going down, they didn't know where to go.
Yeah, it was tough. They kind of like put themselves in a position that made it awkward for P7, but it also kind of made it awkward for them. They're stuck inside the site, but it's like, what are you, stuck with us? Are they stuck? Wait, what am I trying to say? Are you stuck with us, or are we stuck with you? And it was very much stuck with you for the side of Team Notorious. It was not necessarily the ideal situation. I got there in the end, though, Pricey. I kind of knew what I was saying. Everyone knew what I meant. Aspect is on it again. Tell me to shut up.
Might be. Eric Boom,
right,
there's the kill. There's the first blood, and they are hitting this with a vengeance. Efta is running at them. This array is like... almost finds danger as well. That is aggressive.
It's egregious, to be honest with you, Pricey. Super aggressive from Team Notorious. It pays off. 3 versus 2 in their favor. Bomb is down. Project 7. Got to do this the hard way if you want to find this round.
Here comes everything for Project 7. Must retake, and that is a slow slide for Denza. Disarray will try and catch one here. Unfortunately, not able to. Notorious will take the S&D. It will be 6-3 is the actual final score, because this map reset does mean that we go first to 5 rounds. An MVP of that map, Eric Boom, who I think, if I remember the score from the last time, was something along the lines of 4-1, which means he put up some really impressive numbers.
Yeah, well, he dropped 3 in the first round. Other than that, I wasn't 100% sure. We got another one. He might have dropped another. Yeah, very, very impressive from the side of Eric Boom in that search and destroy. And now we're heading into a control. 2-0 up if you're Team Notorious. You've got to feel like this one is probably done. We're heading over towards a Vault Control after this, but that, again, is another map that looks really good for the side of Team Notorious, as does Red Card Search and Destroy so often for them as well. I mean, they're just so hard to play against. They've got everything. They've got the holds if they need it. They can play aggressively. They can play passively. When Eric Boom is skating around like this, it's just not fun to play against, is it? No, he was 7-2 at that point. We had a couple of rounds after that as well. I'm not 100% sure if he did a great deal after, but 8-4 he was sitting at in this final round. 2 players trying to push through. I mean, it's at least 12 for the side of Eric Boom. Sensational stuff. We'll get the job done. Make it 13 as he finds the final one. Nice job from Team Notorious. 6-2, 250 to 122 over the last 2 maps. Vault Control coming up. Dealership search if we go to it. I have a feeling we might not be seeing that for the first time now, Bressy.
Well, we were speaking about this before, whether or not we would see these maps, but I think Notorious might be a little bit too good to take it that far, and it may be a sign of things to come. We spoke about it. Realistically, stage 1, when we talk about Notorious, they went undefeated in group. They're not just undefeated in maps right up until the playoffs. Stage 2 didn't look quite as dominant. Opening up here, stage 3 could be a return to form.
Yeah, well, it looks that way. I think they'd be wanting to, in their heads, right the wrongs of what happened over in Dallas. They didn't necessarily have a great tournament from their point of view, a top 8 placement. I think if you said that beforehand, you'd be like, okay. But with where the other EU teams pushed themselves and were able to go all the way, I mean, well, for Mission Magpies, you were 3 maps away from winning the tournament. You've got to be feeling good about your chances again if your Team Notorious weren't able to quite get it over the line, but they're looking good here online again. 2-0 up, looking solid. Now for Annex, who are up 1-0 in this series. I've been reliably informed. 2-1 up here in the search and destroy. Likely going to go 2-2 after this one, though. Unless Roscoe can find a 1 versus 3.
I think they have some idea of where he might be. Yet they've seen him, and there is no protection. Eventually, going to end up dropping there as it goes to 2-2. And this, I mean, the map set's being so similar at the moment. I just want to see the curve. We've had a map ball change. Give it us on broadcast. They're in the map. Somebody go the distance and show me the maps.
I think, you know, we don't often see them that early, though, in the season when they come in, do you? I mean, we've had the opportunity to potentially. I think rewind search is not like... At least there was some playing of that at some stage, you know? Like, before the official rules set kind of came out and it did get removed. There wasn't... You know, people know how to play it to a certain degree. But dealership... It's going to be a one that I'm curious if we're going to see much of. Teams obviously willing to play it. P7 and Notorious, well, we'll go there if we go to 5, but the way the first 2 maps went, I think we might have to wait until next week or tomorrow to see that one, Bryce.
Yeah, that is very true, but on the time here, Demon going to be putting this bomb down, and they have the advantage as well. A 2 versus 4 here for Annex. It's certainly not an easy retake at the best of times.
I'll find it 3 in a row at the moment. Looking good. Rascal once again. We've been here before, and same result. Good job from Lin. Is it L-I-N or Lin?
I'm going to say Lin until we get corrected.
We'll go with Lin.
Until we get corrected. Which I'm sure, you know, people will... well, they won't hesitate to tell us. That's one of the benefits.
Was that a job benefit?
No. That's the benefit of people watching and being very angry when we get it wrong.
Oh, wait, which one in particular am I thinking of?
No.
There has been a few. I don't think this is the SIM or SIM debate, is it? Oh, ASIM was the other one, wasn't it? Kind of went through a few. Definitely a SIM. I don't think this is Lean. I would say it's Lin. Anyway. Annex attacking over towards the B side. Lin very much here to hold this one down. Jamal finding 3 in a row currently. 7-3 to kick things off here, and the search is not a bad start. Cannot find the kill. Can't quite finish his dinner. Jamal then gets dealt with by Infinity. What can you do here now if you're Annex? Well, you can find a couple more kills. CJP finds another demon now left in a 1 versus 3. An unlikely scenario to convert here. The side of Lin, and there you go. 3-piece.
It's just not easy, especially when you got to retake against numbers. There's just so much cover and so many corners when you go into that site. You're either set up or you're not. And, well, he could have had a little bit of timing. When's that gunfight? Maybe, just maybe, but wasn't to be that time around as Annex. I'll be looking to really get this one over. You've got to remember, obviously, 1-0 to Annex at the moment. You've got to ask yourself whether or not Lin can bring it back here on the S&D and tie the series up.
Very close. Search and destroy, though. Well, these two squads are very much going at it here in the red card. CJP had a hell of a start to the protocol hardpoint. Let's see a little bit more of those beams that I got to see. Map number 1, ever so briefly. Ivan should be dead. Somehow alive. And he's one of the players that I do actually recognize as far as some of these players. I want to say Rasco as well. We definitely have seen some moments from. Neither one of these two squads have been covered over on Alpha that much, so nice to see some different faces here in Europe. CGP getting aggressive, finds that gunfight though. Demon gets taken down, doesn't get out. 3 versus 2.
Here comes the push, and is the timing going to be on the side? Jamal's going to see it. We get the fight as well, and probably the second, as Infinity is very, very weak, and it will be traded out regardless. And that really can come down to time. You can see they didn't have the map positioning to really cover everywhere they wanted to. This really is actually just going back and forth, neither side feeling completely clean about it.
It's been a scrappy one, hasn't it? It's been very back and forth. It hasn't necessarily been as fluid as we would like, but it's been fun. These teams truly going on it. Just a bit of an update, actually. I have had Twitter open ever since the Omni movement nerf was not intentional. So that will be getting reversed.
Oh.
So all the best adapting tomorrow night to back to what you were originally doing for the past 6 months.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll see. Sometimes you just got to throw in a bit of a curveball, you know? Change the mechanics. See how people like it. If they don't like it, you can always change it back. It's all
Adapt
good.
or die. Adapt or die.
Of which that is going to be a close gunfight. This could all be about it. But if you want to continue on with this game, it will be going on Bravo, youtube.com/COD Challenges. You can catch not only our stream, but the stream for Bravo as well if you want to continue on watching this. But this is a clutch up at the moment. So we're just going to hold on for a second.
One goes down. 1v1. Oh, they passed each other. Oh my word, there's no way. I mean, Russia, they both got zero idea where the other is. Not a clue.
This, Rush is just holding the angle. Guys, we haven't checked this
as well. He's just sat there the entire time. Easiest 1v1 of his life. Anyway, Team Notorious Project 7. It was about 20 minutes ago that we finished over on Alpha, map number 2. If you do want to keep things going, though, on Bravo, you are able to at youtube.com/COD Challenges, which is where you should be watching things right now. But the Bravo stream is also available. Team Notorious 2-0 up in this series, and I mean cruising. Pricey looking good here on the defensive side to kick things off as well.
This really is about whether or not P7 can essentially jump back into the game. Afro, by the way, I've seen him do unbelievable things in control on this map. So if they get a win here at Project 7, it will certainly be a bit of a shock. But so far, so good. 8.5 seconds left and getting that time onto A.
I mean, so often it really just does take one good break. You have a bad start, and then it makes it a bit more difficult. But, oh, okay, well, you had the break, and then you had the hold, and everything has come truly tumbling down. Maybe Connor now left, trying to keep this going, and is actually able to. They need to get rid of him. They do so. With 2 seconds left, you're not getting the touch now. Detain. Dealt with Team Notorious. Fairly clean defensive round there.
Well. Could this be the same old story? I mean, Notorious, realistically, it slipped almost for a few seconds. A couple of ticks onto that one, but it does feel like a long battle for them. We are going to need to see a different gear and maybe a little bit of venom in these gunfights, because right now Team Notorious just look like the better squad.
Yeah, it's hard to differentiate, isn't it? Like, as far as... I mean, it's easy to differentiate, I should say, but as far as the performance from Team Notorious, are they just that good? Project 7 have struggled. We know they're going to be a contender for getting in the playoffs. I'd be extremely surprised if P7 don't manage to, but it is looking like there are levels to this game right now between these two squads. If I can find something on the middle of the map, trying to help Afro out. If he can, the car is there to the rescue. Eric Boom is there to pick up the pieces, and I think we know what Denzer is. He loves to play that middle of the map. He loves to linger around and just about slow them down, but the pressure is still there. Team Notorious capturing it now.
Hold. Big gunfight, bro. Detain. Opens it up. Means they cannot have it all their way. And way Rafi trying to get in the fight as well, and kind of staying alive, and that'll be 3 down. They'll be trying to get this one. They know there's one player left. Pistol not quite good enough. Denzer, that's huge. Unbelievable. That will slow down Notorious. You can see Afro extended here, ready to try and put the pressure on.
I mean, it's just about trying to be fluid, right? Everybody else is going to have to try and deal with something over towards the end. They can't. Detain's found too. That's broken things wide open now. Is Afro going to get some bad timing here? Yes, he is. Yeah, Denzer was on his way. We'll find out. Rafi should be dead. Does get out, but has to back on down. So much map pressure that Team Notorious had there. Just gone in an instant. Still a really big gunfight go your way if you're Project 7, but you have to be careful not to be overzealous. Still players lingering around, and it's just free for Rafi. He might find a third here if he can. Not quite. Denzer does a really good job. After just presuming the pressure is going to come through, it doesn't. Notorious not quite as fluid as they would like to be here. Bryce CP7 putting up a really strong defense.
They're doing what they need to do and doing it well enough. Eric Boom now has to try and play his life here with basically bullets flying in from all directions. Disray jumping back onto it, and this is what I was talking about.
No way.
Project 7 wasn't a great attack by them, but if they can do the same in the defense, it is more than good enough. And that's what they've done. Detain on a 5. and it's all good.
That's all right. Sensational work to close that one out, and I believe it was 2 ticks for the side of P7, so they're up a tick here with the 2 defensive rounds to take those all day long. It is surprising, especially with the start that we've seen from Team Notorious. You thought they were just going to run away with it. See pressure over towards B. We've seen A complete setup. Pressure over towards the balconies. No bueno. Sensational from Disarray and Co. Really good job in towards that A site. Keep them at bay. Push them back. P7 find the defensive round. One apiece.
Here we go. Last time around, Project 7 were not really able to get rolling very much on this attack. But all they need is an opportunity. A good break could be the difference. And it could be the difference in the series. They've needed a big win.
I mean, you live and die by a good break on control, don't you? Really what it does come down to. If you can find multiple kills in a short space of time, it just allows you to do so much damage, whether that be attack, defense. Sounds both the same. This array now just trying to survive and will continue his spree. He's been really, really solid. All Project 7, him and Detain, excuse me, have been sensational over these last couple of seasons. Still getting something going over towards A Team Notorious. Haven't quite looked their indomitable self yet, Bricey, but they will eventually get a little bit of a trade. Not quite going their way. Disarray still keeping things going. 5 in a row from him. Keeps it alive as well, thanks to BB Connor. This could be Aegon.
This is an explosive start. Disarray on a 5 streak. And this is ridiculous. They are punching back Notorious all over the map. He's almost gone. There will be a little bit of a strike here. You can see on the mini-map. Rafi's down low. There needs to be Afro up top. They just want to stop this before it gets any further, but still going. Still locked in here as players just keep jumping into the points. And the Tang will eventually go down, but damage done.
Damage done indeed. Did a really nice job. Afro tried to stay alive as long as he could, but couldn't quite keep it in a good enough position to keep them off it. He was just being a pain, but that was it. And now Team Notorious don't have a lot of map control. Still a lot of work to be done here by Project 7, but they're not in a terrible position to do it. Eric Boone can find one, though. Afro finds another. And it's those flurry of kills that can just disrupt the round. And could do with staying alive here, and he probably will do so. Underground right now and just keeping things alive and kicking. We'll probably have to come back and help his team get out of the spawn, though.
Waiting for it. Detain. Already a couple of kills going down, and that's a huge kill on Eric Boom. Opportunity to take some map control now. Minute 7 left to go. Disarray, they are winning big gunfights, and they're going to have to look for Disarray now because he will be trying to push it. Already players on the B at the same time. And Team Notorious look a little bit flat here in this defense.
Looked a little flat in the control, haven't they? Outside of the first round, things have been scrappy. Right now, they're down on lives, but that's the defensive side. It's not as much of an issue, but there is time to make that work if you're Project 7. Trophy's down. Jump on the point. There's one player flanking in Afro. Everybody else holding from the back. After will find the first kill. Denza Detain has to now jump onto the point and try and get something going, but Disarray on the flank equally trying to get a little bit of disruption. Somehow got through. Yeah, Eric Boom deals with him. There's one player who was still flanking from the side of Team Notorious, which was Afro. Denza deals with him. Connor also finding a kill on Eric Boom. Still one final roll of the dice for Project 7 here. This
rests so much on this. Eric Boom actually making a good couple of kills, and that's what they needed. They've just staggered Project 7. GG. And a full wipe to end the dream. Project 7 will only get the 3 ticks, but it could have been so much more. And at least they can say that they probably did enough if they can have another good defense themselves.
So that would be Project 7 now with 5 ticks. Team Notorious only managed the 1. So Team Notorious with a good attack here, even if they lose it, can still force themselves to round 5 on defense. But they will be wanting to just get this one over the line if they can. We know the potential is absolutely there, but P7 have been showing some resolve, I want to say, throughout the majority of this. It feels as if, okay, if they go 3 down, they still always have somebody there to pick up 1 and stay alive. And that's sometimes the most important thing to be able to do on control, is stay alive. Been doing well. Project 7 still in this game. on the defensive side for them. If they can hold this down, we head to around number 5. Let's see how many teams Notorious ticks we do get. I believe we need a minimum, actually 5, for them to get it over the line and send it towards the defensive side for them in round number 5.
Notorious trying to make the magic happen. F dot trying to hold, well, maybe one of the most important positions on this map, and will fall down. Eric Boom now has to look into this unfavorable position. One though, keeps on going. Not going to get the second. Would have been magical if he had.
Doesn't quite close that one off. Project 7 can have a real good look at this. Everybody coming down the right-hand side. Need to be able to find something. You're Rafi, you find nothing. Afro and Co now just going to probably try and stay alive, but Eric Boom's done better than that. Finds 2. Detain Denza combining well, though. Probably is here, though, for Project 7. You've got F dot in a position you really don't want him in. That balcony play can really slow Project 7 down. Look how 2 players are having to search for him now. They may well find him here. They may well not, but everybody else is going to deal with everything on the other side of the map, and they have done. Denza in disarray, finding everybody else. Wonderful defense from Project 7 again.
Holding it off, and Notorious trying to overextend, get through Paul, get out of the spawn. They know there's going to be players there. Will be detained to end this party, and well, there's F dot already down. This means Notorious will have to worry about him from every single angle, and that allows the rest of the team to swing into position. Detain strikes again. It's easy when you know how, and Detain is making it look so as they continue to cut down Notorious everywhere they poke their head.
Incredible work on the side of Project 7. Their defense has been sensational. Team Notorious barely had a look in. BB Connor's lining them up. 18 and 17 from him. 5 spree. Looking to add to it. The 6th and 7th are presenting themselves directly in front of his very eyes. Can't find it. Is there a route in? I don't think there's time, especially with that kill coming in from Detain. Team Notorious are going to have to try and find an attack again, and they have not looked like they've had a sniff in the 2 defensive rounds that P7 have held down so well. Into round 5 we go. P7's game to lose.
Well. We said P7 needed a different change of gear, and gear they have found. Beautiful defenses have really put the onus onto Team Notorious here, who now have to do something they have failed to achieve twice so far in this control. Is there a difference? Do P7 hold on and hold their nerve?
I mean, it's been so far so good, right? Well, I want to cast your minds back to map number 3 in the very first series of the day. Katana looked so good in their defenses, and they crumbled at the very last to lose that map. Good start, though, for the side of Project 7 to put at ease any of those superstitions, but still does take one good break from Team Notorious. But in fairness, it hasn't looked likely that it's been coming at any single stage during this control.
No, they haven't really managed to get rocking and rolling. And again, same story. Notorious almost a little bit frantic. Finally going to get some points onto this. Eric Boom, we've seen him in this position a million times. Aiming low, which never used to be that big of a thing here, but he is expecting the Omni movement to hit, and well, he's found one with the help of Rafi.
Bit of a stack over towards A here. Can't allow Team Notorious any opportunities. F-Dot is going to find that kill at the Connor. Ten gets taken down, but Denza. Big flank comes through, finds 2, dips out. F-Dot gets then flushed out himself. He's so good at doing that. It just feels like Project 7 will lose a couple of gunfights, then bang, somebody comes in with a 2-piece and just, not even just evens the odds. Puts them back in their favor. 28 seconds away from finding their first map of this series, Brycey, and it will be very well deserved.
It really will. Just the better team all the way through the control, and that's the kind of spark of life we were looking for. You can already see they're trying to stop this one here. Notorious, this is usually the act of a desperate team. Getting on a B just to stop the clock for a few more seconds. Has opened up a little window for Notorious. They are on to A, but they are outnumbered.
This is your opportunity. Your Team Notorious, yeah, you're going to get an opportunity here as well. You're down 3 lives, but you extend that time. You're outslayed. Majority of this game, Rafi's the only one who's really kept pace. But one good break over towards B, and it's curtains for P7. Eric Boom with a little bit of pressure now. and just to find himself a way through P4. Now he can start to cause a lot more issues. He is going to get cut down though, but has he just diverted enough attention for the rest of his team to filter on through? Yes, but they need to find the kills.
Still playing his life, he knows. This is coming down very, very close. Maybe too close, and Rafi does the exact same thing. Notorious just sticking a toe hold here near. Detain, trying to thread the needle. Isn't going to get much more than information. Afro getting disarray as well. A lot of bodies pushing forward here, and well, Notorious. They find some kills.
Not like this.
That second tick is coming through, Tunt.
Not like this. This is how it can happen. 1-4 down, and this can happen. You gotta go.
Trying to get into it. They have the bodies to get on this point as well. Kind of finds one. Eric Boom gets one back as well, though. They've got enough bodies around the point here. Project 7 have got it. Afro trying to hold off everybody. But it may be Project 7 have done just enough. A 4 versus 5. 34 seconds left to go. And this is Project 7's to lose. They just have to trade.
It slows right down now, though, doesn't it? We've only got 4 lives remaining. Oh, F-Dot's going to get caught out. It's a big ballsy play from Detain to go forward. Trying to find Zafro at 2 versus 5. It feels unlikely, especially with Detain moving like this. We go to a map number 4, Brycey. Big win from Project 7.
And when we called, they responded. We said, you need to be better than you have been before. And better they were. A shaky moment towards the end of the last round. But at the moment, all good.
I mean, you still have a long way to go in this series, but I honestly surprised at how good they have looked on that map there. We've seen a couple of occasions with Project 7, and it has come down to vault control, that they have looked messy. They have been able to look like they can compete, but I mean, that was a really nice win against one of the best teams in Challengers, full stop. To find that control is a massive route back into this series. And as mentioned throughout, their defensive side was so well held every single time. There was somebody always clutching up at moments where they needed to. 2 pieces coming in left, right, and rhubarb. It was just so well played from the side of P7 Esports. And deservedly, they send us to a map number 4 now. Completely forgot what we're going to be going to, Brycey, but it's still a tall order. Team Notorious were brilliant in map number 1, and P7 Esports are going to have to be as good as they were in that control, and probably then some if they want to send us to a map number 5.
Wow. I just think it was just so good from P7 locking it in, and it did come down to the fences, right? You know, they managed to just push them back into spawn, and if anything, Notorious, maybe I'm going to say either overconfidence or lack of cohesion. They didn't kind of work their own spawn to get out as effectively as we have seen some teams do in the past. And that cost them, you know, when it comes to trying to do their attacks, they run out of time, or they run out of lives, just simply because they could not get it going. But on the other side of it, you have to give credit to P7. They were able to keep them in that blender over and over again, and certainly have not made this an embarrassing series.
I know, stretch, because it had the threat of doing so, right? You're heading into a vault control against Team Notorious. Very easily could have been beaten convincingly there on the map, based on the history that we've seen from Team Notorious on vault control. But that's not going to happen. They will now find themselves with an opportunity to send us to a dealership, search and destroy. I'm all for it. Skyline Hardpoint is going to be coming up now. P7, can you send us there, or is it going to be what we've seen from Team Notorious in map number 4? We'll find out very, very shortly, but what a series. I mean, in the end, yeah, it definitely felt like this was going to be a 3-0 based off what we've seen in map number 1 and number 2. I had a bit my mortgage on it at that stage with how convincing Team Notorious had been, but P7 Esports showing that they can turn it on its head and very much have something in this series still, Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what we wanted as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it's great to see Notorious doing very, very well as they go through, but I expect a lot out of P7 coming into it. We've seen it before many, many times, just how close they can take teams. And the first 2 maps didn't feel like it. We didn't know whether it was a strong Notorious or just a weak P7. What I will say is that was such a better attempt there from P7 to get that control under lock and key. My faith is restored in that team to some degree. Of course, going into the next hard point, they need to keep that momentum up and keep that gunny up, because Notorious will be looking to strike back just as hard.
Yeah, and you think of a map that you don't want to play a player like Afro on. Skyline might be top of my list, to be honest with you. I think Bakaj Might be me only other one, but that is some time ago, and terrible memories of that one. But we are going to have a quick look on what's going on over on Bravo. Well, for the side of Annex, they are 2-0 up in the series. 6-4 search and destroy when it looked very close before we left it. We're heading over towards Hacienda Control. A close one to kick things off. Annex Esports feeling the stronger of the teams here, Bryce.
So far, so good. But hey, maybe it's the same story as our other one, and they struggle a little bit on the control. That is an unfortunate time to reload. That is one of the definitions of COD timing.
Rasco trying to get something going here on the attacking side. Or Annex can't quite find the angle, and now all of a sudden Infinity, though, is going to be offered the door to walk through, and he'll jump on to try and just stop this time. Team aren't in a terrible position. Charles it. Why not? Wyvern, Jamal finding the kills as well. Should be a defensive hold for Lynn unless Annex Esports can finally do something here. They do have the life lead. They're going to try and force the issue over towards it. There's their opportunity. There it is, gone. Time extended. Lynn now on the back foot.
Oh, they're coming up the spawn here, and Rasco almost makes a miracle happen. Bodies onto B, but they're coming off the respawn. Got to be careful here because they don't expect to get all three of these. Annex Esports looking to reinforce, and Rush already finding Jamal does help them out a little bit. Rush finding a second on that mini-map has almost put this game over.
Yep. 10 versus 4, 9 versus 4. Demon can find 2. Rush. 2 HP, and quite literally a dream. Not going to be able to find it. Demon finds another. Makes it doable now, but Lynn still need to be quite perfect yet. Infinity finds one and Jamal, and now all of a sudden, oh yeah, Rasco can find one. Looks at the second, does so well to find it. And Wyvern left in a 1 versus 6.
Difficult.
Yeah, it's all.
You know, that threw a grenade at themselves, so not out of the realms of possibility. But Annex getting that one done. And I'll be honest with you, the turning point on that had to be Rush finding those kills. They were so outnumbered onto the point, and Rush basically hit mid-map, found 2, and, well, they were back to staggered.
It's always difficult, isn't it, when... especially if it happens at the last moment as far as capturing A goes. The defensive team, you fought so hard to get it there, and when you can't quite get it over the line, the time's extended, it feels that like the momentum just goes in the complete opposite direction. Wyvern not having the best of times. Yeah, 3 and 10 to kick things off in the first round of Control. And I think that, you know, it's less so the kills that you haven't found. It's more so the deaths you're giving over, with those lives coming down to it as well. Needs to play his life a little bit better.
Then just trying to make a little bit of a move here. You can see they're already going for these spawn kills. They've got players deep in the backfield. UA trying to get it. Jamal trying to get the other side as well. And so far doing a pretty good job. But now the pressure is going to mount. Annex Esports will be looking to shut this down. So far, haven't found Wait, who has been sneaking about towards the back.
He's done well. Puts his team in a good position to do something now over towards the B side. But the problem is, does he have much help? Well, he does. Demon can find a second. Really good job. Keeps a little bit off his control, and if the rest of the team can then come as reinforcements, these should be gone. One last roll of the dice for the side of Annex here, over towards the B side. Lynn are rocketing that one up. They're not even going to have a look at it. B, captured. Well done.
Very good time. And so far, so good as they look to put the pressure on. You can already tell. Ivan trying to keep this alive a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hit this flank again.
Quite secure it. Now Lynn have a potential opportunity through Wyvern, who's in a good spot. Rasco, if he can find more than one, that would be brilliant. Can only get the one. Wait answers back with 2. Opportunity here now for the side of Lynn, especially with Wyvern finding that kill. DJP maybe has to go massive here. Doesn't find it. Demon takes him down. This is a massive opportunity for Lynn now to get around on the board.
This is what they want. Push them all the way back. Make it easy, because A is not easy to capture, and W8 almost grabs it. Jamal just doing the same thing. Keep farming. Keep them on the back foot. You already have a massive life advantage. That second tick coming through also gives them the advantage in just the amount of pressure. And Rush goes for it.
No way.
All the way out. A diving bomb to get onto the point. Problem is, this is still an uphill battle. Lynn have time and lives, ton.
Yeah, just 2 staggered if you're Annex yet. Been a bit back and forth, but you kind of have been pushed back. Wyvern, you're going to find that gunfight. Rascal can find another. Next couple of gunfights are massive. Wait, and Demon, keep that pressure on, though. Crucial gunfights to find.
Already players splitting the map, looking for this one as well. Rush finds Wait before they can get any more damage done, and I think Jamal knows where this player has gone as well, but just a little bit off with the timing and almost gets caught. Not quite. A 3 versus 11, though, might be a bit too far.
Yeah. I would go further than a bridge too far. What's bigger than a bridge too far, pricing?
Space elevator.
A what?
A space elevator. A space elevator too far.
A space elevator too far. Okay.
Yep, that's what I've gone for.
All right.
Could have picked anything. I've picked that.
Okay. I mean, honestly, not surprised. That's fine. Didn't even catch me. It didn't even catch me off guard. That's how well I know you. Here we are. One apiece in the control. And now it is really anybody's game. Both these two teams finding similar wins, just getting a hold of that mid-map control and going from that. Much better round from Wyvern, now sent in 9 of 14, so 6 and 4 over the round. All enough, but it's a Demon you want to talk about. 20 and 10 on the side of Lynn. Really nice job from him. Imagine we'll be loading. It feels like we should have been loading the map 4 in the Alpha series pricing. I don't know. They seem to be taking their time between the games, but we got some good gameplay on offer, right?
We already do. These two teams going at it, of course. Annex will be looking to lock this one up and go 3-0, but they'll have to do a little bit better than they're currently doing. Rasco. A player who knows is up there, but that player is laying down in the corner, so won't be able to find him. Is this the patience he needs? The timing he needs? It's bad timing. Just a half second before or after might have given him that kill as everybody spreads the map. Looks like well-established tactics on this. Kills off spawn. Mean win.
Let's go. Trying to get something going down this side. Not quite able to snap again. DJP trying to get something going on Bravo. I've been reliably informed that Alpha is nearly ready to go, I believe. Trying to get something going here, though. Over towards B is Annex, and that is a big stack already coming through. 4 members of Lynn left alive, and, well, are they able to do anything about it? Yes, they are. Wait can find one. Infinity finds another, though. Rush, ridiculous shots. What on earth? Omni movement's been nerfed, has it? Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Brycey. I nearly swore. Here we are.
Good recovery, though. An absolute lockdown. CJP just waits, gets a kill off the rip that he knew was coming, allowing the door to open just a little bit for his team to get back onto this map. Still, very much either team's games. A lot of lives, a lot of time. And there was 3 down. They may just jump on this point to stop the clock. You can already see they're going to try and get some kills off the spawn. It'll be Rasco that heads forward.
Like, still looking to get something going over towards A. Look at where the map's sitting right now, though. Both teams just trying to find moments on the... Trying to find an opening, trying to find something that will shut the opposition down. Rush has found another. Rascal finds one. That might be the round now. A progress. Starting to rifle in.
Still holding. JP. Ready to thread the needle, but it's not going to be easy because his teammates have lost a couple of kills, which means he has to kind of watch his own back. And we'll get down to Wyvern. Huge kill for them. Not quite 2 ticks on A either. Annex Esports not in a winning position yet, especially with Lynn picking up kills.
Found some important ones as well. Annex pushed back. Massive if you can find anything here. If you're Rasco, you do. It's only the one. Wait can shut him down, so that pressure over that side of the map cannot continue. Wyvern as well to find Infinity. And now it's the big flank coming through from Annex, but it needs to work. That's massive. Huge gunfight from Wait. Finds CJP. 13 seconds to go. The pressure is on for both these two teams. Next couple of gunfights are massive.
Finds one. Infinity finds another. Big. They'll get onto this point to stop it. Rasco finds a third, and that might be game. Jamal, a hero play is what they need. He's going to have to just jump out. He finds one and a second. Not going to be any more, but it goes down to it. It is a hero play. That is unbelievable. Jumped into the site, technically got 3. He got the 2 kills and caused a team kill.
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. How on earth has he managed that? Lynn have stolen that round away. I think if you're Annex, you're wondering how on earth we just lost that round. 2-1 to Lynn. And now they go over towards the attacking side to see if they can find anything else. But my goodness, how have they won that?
That is unbelievable. Hero play is the only way to define it, we thought. You know, there was no way. It was a forlorn hope, but to jump in and find the kills is ridiculous in the extreme.
But now can you make the most of it? You're on the attacking side. Alex with not too bad of a start. Demon can find a way through. 29 and 18 from him. He's having a good map. He's having a very good map. Trying to keep it going though. I'm not sure how he's allowed to just get away with that, but Roscoe can find 2. Rush will find another. Wait, thankfully, the side of Lynn does keep that pressure on. And push forward. Distract. Just make it very, very difficult for Annex to get out of their spawn. If he can find a second, that would be massive. Can't quite get there. Annex Esports not quite dominating the kill feed, but looking solid enough. Other than those kills from Jamal and Demon, they're looking strong on this defense, but still not a lot of time here for the side of Lynn.
They make this work. Rasco will be a big kill. Does find it. There's all the pressure on the Wyvern, and down he falls as well. Rasco making the kills where they need them. 15 seconds to go. It means Lynn have to commit. On to A. Stop the clock. Should go down pretty quickly. It's not an easy one to stay alive with. Demon does so for a second. Another player onto B. It's going to be scrappy all the way through. But who takes better advantage of the chaos? At the moment, Lynn will be trying to do just that. And whatever that may be, just a tiny bit of bad timing, but wins the gunfight. And, well, they're right back in it.
Again, they just seem to find a few kills that clutch up for them. Gives them the opportunity. Big Fan coming through. A little bit of bad timing there for Wait. He was waiting for it. Rasco can somehow find it. How on earth Rasco finds some of these gunfights? I've got no idea. A still to be secured, but B is on the side of Lynn. But either way, this one is not done. You can continue to watch it over on Bravo, or you can just stay here and continue to watch it with us, because Alpha was ready to load in, but now it's not, so we're going to stay here.
Well, staying here so far until we may see the conclusion of this. At the moment, it is looking pretty good for Annex. They do have the life advantage, but will that stick, considering that we see Lynn all the way into the spawn?
Putting the pressure on. Thing is here, if Demon can find a couple of kills, it puts you in such a bad spot. If you're Annex Esports, you've dropped a couple of bodies. Not again. How can they clutch this again? How can they keep getting away with it? They're on the point. This time is being stopped, and they're just trying to spawn trap them.
Well, Infinity already gets Demon, but will they get onto this point with enough here? We couldn't find the angle, and that's not going to be good enough. Infinity trying to thread it as well. Finds one. Clock ticking again. Now stop one more time. Rush up top, throwing every bullet, but not finding it. Rasco gets back. It's a double chow. And they may have held on to this one. Rasco finds another one. And now into the spawn, waiting for them to come off it. And it comes down to just a few seconds, a few kills, and a few moments. But it's 2-2.
Well, Annex will be wondering how that hasn't just ticked over to a 3-0 series win. Because they somehow lost the previous round, but they eventually do close out this one. See how it kind of plays out here. We head into a round number 5. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, we didn't get to see absolutely everything, if I remember correctly. But here we are. It is going to be Annex on the defensive side, Lynn on the attacking side. Now, this is the one that Annex just held. They'll be happy to try and do the same thing again.
Here we go. Break could be the difference. So far, a lot of pressure here. Lin on to B. Fighting for survival in this series as well. Infinity goes for the contest. Try not to give them this for free. Everybody playing for position. Everybody up. Infinity, how has he just got through? That shouldn't be allowed. They've left the gap open for him, and Rasco will slam it shut in their faces. Maybe a miscommunication.
And Lin do the right thing, though. They spawn up over towards the P2 side. Garage, you run straight down water. Try and get something going. Just keep some sort of map control from somewhere. Rush. Oh, they might line up. They might line up. It's only, well, technically 2. It falls to a team kill. CGP finds another. You keep a little bit of control for Annex because it was in danger of going the other way there as Lin started to find a way through. CGP should be dead. The right Demon finds 2. They line up for him. Massive opportunity now for Lin to jump over towards A. Oh, just get B going. Get some time. But the lives are dead even right now. 23 apiece.
See Annex looking about a potential push here already. Can they stop this? They are going to contest it. Looking for their kills, and they find them. They know a player's gone towards the back. We don't need any more team kills. It's probably the most amount we've ever seen.
Well, this one can continue over on Bravo. It's been a banger. We are eventually going back over towards Alpha, Bressy.
Apparently so, but we'll wait just in case. But there we go. Looks like we are flying into this one. If you do want to watch that map, Bravo, COD Challengers. Continue to see potential history being made. Who knows what's going on? But, oh, never mind. This is the... We're back on the game. Oh, we're on the other game. There we go.
There we are. I kind of resumed normal service. Team Notorious with a cracking start. F. and Core, and again, it's just such a good hard point. They're just a good team, Bricey. I kind of run out of words to describe them when it does come down to Challenger side of things. They've been so good. Challengers elite here in Europe. I'm looking for the P2 rotation if we can potentially find it. I think it's kind of split at this moment in time. Well, the big kills coming through for Project 7, but Eric Boom snapping as he so often does. P2 on its way. Big kill from Eric Boom as well. Needs some help.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He's Eric Boom. Oh, flying out towards the back there. Movement on point, unfortunately. Gunfight not to be. Huge advantage at the moment for Team Notorious. They look to regain time on P2. So far, P7 holding them at bay.
Just about. Well done. Some good time on offer now, considering how P1 looked and well, how Team Notorious were seemingly transferring themselves over towards P2. It's not a bad look from the side of Project 7. You're getting some good time here. One last look for Team Notorious. Detain will say thank you very much to the easiest kills that you're ever likely to have. Fish quite literally in a barrel. After I can find one, Detain will come there and pick it up. So really good job. Really nice help from Project 7. Okay, I think for Team Notorious, the benefit is that you kind of limit them to not that many points. They managed to pick up 29. It could have been more, but Team Notorious would have liked to stop that bleeding if they could have.
Everybody's just fighting for it with Detain. That's a huge flank in the end. And looking for the third. Detain shuts down Team Notorious. And for them, they will now have to headbutt this all from one direction as Detain continues going. A 10 streak. Not going to be 11, but certainly more than good enough.
I mean, just doing incredibly well. From P2 to P3. It kept things moving. Map number 5 could be on the way if Project 7 can keep this up. There's a long, long way to go. Detain, 12th kill on the board. He's found another 2 out of nothing. He's really impressed me this season. I know we've said it before, and I don't want to give him too much credit, but he has been super impressive. He's been around for a very long time and proven that he can still hang Denze. Also, a player like that, incredible 2-piece, breaks it open on his own, and there's another rotation with Project 7 and a 25-point lead and rising alongside of it.
They are now beating up Team Notorious. It's not even a great watch. They're just really pulling them across the map. Afro trying to be the hero, get them back into this game. It's really looking well. It's going to be a teammate. So far, Project 7 still holding.
Just about, but the pressure is very much there. Only Denza who can find a kill, but there's the break. 30 seconds to play for. That could have been bad. Project 7 get a hold of that. You're suddenly sitting at 120 to 50. Team Notorious, if they can hold this down, will put themselves within 10 or 15. Easier said than done. Good gunfights from Afro, though. As you would come to expect. Waits for Connor, just reads him perfectly. 3 wonderful kills from Afro. 4th, yeah, on its way. There it is. Incredible from Afro. That's a big hold from the side of Team Notorious after a very shaky middle part of that hard point. Honestly, P1 was brilliant. Rotation to P2 was looking all but signed, sealed, and delivered. And yet, we are heading into a second rotation of Hills finding themselves behind the airbrush.
Yeah, and a big part of that was detained at the time. Rafi, starts around the corner reloading, is going to be caught for it. Oh, not even get that one. Disarray and Denza, they are combining, and this is a Project 7 that is feeling like they found a new gear. Every second, they are just smashing through any line the Notorious puts up.
Again, Team Notorious are going to find some good time. Over towards P1 once again. But can they find that transition where it's going to help by a spawn there from F dot, and then a spawn out from Eric Boom? Everyone's spawning all over the shop. F dot is going to be weeded out. Eric Boom is able to keep that pressure on though, and here from the rest of Team Notorious. They're going to be here momentarily. 5 seconds remaining over towards P1. A little bit of extra time for Team Notorious, but the kills coming through once again for Project 7 at the right time. Everybody combining well when they need to. Disarray once again. Him entertaining, been doing the job. Denza 18 and 14. Outslaying them massively here. Don't necessarily have the time to kind of speak for it. Afro can find one. Can you manage to find a brick? It's just not happening for Team Notorious on Skyline so far.
Disarray, just taken out by Afro, and they get back into it. And I keep feeling like Project 7 should be about 60 points further up.
Yeah.
It looks magic when they're on the front foot. But at the moment, this is coming close to a tie game.
I mean, they're outslaying them by, what is it? It's about 12 or something along those lines, and yet they're only 10 up. I mean, they're making the most of it. Oh, that would have been a big kill. Well, I say if I were to find the second and the third, but this is where things got a little bit out of control for Team Notorious. It's this rotation over towards Kitchen. You did not hold it. You're not going to hold it again. Detained is stunned, and yet still finding heads. 22 and 12. Trophy system can get it. F dot cannot. F dot finds 2. It's massive kills from him. Actually gets taken down, but the rest of the team should be here for reinforcement. They are. That should be a P3 rotation for Team Notorious. Still finding themselves around 15 behind.
Here comes the push. You can already see. Going to look for this one. Afro will find the first. He's allowed to find the second onto Denza as well. You can already see Project 7 trying to split the map. It's going to be Disarray that's done so. Afro has found him though. And they'll still be moving. They're looking for this next spawn, just making sure they've got it all locked up in together. And Team Notorious take the lead.
The first time. And somehow, I think you're a Project 7, you think about the plays you've all made. You think of how the slaying has been heavily somewhat in your favor. And yet you're still finding yourself now heading over towards a P4 rotation. Well, slightly in the lead, but would have liked it to be a bit cleaner than that. F dot puts bullets into everybody and kills nobody. Rafi's staying alive over towards that top side, and if F dot could have found a kill or two here, then all of a sudden you're looking good. Hellstorm on its way in. Good luck shooting that out the sky. Only finds one. Can the break come here from Project 7?
Now Denza's out here towards the back. Denza knows where they are going to be as well. Eric Boom does find the kill and kind of managed to get one back in the second. Boom was weak, and boom he goes. Both teams still fighting for this all the way through. Neither team allowing it to really get away from them too much. Even with a team kill there from Project 7, still in the lead.
Really good rotation again. Team Notorious could do finding this time if it's free over towards the side of Project 7. They're on the back foot. Ends at detain, combining well for dead in there for the final 12. It's going to be about 15-point lead heading into the P1. Team Notorious still fit. Well, it feels like the first time I've got that P2 rotation, but they cannot let Project 7 get free time here.
Waiting for it to tank, trying to fly in, trying to see if he can get an easy pick. Isn't going to happen. Denza finds one absolute laser. They already know where this player is going to be.
Flipped it.
One, but does go down. This is going to be a knife fight.
Denza 27 kills to his name. Oh, Project 7 done this to Team Notorious of all teams. Beat them on the previous map in Vault Control, but now all of a sudden you're 4 dead, and this could be a massive moment now. Team Notorious only find themselves a few seconds behind. It's felt like Project 7 dominance at time hasn't been capitalized on, and that could be something that Project 7 route towards the end of this game. Kinda can find 2 to get them off P1, but that P2 rotation in 10 seconds time feels like it's gonna belong to Team Notorious for what feels like the first time in 3 rotations.
Oh, disarray. Just trying to thread the needle here, and it's good enough.
Oh my. How did they keep doing it over towards the second hill, Brycey? Every single time Project 7 seemed to be in control.
Afro hasn't got the timing he wants and will be found. Here comes everything now. Project 7 in position to take the lead back again. Connor trying to find it. Eric Boom finds 2 as well down low. They're still getting the spawn out at the same time, but they have won a couple of major kills. Afro looking for Connor towards the back. Neither team can win onto this point. They will put themselves in a pretty fantastic position if they can do. Right now, Notorious streaming their way forward, and F-Dot has to reload and goes down.
Big kill from Rafi as well to follow that one up. One inside. The point is the Tane, who somehow found something, should be dealt with. But has that diverted enough attention that the rest of Project 7 can get themselves closer? The answer is in the kill feed, and the answer is absolutely not. F-Dot holding down this side again. That is a massive time for Team Notorious, and big heads-up play from Rafi onto the flank. The Tane can find one, needs to find a second, does not. Rafi keeping this pressure on over towards P3. Team Notorious 12 seconds away. Project 7 have been so good throughout this hard point, and yet Team Notorious are 10 seconds out.
Right now, Project 7 can win it here. They just have to hold. They've done so well to split it both sides of P3. Notorious were just trying to hit the hill with 10 seconds to go. Notorious are spreading for this one, but Eric Boom takes out Afro. Eric Boom gets Connor as well. Pressure still not really mounting here for Project 7. They have the numbers in the hill. The first push one Notorious has fallen.
The 10 on a 5 spring. And that was from when we kick things off with Denza. This is going to shank Afro. They're now 10 seconds away as well. One last roll of the dice with Team Notorious. Or do we go map number 5?
Well, here they go. They're getting into the point as well, but Detain locks it down. Connor's also looking for it as well. Rafi finds 2, but I don't know if they've got the tick. They might do. Disarray continues with the contest. They won't get in enough. They now have to go to the next one and push straight through. 7 seconds to go. Project 7 are in the point. Everybody from Notorious is going for this. But the nades are flying and Project 7 are in a better position. F-Dot cannot be the hero. And Project 7 will win that hard point.
What a map number 4. And what a comeback here from Project 7. 250 to 248. And a deserved win again. It was really back and forth throughout the middle of the game, but it almost felt like P7 were the ones in control of it. They were the ones really dictating the pace. They were the ones that were in charge of the kill feed. And yet, it felt a lot closer than it should have been. And yet, here we are. They eventually do get it over the line, and we are heading to a map number 5. Who would have thought it, after the first 2 maps that we've seen between these 2 teams, Brycey, that would be heading into this final map? Not a chance, I would have told you, and yet here we are, heading into a map number 5.
Well, just fantastic there from Project 7. I've got to say, they had the split on P3, both sides, and it got a bit chaotic. Notorious were not able to get that rotation locked in at all, and they went for the map split. And you got to say, Eric Boom taking out Afro may have hurt them a little bit, and just were never able to get the kills they want. The Tane with a 2. It was everywhere they needed to be.
I mean, the 10 was a monster. Was it 5 spree here? That's a big kill from Denza, because if he gets taken down by Afro, all of a sudden, pinch set up, don't have P4 rotation if we need to go there in 17 seconds. Disaster. But the 10, look, what does he find? 3 here as well, like headshot, pistol will have that. And that probably wins the game for them, because, well, it might be actually that from Disarray. When he gets Rafi off the point, that might be what won the game for them. Because it gets them off the point for, well, yeah, would have been probably a tick and then a second. Team Notorious could have closed it. You get the rotation. Thank you very much. Everybody has to rush. And there we go. Heading to a dealership, search and destroy between these 2 teams. After those first 2 maps, and again, not just because it's Team Notorious, but the way that things kind of broke down between these 2 squads. There's no way I thought we'll be heading here And look, I mean, for P7, it looks like they've massively clutched up in these games. Yes, albeit they have done the hard point. Obviously, they only win it by 2 seconds, but they were the team that deserved that win. Round number 3, same scenario. They deserved to hold on towards their defenses, which they just were so resolute in. Now we head over towards the map number 5 on a brand new map for these two teams, and this is anyone's game.
Yeah, it really is, and who knows who walks away the victor. You thought it would be an easy 3-0 for Notorious, but it certainly hasn't proven to be so. P7 certainly have some ice, and we're going over to our other stream. Apparently it's going into a map 4, and we can take a look.
Yeah, Lynn must have converted on that control. And Alex Esports looking to try and close it out here within 4. Not quite able to get it over the line just yet. Close game between these two so far. Alex Esports having, well, the better, I think. Russia's 22-11, and you are behind. You need to make sure you're converting some of these kills, some of these moments that Russia's obviously producing. 23 now to who is now.
Infinity. Just trying to stay alive. Oh, a little bit of an awkward gunfight. Here comes the push on to P2, and it will be Lynn who managed to get into this, but the rotation is already upon us for 7 seconds.
P3 incoming. Pretty much a tied game as we head over here. Yep, CJP and the boys, it's all about trying to get that rotation over towards P4 when it does pop in 50 seconds time. I'm still kind of reeling from map number 4 between P7 and Team Notorious. Two very close series here between these two squads. Or 4 squads, I should say. Rascal will find 2. And they got some good time over towards P3. Now incoming for Annex, but do not have the spawns for P4, which is coming up in 3rd.
Just trying to beat a little bit of time. Rush trying to get across. Knows it's very important to do so. Almost catches a few bullets from a pre-fire there. Has support. Checking upstairs, checking the player that's jumped down, and the rest of his team unfortunately have fallen because Rasco is just trying to make a little bit of a miracle happen and falls before anything.
Infinity trying to find some picks here, but that's a not bad time for Alex. But the problem they have is now getting over towards P4. We can get there as soon as we can, then try and find the break. That's got to be it. But nice setup here from the side of Lynn. They can hold this down. Even towards the back, we'll say thank you very much. That's the freest kill you'll ever have on a rush. Just a hard break here for the side of Annex. It looks a little bit disjointed as well.
Both these teams still fighting for this one. It is very much incredibly close game between them. It will be a bit of a wipe here. Annex should be able to get into it. W8 has to go up top. 22 seconds left means that Annex might actually take the lead back here, Tom.
Yep, they have an opportunity now after that break. Maybe slow and methodical, made it work towards the end. But I have been informed that we are going back over towards Alpha for a map number 5. If you want to keep watching, that one is over on Bravo. But here we go. Over towards the dealership, search and destroy. Let's see what research and work these teams have done on this map. See how things are going to go down. It's Team Notorious up to attack first. Afro, F-Dot, picking it up with a couple of kills, and it can be chaotic towards the start of these rounds. Keep an eye on the utility, especially early doors. These defensive teams having to try and hold something, not going to happen. Team Notorious find the attacking round.
They certainly do, and we're expecting that both these teams will be fired up. If you're Team Notorious, you're going to feel a little bit hard done by. Such a dominant performance in map 1 and 2, and somehow you're in a map 5 now. On the other side of it, Project 7. Well, they really have put Notorious to the sword in the last 2 maps and taken it away from them. A close hard point, but close doesn't really matter in this scenario. It's all about the scoreboard. Can they reverse sweep Team Notorious?
See if the answer back is there. Need to see the middle of the map just completely disrupted what P7 wanted to do. Afro finds a gunfight. First blood goes towards them, so there's map control now. They can kind of dictate what they want to do here, Team Notorious. And, well, not able to dictate much when Detain is moving like this, but Connor is there. He gets traded as well. Eric Boom. Staying alive was so good in the search and destroy in map number 2. will need to be doing the same again if they want to convert this map number 5 to a win here, Team Notorious.
All the way through. A bit of a wolf pack here. You got to remember, these teams will not be as practiced on this map as some of the others. So that's where mistakes happen, but this is such a tightly packed map. All the way around they go.
Yeah, you kind of get some more like raw search and destroy. It's not necessarily about the setups, it's about playing together and trying to find those moments. There could be potentially a big flank coming in from Detain. They've sniffed them out. Afro's on a 5 spree. And now 1 versus 3 for Denza. Denza writes 2-0 Team Notorious. As soon as Afro finds that kill on the flank, it's huge. You get a good idea where Denza is based off the information they've gained from that kill. Team Notorious 2 to the good now.
Wow. So far, so good. And that's what I'm talking about. Like you said, raw SD. That's what it feels like. Like, there are basics in terms of trading. Stay close together if you can do. Say something like red card. You know there are power positions. People send them over and over again. It's basically a repeat of whether or not you can fight for that position and get the player out of there. So many pre-aims. A map like this, where the reps will not be as high, it can be a little bit more free-flowing. And speaking of flowing, Afro, 5-0. And here comes the push.
This playground, right? Where you can dip and dive. There's so many different doors, alleyways that he can kind of hide himself behind, dip and dive out of cover. Well, no, you can't do much about that, though. He's just been stuck in the face of the Semtex. See you later. Into the next round you go. Eric Boom has been massive for Team Notorious here in the Search and Destroy. He's not going to find the 1 versus 4, though.
It'll be quite good enough there. And yeah, if you catch a Semtex to the face, there's not a lot you can do about it. Technically, you could. In previous games, oh, you'd have to go back a while, though. I can't remember which game you could do it on, but there was a game way back when if you got a Semtex stuck to you, you could stick it into a wall and get away with it. But I can't remember what game that was. They took that away. I thought that was a great mechanic.
I actually can't remember that. I don't know what it is. It's like my brain resets every year.
No, I know that exact feeling. I sometimes struggle to tell you maps from like two games ago. I'm like, I can't remember.
2 games ago, try last year.
400. I don't remember which game was last year. That's how bad it gets. But anyway, as we look into this new one, you can see that this is a slow burn from Project 7. Notorious have split this map. One of the things about this that you're going to notice is it can be difficult to take map control.
Both two teams still trying to figure it out, aren't they? Where Team Notorious setting one if they learned in their moments of playing this map in scrims, practice, rank play, whatever. What have you learned? Well, what you've learned is maybe don't Charles Raffy when he's back here. 3rd on the card, not quite. He's already found 2. Here come the reinforcements, but one of the reinforcements is being dealt with, as has Raffy. Eric Boom's there for 1. All of a sudden, 1v1.
And wants to plant. Timing. Everything here. He checks the corner as well. F-Dot. A little bit slow on the reaction, and P7 get that round on the board, Ton.
I mean, after Raffy finds those 2 kills, how on earth have we managed to get here? Denza, first 2 maps, I'll be honest, wasn't quite necessarily at the races. But these last 3 has been incredible from P7. He's inconsistent, but I'll give him that when he is at the top of his game. He's so hard to deal with. 4 and 2 from Denza. Raffy's heroics not enough. 2 apiece now. Same with the first blood. It's down F-Dot. It feels like Project 7 are the ones who are growing into this Search and Destroy, doesn't it? Team Notorious came out the gates absolutely flying. P7 have just put them back in their place. Kind of tells the story of this series so far.
Gotta be careful just backing off here, Connor. Does not want to go down at this point. Detain, there's a horrible door opening for him. 2 guns flying. And now an advantage to Notorious.
Ends up taken down, and now Connor left in a 1 versus 3. Very, very difficult situation. Team Notorious should be taking the lead now. And it backs up, but this should be a free plant today. The only thing that he doesn't really have on his side is time, but everybody looking exactly where he is. Team Notorious find themselves in the lead again. P7 Esports, for all they've been able to find a comeback in the previous 2 rounds, still find themselves behind.
It still feels like this is a much more equal footing than we were expecting from the start of this series.
Let's see if Team Notorious can build on that very convincing round. 7 now, very quick through the middle of the map. A lot of utility being used from Team Notorious to slow them down here, and was pretty successful in its job. It's right here now with Detain, who has just been phenomenal throughout this series. Can't find the gunfight though. Rafi dips in, scurries away. Notorious should be able to find a trade of some sort here, and does. Rafi will eventually get taken down 3 versus 3. A lot of inroad made over towards this A site with that vent play. Can I find one in the middle of the map as Team Notorious trying to transfer over? All of a sudden, 2 versus 2.
And Notorious, again, a bit of a wolf pack, and this might be a double rotate. Everybody, hold fire, stay still. Calls were made. Disarray is going for this. It will be a retake by Notorious. They do not know.
Bomb down. Towards this backside, should have a freebie, and does. Eric Boom's the first to fall. Afro's there for the trade, 1 versus 1, but all of a sudden Disarray's putting the pressure on, and Afro hasn't got a moment to breathe. P7 get themselves another round, 3 apiece, Bryce.
Wow, this might go the distance,
I mean, it's just so... Like, you watch the teams playing it, and there's still that sense from both of them. You can see it in the way that they're moving around the map of like, okay, well, what do we do in this situation, and what's the perfect play? Neither really know it, and it's creating a very, very fun search and destroy to watch. For now with the RC out, and that will probably clear some lines over towards this A side. Never mind, it's been blown up. That's the danger of having a car that explodes if you shoot it. Just basically blows up, but all of a sudden FDOT has been able to make a little bit of an inroad himself, gets a little bit of that time. Denza tries to retake the site after the RC is dealt with. Gets dealt with by FDOT. 4 versus 3 in favor of Team Notorious.
Afro backing away. Makes a few more bullets and somehow survives. A little bit nervous. Are they going to retry this? They've backed up. I thought it was going to be a rotate, and Afro might just catch him. Detain thought they had rotated. And now a 2 versus 4, but the 2 might be able to get a couple of kills unnoticed here. Unfortunately, Team Notorious look like they are rotating away from that kill corner.
Yeah, B's wide open. And this is not going to be an easy retake by any stretch of the imagination for Disarray and Connor. Can't find the first, can't find the second either. Rafi and Co clean up. It's a very clean round from Team Notorious. Investment of the RC comes through, round alongside of it. Left out in the middle of the map waiting for the transition over. Knew B was clear, knew they had to be at A. He's there to help out Rafi deal with Connor. Another lead for the side of Team Notorious. P7 have always been behind here. Team Notorious yet to let a lead go. 4-3 now.
Who knows who comes out on top here? Left up. Natex going over the top already, and well, catches Denza. Huge for Notorious, the first blood. Will Eric Boom spot this? Project 7 is going for it. He's already got caught a little bit. Eric Boom getting out of there, staying alive, most important part. They're looking for him. Door's going to be open. Asking for reinforcements. This is where it gets a bit tricky as Eric Boom tries to stay alive, and down he goes, Ton.
A little bit of presence over towards B. This is a big gunfight. Trapper can find it. He can all of a sudden get on the flank, and it creates questions. Project 7 back out into fire. Shots laid down, but Team Notorious just staying alive. That's all they need to do. Disarray and Connor kind of back-to-back in the middle of the map here, but they are completely surrounded. They need to pick a direction and move. F-Dot finds Connor, collapses again. Team Notorious, 1 round away.
Wow. So far, so good for Notorious. They really are getting a bit scrappy. I thought once they managed to maybe make a little bit of a headway there, they could get away with it, but not to be. Notorious now on series point, and it is being a hard-fought series. Will P7 still be able to pull this out of the bag? They need 3 rounds back-to-back to pull off the reverse sweep.
Well, with the way that this series has gone, you wouldn't put it past them. It's a long road back now. If you got any plays to make here on dealership, it's, well, now is the time. Because this is really the fight for the top 2, isn't it? You'd imagine P7 are going to be the biggest challengers to Team Notorious. Based off this series in particular, you would definitely say that. F-Dot looking out of his 5 sprint, just causing chaos over towards this B side. Team Notorious have got mid-map control. BB Connor, though, finds a big kill. And all of a sudden, Eric, yeah, in a rock and a hard place now, in the middle of the map with the bomb. All on your own, has to find a way out somehow.
Oh, easy kill for Eric. Boom, but no. An Overwatch cuts him down before he can do anything. F-Dot might get bad timing here. He throws a couple of corners. Disarray still down. And look at the timing. Look at this. F-Dot is behind Disarray. Has no idea.
No way.
Finds one, though. Back down to a 2 versus 2.
I mean, it's so skewed away from everybody, and nobody knows what's going on. I haven't got a clue if anybody knows where anybody is. 2 versus 2. Has to be a retake here for the side of Project 7, or the series is done. They've hopped it. He's got it. He's got it.
Has he got it? Has he got it? I don't know. I think he... He did. He got it. He got it. P7, stay alive. That is unbelievable.
Oh, Denzer just sticks it. I'm talking nanoseconds away. I think if F-Dot's bullet travels a mile an hour faster, this one's donezo. But as it goes, Denzer extends it and gives Project 7 an opportunity here. 5-4. Still need 2 more rounds in a row. 9 spree for F-Dot.
This is going to be a crazy finish. I guess one more and already advantage Notorious. This could be everything they need. Will Project 7 pull this out the fire again? Denzer is going wild. He's all the way into the spawn. It gets caught. Bomb down for Team Notorious all the way back. It's Connor for a 1 versus 3 for a chance to send it to around 11. And Connor trying to make magic happen, but surely the writing is on the wall, Ton.
Impossible situation. Denzer got aggressive, thought he smelled blood in the water. And I think it's their own blood at this stage. Project 7 fought valiantly, forced us to this map number 5. Could not secure the win. Team Notorious start off how they mean to go on. A hard-fought win, but a win nonetheless. They find it 6-4 on dealership. Finish things off in map number 5. What a series between these two. After the first 2 maps, you've got to give P7 a lot of credit. They got bodied, brought it back, but could not get it over the line in map number 5. Bryce C. Team Notorious, probably a deserved winner.
Certainly so, and realistically, that was tighter than we were expecting. You got to give Project 7 so much credit for the fight back. And hey, if that wasn't the last S&D map, it could have been a bit different. I still find that in their infancy, maps like that, it can cause a little bit of uncertainty. We saw some of the players going back and forth a few times and a few situations that could have been different. But players like Afro and F-Dot, well, they showed just why they are this good. But a series that went down to the wire, Ton.
Entirely down to the wire. Speaking of, over towards Bravo we go. And this one's went down to the wire, but it's looking like well, the wire's about to snap underneath Lynn. 5-1 to the good. Marvin will find something though onto Infinity. 3 versus 2 in Lynn's favor. 2v2. CGP can find something back.
Did you see it?
I think he did. Oh, it doesn't matter. Wyvern finds it. Is the trade there? Yes, it is. 1v1.
Does he get bomb and get out of here? Oh, a little bit of reload.
This is for the map.
Oh,
Rush
that
will
is
find
a
it.
huge win ton.
Massive win. Annex get it themselves on the board. And for Lynn to shove it all the way there to a map number 5 and get beat 6-1 on Protocol, that's going to sting. Good job, Annex.
Yeah, it did not end with a bang, but with a bit of a whimper, and we saw the final part of it. A 2 versus 2 did not go their way. That does conclude our run through the first day of Challengers Elite.
Yeah, it's been a day, hasn't it? I mean, we've had some absolute crackers. I mean, realistically speaking, if we had Katana like going down the way they did up against the boys, they went up against the Gymshark France. I think it's very difficult to see how that one happened. Every single series has been a banger. We go again tomorrow, Bryce. I haven't got a clue what's going on, to be honest.
Well, we like competitive here in Challenge Elite. It's always good to see these teams throw down. You've got to remember that not only do you kind of get to research and watch all the VOD, but you're also getting deeper into the season. So every team is getting better. There are roster changes. There are mechanic changes, although some of them only for a day. And of course, the map pool changing does get things done. But let's have a little look at how it is going so far. Here are the standings in Group A. Mistaken, Mission Magpies, and Team Notorious flawless on the day. Commiserations to Project 7, Tug Esports, and Team Pulsar yet to get a win ton.
Yeah, Project 702. I thought they won their other game. I must be. No, okay, never mind. Group B, Team Orchid 2-0 start. Katana Gaming bouncing back after their loss up against Jumpshot France. So, going to be very interesting to see how these groups kind of play out now. Project 7 sitting in 0-2. I didn't even realize they lost their first game. That's insane. Obviously, we're just straight into the second game. Team Notorious, though, sitting at 2-0. That Group A is looking very, very interesting. Mistaken finding 2 wins. It set itself up nicely, Brycey. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day.
It really will, and we expect to see even more of it going through. If you've had a bad day today, and I will say Project 7, 0-2, I think realistically there's a lot more to go, and I expect a lot more of them. Maybe just falling against some of the best teams, but it's one of those where it is going to be a case of shaking yourself off and get better for tomorrow, ton.
Yeah, let's see if they can go. I mean, look, it's all about how you do perform. You just need to make playoffs any which way you can. Still plenty of opportunity for all these teams to do that.
Certainly can. All right, well, North America coming up right after this break. That's all from Europe. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
up, COD fans? Welcome back to North American Challengers. It's our third and final season worth of Challengers Elite happening in the next handful of weeks. On my whole shift with me, I've got Jeremy Stud. This could be a really interesting season, as it always is, but for different reasons. We had a huge pickup of Challengers players in the last, 48 hours or so, it feels like. So we've got a handful of new boys that we need to kind of get a look at, and on top of that, just new squads overall with kind of a mix-up of rosters. But Jay, how you feeling? How you looking? How you loving life?
I'm loving life, man. I'm feeling good, and obviously, we're in Elite Stage 3, man. It's the final one. It's actually crazy how fast we got to this point, but It's been very eventful, at least the first two. We had back-to-back championship winners in both of the Elites. Notorious on one side for the EU, Omit Brooklyn on the other side for the NA side. Hopefully, somebody different wins this time around. I'm looking forward to it.
It feels like we very well may get a new champion, at least for North America, largely due to the fact that we do have a handful of obviously, like I mentioned, like newer teams that have been put together. That's not, different. It's kind of business as usual for Challengers overall. But let's still take a look at our groups and how they've been set up for this individual round robin phase. I would say, just kind of looking at individual teams, Group A, pretty loaded, honestly speaking. That 5 Fear squad is Dark, Bink, Gunsy, and Fire. That's a good team right there. So it feels like Group A is super loaded just based on the teams that we have. All of those rosters and all of those players, I think, at different moments in time throughout this year have made it into the playoff stage. Whereas for Group B, Vegas Academy have worked their way back into the mix. And with that, you look at, I think on top of that, this Distro and Luxury Exotics team continue to find ways to make it here after having to requalify.
Oh, yeah, but Distro, last stage, they pushed the limits with a bunch of teams. Pretty sure they went 2 and 3, just unfortunately got edged out a little bit when it came down to map count. They made it into playoffs, puts the team game 5. And they gave a little bit of a run for their money. I'm just excited to see who the new top dog is going to be, because between Omit, you already know what they're about. You potentially have 2 players who've already been picked up. You already know the last squad where you had Johnny on the squad, where you had RCDs. You're going to fill those two players with Spart and Lins. So that one should be a fun one. A lot of former players, though, Alan, just trying to bounce back. That's going to be the fun part about it, is that we're going into the final part of the year where players are basically going to try to end their stock on a high note.
Indeed the case. Sorry for my camera friends. We're going to be dealing with some overheating issues just throughout the day. Here's one of our newer squads, though, kind of looking at how the roster put together. Standy does have a full head, I promise you that, but he'll be joined with Brack, Spart, and Lins. I actually really like this team. I think it has everything you could possibly want. Brack and Spart, both very flexible. Standy and Lins, you expect to see them flying around together. I think the biggest question mark, and this kind of stems from what we had just seen at the LAG roster, is can Lins actually function as a 4th teammate and not just run around and do his own thing? Because that's kind of what I think really hurt that LAG team in a couple of the critical games in the first 2 stages.
Yeah, I feel like all these players individually can shine, but when we talk about the teamwork aspect, you got Brack and Spar, who could sometimes play a little bit too slow. Standy and Lins need to find synchronization between each other, because the SMG presence needs to be felt. And sometimes when I watch both of those players, they're more about the ISO, it's me versus you, 1v2. I'm always going to put myself in that kind of situation. So hopefully their teamwork is able to prevail there. But to take a look at the schedule, obviously we have Omit Brooklyn versus Stallions started off. On the Bravo side, we're going to have Vegas Academy versus Luxury Exotic. And then in that 8 p.m. slot, Omit Brooklyn versus Stallions again. 6F versus 5 Fears. Jam-packed day of Call of Duty.
Should feel that way. And we obviously just saw the Omit roster. Here's the Stallions roster. Not sure why we did that backwards, but Abe, Lurks, they're still sticking together. That group that was initially the FC Stallions has kind of come together, fallen apart, Abe and Lurks have been sticking through and through pretty much throughout the entirety of this year, but now they're going to be joined with Major Maniac and Illy. First real look that we'll have here in the Elite with Major Maniac. He was not able to qualify in the first stage. That was a huge surprise. We talked about that a couple of months ago. Illy obviously has been rumored to be offered some spots, turning them down. So
that's
we'll
insane.
see. Yeah, it is what it is, right? If you don't feel like you're going to be in a winning situation, hey, kind of wait for your best opportunity to put yourself together. I think this is a very interesting roster, though. I mean, Major Maniac has been around for forever now at this point. And then Illy, same situation, obviously a little bit on the younger side in terms of comparing him to Mike. But now you've got these 2 guys that should label themselves as leaders and veterans, playing up with 2 new guys that have shown that they have a very high potential in their ceiling. So that'll be curious to see how they work together.
feel like they're going to be a really good search and destroy team. That's off the back. Like with players like
That's
Major Maniac
fair,
and Illy, obviously they have a lot of reps. That you mix that in with the aggressive plays out of Abe and Lurk, they're going to be great at search and destroy. It's just now in respawns where the pacing could be a little bit off because we know the way that Lurk likes to play. We know the way that Abe likes to play. The way that Illy and Major like to play, though, is a little bit slow and steady, hold down their power positions, and sometimes being out of sync could cost you a couple games, but we'll just have to wait and see, man. This is the beginning of the stage. Let's just wait and see.
We will be waiting, and we will eventually be seeing. Hey, speaking of things we have to wait for long to see, how about Dealership? Immediately in the mix for map number 2. We saw it kind of if you're joining from the European side of things in that most recent map number 5. But we'll start things off with the protocol hardpoint. And again, I'm not sure exactly how far away we are from game start, but Jay, I just wanted to get your thoughts on Dealership. I know it's kind of been thrown into the mix, and it came with a lot of prejudice. Right off the get-go, I think people either saying, oh, sweet, cool, new map, not happy to not see Vault anymore. Or the other side, people saying, why are we playing this map? Like, out of all the maps we could possibly have, why this one? So, where's your thought process on Dealership?
Well, I'm definitely happy as hell that we don't have Vault or Skyline in the mix anymore. It's just 4 bang out either side. Whoever wins the gunfights wins the map. But with a new map like Dealership, the map is very small. Basically, on one side of the map, you want to attack over towards A side because to waste your time off the respawn, or at least off the initial spawn on your offenses, it's a longer route to get over towards B than it is for the defensive team. So you're going to see a lot of teams like slowly working over towards A Street, trying to take some mid-map control, but that's usually where a majority of the fights are currently going to happen because the map just dropped. We need some more strats to develop.
Yeah, and I think just kind of reflecting off of the small instances that we saw from the map 5 in Europe, it does feel like teams just are running at each other a little bit, like trying to find the timings. It does feel like it is still very recent, very new. Nade spots aren't quite there, but they're coming. And I think the thing about it is there are some big, wide open windows that just ask for you to throw nades through them. We're seeing Semtexes stick onto people, for instance. Stuns are landing. So it does feel like through the middle of the map in particular, it's a lot of information trading. What can you actually garner in terms of intel? Do you get tags? Do you not? Does that allow you to try to play your defense through the middle of the map? Does it make you have to play on the outsides? It does feel like there is a very key interval in terms of winning the middle of the map, at least based on what we saw in Europe and kind of the conversations that I've heard. There's a lot of focus on winning mid and putting yourself in a spot to, I would say, kind of like almost play it a little bit like Rio, where like if
that's
you
what I'm
can get in
saying.
the middle of the map, like maybe there's an opportunity to like flip the map quickly and pivot around that spot at Eskies that we would have had last year.
It's just a little difficult, though, because on a map like Rio, the bomb was sitting top mid.
On it.
This time, both bombs are on either sides, where you have the vent, you can watch it over towards A. You're obviously going to camp on the backside of the garage to contest over towards that A site. But to go over towards B, you got to worry about arches. You got to worry about mid-window, the flank on the backside of the garage. So many more angles and not that much time because you initially are not going to be able to control that site. I'm excited to see how, like, Dealership starts to get thrown into the mix because with challengers, obviously the pro players are going to be watching it. They're going to be able to develop strategies off of it. But not only that map, Alan, you saw it in the map 5 too. Rewind's back into the mix, baby. I'm filing you at DVDs. I'll see you there. I'll see you there.
Well, I'll see you there. We can rent a movie. We can have ourselves a day.
I got your trade too. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, wait.
All right.
This is actually a really important question. I need you to lock
Talk
in.
to me. Talk to me.
As you go to rent a movie circa 1995, when were you born?
1995. 95.
Shoot.
Let's go
more like 1999 then. What was the shelf movie theater style candy that you would go to? What is your go-to movie style theater candy?
I think it might have been like, believe it or not. No, I don't know. I was never a candy guy. Realistically, I was never a candy guy.
Brother.
Probably some sour strips. I'll go with sour strips.
Okay, that's valid. I was like, let me turn you on to some Twizzler action, brother. Wow.
No, those are awful.
Nah, you're twisted for that. Let's get into the mix, though. Here we are. We're finding ourselves on map number 1, the protocol hardpoint. Stallions going up against Omit. Again, both these two teams essentially brand spanking new. And a heck of a start for Illy. First 3 eliminations going to go his way.
Oh, that's fantastic plays so far from Stallions. Clean 4 dead to controlling the spawn. You already see number 64 on your mini-map, Mr. Abe. Even though he's an aggressive SMG player, just doing the dirty work to make the game easier for his team. So 20 seconds to fight for here at P1. Omit trying to retake from that trips window. But they want to try to trap Stallions in towards the backside. They don't want to flip.
Yeah, and I would say that this trap is not very trap-like at the moment, although Linz does clear off some space over towards Grandma's, and with the follow-up onto the hard point itself, now you can make your play quickly over to P2. Linz trying to find where this last member is. Nice snap onto Illy. That gets him good for 3 in a row. Stuns himself on accident, and Major Maniac will at least allow the Stallions a chance to contest over the top of P2.
Yeah, but now it's on Abe. Finds some success through the top middle of the map. At least finds the first kill. Alleviates some pressure at this point. Your omit, you gotta try to find this trade. Standy with the angle, but Standy not hitting the shots. Allows that player to stay alive. So a chunk of time here to fight for at P2. Spawns are a little bit scattered, but omit still holding.
Looking decent. I mean, this is a really big tug of war back and forth, although
Nice.
Linz, off this next life, he had 3 in his first, now 4 in a row. Working for maybe a potential Hellstorm missile, depending if he can find more objective kills, but it looks like the Stallions are going to chalk that back 15. They have to move over to new. And again, I think there's one other thing about the Stallions roster. You know what you're going to get when it comes to Major Maniac. He is the king of route men. That's all you did in Modern Warfare 2019 for that phase team was just hit routes. So know that he's likely going to be the one largely trying to quarterback those large rotations.
Yeah, he's already worked his way towards the backside of gun, even though his teammates are all dropping like flies. He's at least able to get one, but now Omid have him isolated. Still your teammates all the way across the map. Just need to try to finesse, wait for them to get back into the play, but as they approach to the middle of the map, Brack finds a double. So it's still you on your lonely by this back end. At least you find one kill, make it a double, gives your team a chance.
Yeah, that's great news there from Mike. It's just one of those things, like, I wouldn't really call it the dirty work. It's the cautious of the plays. It's the macro side of the plays, and it's worked out really nicely. Now he's on 4 in a row. Secure spawns for his team. Stallions can get back in. 23 seconds to fight. Here comes a hit from the front, though. Standy able to find the opener. Brack following up with the rest of his teammates, and now it's just down to Major Maniac, and that is 4 down immediately. A big break for him.
Yeah, and this is what Stallions got to cut their losses, hit that early rotation, but there's already one player from Omit, hit or contest. The movement good enough from Abe to catch Brack with his pants down as he's reloading. Now you win the gunfights to win your way in towards bottom bunker. A money hill. Potential for the Stallions to start to pull away. You just need to knock down the first couple of waves of kills.
Well, Lyric's just going to be the one responsible for this front door. Lynn's up and over. He's found the first blood. Lyric's not really getting a large chunk of them, but the follow-up from Illy with an SMG in hand is good enough to at least establish some more control for Stallions on the hard point. 40 seconds remaining. Here comes the hit for Omit. Largely stacked up over through Spiral. Double hit, though. Try to move through for the front door. Now here comes the setup. The full flood. Illy for the opening, too. Major Maniac another, and there's just nothing that Spark can do besides sit and wait.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You go 3 for 2 on the trades. You know you have the numbers to ego child to find a player. A flawless 60 hold potentially here for the Stallions. Omen, they're going to give it one last push. Major Maniac with a sub hit and only takes down 1. So Omen have the numbers. They can still contest for this final 10 seconds. But Stallions, perfect hold. Take a lot of time here.
Yeah, it's really solid stuff for the Stallions after what was a very messy rotation from 2 to 3. I mean, it was really just a back and forth affair on P2, and then Major Maniac, the long route towards P3 works out kind of, but that 4th hard point, the difference maker so far on the scoreboard. Standy, nice shutdown onto Illy up top at windows. Will give Brack now an opportunity to watch over the middle of the map. He's been able to at least see 1, but the big question mark is who's going to be the one to try to be responsible to take this player outside the hill.
Oh, but Brack with the shots at least takes the player off of the hill. That goes 3 for 1 in the trade battle. So now if you are Omid, you can hop your way back on in. You still know all the Stallions that are spawning on the backside of Grandma's, but you can already see the route from Lurks, able to sneak on by, has a big one-on-one, and Brack is able to get that gunfight. So Omid, still soaking up this P1 time, are going to have the opportunity for a lead change. But if you're Stallions, you don't want to get trapped to the backside of tower again.
Nice snap from Spark. Ooh, a little turn. Pistol.
Hello.
Lots of damage. There should be a follow-up from Brack, and there is. 4 in a row for him. But Standy loses his life at the middle of the map once again. So the Stallions will get the scrap time and have a chance to really enforce this play. Really from the high ground, you'd have to be thinking, but not really the case. Actually, a couple of members will try to make a move down to the low side of this play. And that's enough to actually, again, create some numbers. Now you've got a hit from ledge and stairs at the same time.
Yeah, they have him surrounded over here at this P2 plat. That's already 3 dead. Everybody off the respawn for Omid. Now you're forced to try to hit some routes, work your way through Grandma's. You can already see Brack working his way through underground. A lot of time now in favor of the Stallions. They continue to run up that score. Brack eventually is now going to get into the play. He's worked his way all the way behind Spiral. You got to get something done with this long route.
Yeah, sure do. Brack, nice shots initially, and eventually is able to find out Lurks. Now it's down to the split spawn situation. Brack going to be turned around as Ilya is right behind him. follow-up. Billy actually almost gets Spart out of the hard point, but the fight back is
Shots.
good, and that's enough for a double from Sparty. And now the focus heads purely over to P3. And once again, take a look at Major Maniac, right back onto the anchor spot deep inside the backside of Hill.
Yeah, there was a couple players already from Omit Brooklyn spawning all the way across the map. At least they're winning the gunfights through the back end. You go 3 for 1. You know if you're standing, you're still looking for a couple. And the close spawns come in for the Stallions. And that's due to Omit just spawning in while that old hill was still popped. But they are blessed to have this back spawn opportunity. But you got to make it count. Linz finds a double. Still a 2v2.
Yeah, Brack able to find another. That was just down to the last one. Backside of the hard point. Omit have flipped the spawns around while still staying inside the hard point. Maybe an opportunity for a quick hit from the front, but Spart is shutting it all down. 5 in a row for him. That will dissuade the hit for the Stallions over to the front doors, and it forces Zilla to hit the zip line. Spart's right there for it. He almost finds kill number 7. Wow. What a life from Spart, but Omit, they will break and have a chance for the Stallions to get in for a little bit of contest.
Yeah, the Stallions, at least in the end of this P3, are still contesting it. They already have players off the rotation, and Abe finding that double is going to slow down the approach for Omit. So Stallions looking for potential back-to-back 60s here at the Money Hill. Blow this game wide open. You're up by 20. You have a little bit of time to develop on some routes if you are Omit. Try to find an opening kill, and Spart starts it off.
Yeah, sure does. 53 seconds. Still on the hill itself, but it's been
That's
completely
beautiful.
foiled. This has been a beautiful initial rotation for Omit. Split spawn situation for the Stallions. Can they utilize that to try to hit this maybe faster than you'd expect? They're getting ripped apart, though. It's not happening. A critical moment in this game now as Omit are over 180, and Stallions are still staggered coming off spawn.
Yeah, they need to find this break, man. You don't get any time here. It's basically GG on this map. Major Maniac starts up with the first kill, but instantly responded by Linz. He's able to find a double, make it into a 2v2, but now the last player standing is going to be Lurks. Spark gets the trade. Omid still holding on, but Stallions aren't looking to give this one up for free still.
Yeah, you have to contest it. You have to try to find this scrap time, and so far, so good. Standy says, not interested. Out of there. Try to make the way over towards P1. Net on rotation, though. You've got a couple of members that are actually here for the Stallions. It'd be an opportunity for them to string scrap to initial. Needed to find a couple more eliminations, though. And Spart, really solid read as Abe was right up the zip line. The 2 young members of the Stallions are down, and now it's a 4v2 over the top of the hard point for Omit.
Yeah, we got to get this trade over at Heli, though. Rack is able to put himself in position to find it. Smart trying to finesse in towards Grandma's, at least stall a little time for his team to hop the hard point. Can't win it here on P1. All the Stallions trying to break through the backside of Grandma's. You got Lurks developing on a long route through the underground. They find the opening kill. You go 2 for 2, but Brack finds a double. They still hold.
Looking good for Omit. Every second is a critical one in terms of trying to get this game out of reach. 60-point game. And Stallions are a bit stuck right now, trying to find some ground to work with that mid. It's not really working out, though. Here's the repinch from Standy, and the snap back over to Abe. Finds the final bullet needed, and that should be enough to put this game out of reach.
Oh, yeah, Omid are going to have the rotation over towards P2. Stallions have to all the way across the map and work their way through top mid. Need to find a couple kills because Omid only need about 8 more seconds to close out this game. You find 2, but you got to get them out.
Yeah, sure do. Eliminations to start, but again, the highway of work that needs to come through is a long one, to be sure. And Omit do have the help of the support of the Hellstorm. And this might be enough just to zone out the hard point, and so it will be. Back and forth game until it wasn't. Mostly just kind of down to that final P3, P4 that we had for Omit, just putting both together.
Now, realistically, Omid were outclassing them in that entire hard point. Without Stallions getting that first initial P4 where they basically held it for 50 out of the 60 seconds, this game would have been an absolute blowout. Omid were outslaying a little bit better, rotating a little bit better, trading a lot better, and just filling the gaps properly to secure this map. Even when you got down to that one sticky situation where the close spawns come in for Stallions, they're still not able to prevail on that situation. That is tough. You get those back spawns. Omer to simply outnumber, but you're not able to trade. It's like the Gundies weren't hot there on the opening map, and Omer, they strike first.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations that I think, again, you look at a player like Major Maniac, I think this is kind of like one of the things that we've talked about in the past about Mike. I think in particular, you go back to Cold War. He tried to play the same way he had in Modern Warfare 2019, where it's a lot of long routes, a lot of slow gameplay, not a lot of interactions or engagements, and that worked in 5v5. It didn't really work out all that well for Cold War, and even the moments throughout Vanguard as well, where it's just like, brother, you got to speed up. We got to get active. We got to be a part of the play. And that definitely felt like the old Major Maniac right there, where, you know, you're taking these long routes, already losing P2, to go all the way around the back of P3. And yeah, he's got a good individual moment where he does lock things down, but as soon as he gets to be a part of the play, it's 4 down, you get broken. The second time we're there, he tries to go back, gets smoked by an SMG, and you lose. Like, it's just, it's too many of those plays that feel too safe, and if you get caught not actually getting rewarded on those long routes, then you're just screwed, because it took you so long to get in the back in the first place, and if you don't win those gunfights like he had the first time, then you're just broken. There's just, you got to be a little bit more active, I think.
Yeah, realistically, though, like, for that P2, when their first break attempt, they just went 3 dead. Like, they went 4 dead, so at that point, you know, we cannot continue to try to fight this from the backside of tower. We have to try to develop on some of these long routes. Major Maniac is able to get to the back, but everybody on his team dies. So it looks like Major Maniac realistically isn't doing anything, but his teammates aren't getting any kills to get towards him. And then when you get over towards the P3, Major was the only reason why they barely got 10 seconds there, because he was able to manage to get a 2-piece, allows his teammates to spawn on them, keep that one scrappy, and then chain it over towards that P4. So even though Major had that moment where it looked like he was out of the play, his teammates really weren't winning gunfights to even allow those other plays to develop. You were forced to cut your rotations, you were forced to cut your losses. Just unfortunately when they did, none of the gunfights went their way, so it looked like they were just getting chained back to back.
Yeah, very much so the case. Well, that's the way map number 1 goes. Pretty convincing, I would say, in the last couple of hills in particular. And now we get to get our feet wet with a little bit of dealers that search and destroy.
Yeah, baby.
Again, I mean, it's one of those things that you have to imagine that the reps is not particularly deep. The playbook's probably not all that large.
No way.
So we're going to find out pretty quickly, I think, you know, what exactly do these teams already have cooked up, you know, in terms of trying to get this thing in the mix and trying to find competitive advantages based on whatever prep you've been able to put together to this point.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this squad play in the Stallions, man, because I know Illy, he's playing S&D every day. A new S&D map gets thrown into the map pool, you best believe he's going into a private match, learning a couple cheesy spots. So, yeah, I'm going to have my notepad out here on dealership, but now, if you are Stallions, this is a map that you're looking to bounce back in, because I look at this squad, I think they need to be a great S&D team to try to take down some of these other rosters. Dealership, a new map. Let's get funky.
Let's get funky. Funky, trying to think of a good funk band.
Funky Fresh. I don't know. Oh,
Earth,
Funky.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. How about that?
Okay, yep, that's a good song. That's a good song.
Little
Earth, Wind, and Fire. They're godlike.
But again, we've got 2 matches going on at once here. Here's a look at what's happening on the Bravo stream. The Vegas Academy roster starting things off hot with a convincing win on Vault Hardpoint against this Luxury Exotics team. That's Hamza's team with Trakes and Neum. So again, a team that's trying to, I would say, prove themselves. They definitely feel like one of the weaker squads just based on roster and experience in that Group B. Distro, kind of the same situation in this group. So it feels like, I don't know how these groups got put together the way that they did, but it feels like this Group B is like wide open for the taking, because Vegas Academy is a team that really came out and surprised us in the first split, did really solidly. But outside of that, it looks like we're going to have a pretty clear cut, what I would imagine be a bottom 2 in Group B. I'm looking at Distro and Luxury Exotics as being those 2 teams probably at the bottom.
Okay, all right. Well, I think Omit Brooklyn obviously get through. Luxury Exotic, even though they're down right now in that series. Can you imagine me and Frosty going up against your old squad? They bring up Asum, and now they're slamming you. Like, you want to try to bring this back. And then I also had Neum step into my chat today. He told me, yo, Jay, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm an AR now. So I'm excited to see what he's able to do, especially when we jump into that matchup. But I do believe that both groups, Group A a little bit more stacked, but I like Group B as well.
All right, that's very positive of you. I think there's some teams that are really bad in that group.
Hey, Distro went 2-3 last time. Like, well, no, that was a nade. Hit him in the face while he was throwing his own. Already a 1v4.
Yep, that'll be the round. And again, this is kind of what I'm talking about when it comes down to like that mid play, like through that giant window. You know, that's gonna feel, I would say, like almost kind of vault-esque in a way, where it's just like if you get there first, you get your nades placed correctly, you can be rewarded for it, but it definitely feels like an exchange utility that, you know, is all about the timing of where you spawn, how you get your nades out, and can you actually convert on some early damage, because trophies are not going to be available for a while.
Yeah, realistically on your offenses, you don't beat them to B site, you don't beat them to middle, so you are basically forced to work over towards this A street. They try to retake to mid and instantly got taken down. Now it's the Stallions' opportunity on their offense. Gonna hit him with the switcheroo for 2. Go over towards B. Instant gunfights over towards the archway.
Yeah.
This is another mixy map balance.
Yeah, stuns are out. Opening shots are good. Major Maniac finds his first elimination. Lurks with a nade. Actually takes care of Lins. But in the corner, Bracken will turn that into 2. Looking for more. Damage was there, but too many Stallions to deal with. But still an impressive POV from Brack.
Yeah, big double there from Brack, but simply outnumbered by the Stallions. They found the initiative kills working their way through the backside of Arches. Opener with the first blood, traded out effectively. Every single player is there from Omit. Able to secure that round. 2 fast rounds so far for the Stallions. There's now trophy systems potentially already going to be earned, or probably not, because they're barely halfway there. These rounds are so fast.
I was about to say that first round was done in 10 seconds, so it's going to be a minute before we get some of the trophies in play, it feels like. Lurks going to try to get again right up towards Arches. He'll lead the sole defender over at A at the moment. Garage door going to be popped. Stun will make its way in. Spark will get his intel and a hit marker through the wall. And meanwhile, at mid-map, Lynn's trying to find a timing and shut down. It just feels like a normal Lynn's play. Follow-up from Spark, decent, but not good enough to find the double. We go 3v2.
Yeah, you can already see, like, this is one of those rounds where you're trying to slow it down, trying to send an SMG to find an opening, but it's not easy to find openings on this map like Stealership, where everything's so up close and personal. Still the man advantage in favor of Stallions. A potentially going to get isolated, but the movement, at least for now, keeping him alive until Brack is on the pitch.
Yeah, this is really good. Just distraction from Standy. Allows Brack to find one. A snap from Snandy is good, but Major Maniac is right there for the trade. So Stallions will take their numbers advantage to the bank and go up 3-0 early.
Yeah, if you don't really have SMGs working the mid on like forward team pushes or trophy sims to help you retake over towards mid, your commitment has to be over towards A side every single time. So Omit, right now at least, a little bit slower on the map than the Stallions. Stallions flawless so far, up 3-0. Major Maniac has yet to fall. Still have yet to earn trophy systems as well, but bomb going over towards A. Omit gonna start to work this pinch.
Yeah, it's just, again, the fast nature of how this map has played out to this point. Opening nades from top office, eventually expended, and Stallions will take a look now in towards mid. This will be offered up by Omit, though. Not really playing to contest mid. They're just looking to trap them on the way out. And, well, that's not great news because Sparta's already dropped. Standy gets caught backside tires, and you've got just a full flood here for the Stallions. And I'm not going to lie, Omit are in a miserable spot, but Lynn's able to open the door now and give maybe an opportunity for the 1v2, but not to be. Quickly 4-0 up.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where Linz was the player sitting top mid window. He decides to break the vent. His teammates are already watching over towards A. He sees no action, decides to push on through. But then when you give up that mid map, Stallions just retake it. And then when you try to tell your teammates that they can work through mid, they already have a lot of space in towards your garage. So another first blood on the back of the Stallions. They are running away with this dealership S&D. Trophy systems finally being earned after 4 rounds of being into the map. We might have another Rio or like another Vault grade A bang out S&D map.
Ramaza.
Yeah, that's
Remember that?
Yeah.
That was one that I remember being like, wow, we're really just running at each other. But Andy will get 2 this time. It's playing a little bit forward in mid-map, but Major Maniac right there in the long corner. I'm not going to lie, Jay. It's just like, I mean, again, I don't want to say this with any authority, but it just feels like these bombs are impossible to actually get a plant on.
Yeah, it really is. Like, especially if you're trying to initially work that bomb site, but now after delay, 2v2, bomb's going to get planted at B. Stallions looking for the retake. Major Maniac's able to get some information. The stun is not able to connect. He thought that they would, and Spart now puts his team in a 1v2.
Yeah, I don't think Major Maniac meant to mantle through the window there. I think that was an accident trying to jump across and see the info. Trying to win this out at Arches, and almost lines up to not quite the case, and I'm immediately eating my words. And I think like that's the one thing about this B bomb site is like the initial breakoffs are difficult to deal with, but it does feel like, again, if the offense can win mid-map, it does allow for a quick transition through window. You can catch timing if you cleared out Arches. So there's ways to do it. It just, you know, how smart are the S&D brains here in the COD community? We'll find out.
Yeah. It's like those delayed pushes. Like, initially you want to contest over towards A. potentially over towards mid-map as well, but just pull the defense away and then hit that rotation over towards B. Sort of going to play like Skyline in that aspect of like draw the attention. Okay, we have the numbers, now we rotate. But instantly into this round, all-out gunfights in the middle of the map. Lurks finds the opening double, instant advantage for Stallions.
Looking solid for now. Fight ongoing though at kitchen. And the Stallions are just going to run forward here, and that will work. Yeah, the other map I feel like this kind of feels like is Mercado. It's just like there's just so many maps that we've had in the history of COD where it just feels like you're running at each other, throwing nades, and hoping you can find first blood. And right now, I mean, again, it is day one of having this map essentially allowed in competitive play on official measures. It is a lot of snowballing. And Stallions are just running them down as a four-man squad.
If you're omit, it has to start with mid-map control. Like, every time you give up mid-map, they've taken advantage of it. The one time Lint hits through vent, and then they find the opening kills. That time, it's the late push with the trophies. Find the opening first blood with Lurks sliding and gliding. Now, all of a sudden, you're at game point. Stacking over towards A. Working your way in towards the office building. Lurk is prepared for the gunfight.
Yeah, look at the Stallions. I mean, it's not just he's prepared. The whole team's prepared. Now, they're going to find the first eliminations. Unfortunate
Nice.
Team Semtex comes through. Zay was pushing forward, but the damage has still been done, and that will be the game. Yeah, and this feels exactly like we saw for Europe. It was just like one team was just snowballing, the other was trying to be a little too cute, and until people start learning nade spots, I think we're going to get very much so like what we saw in opening days of like Skyline and Vault. It's going to be a lot of floods.
This is what we saw here. Stallions just a lot better at it. Like, retaking through the mid-map. They had the aggressive SMGs who are not afraid of the chow. Multiple first bloods on that S&D. And if you're omit, obviously that's definitely something that you got to work on. It's a new map added into the pool. Everyone's got to work on it, but Stallions at least show a good effort there in the first attempt.
Indeed the case. Look back over the scoreboard, and again, it's pretty much, well, solid all the way across the board here for the Stallions.
6-1 first blood, Alan.
Yeah, there's that too. And again, it's like, color me surprised. Win a first blood, win the round, especially in early day search and destroys. I mean, we saw that. We see that everywhere. It's just the way it is. Whoops, that's a fork. Okay, let's take a look forward though on the rest of the series as we have Vault Control and Vault Hardpoint yet to come. And then, as we kind of alluded towards, if we do get to map 5, we will see the return of Rewind in the search and destroy pool. Another map that again, like, I won't lie, I was a bit surprised that it was taken, like that was the map that was taken away at the beginning of the year, but you know, such is life. And hey, wouldn't you know it, like my sweatshirt says, it's actually pretty good. So we brought it back, and here we go. Map 5 could possibly give us our first look at the return of Rewind. See if teams have like retained any playbook or if they've, you know, modified since, you know, months ago.
It's not that hard of a map, you know. You just work your way in towards DVD, you find the numbers, work your way towards outside 18 wheeler, go over towards B with some opening nades. I'm excited that map actually is back in because it was one of those S&E maps that you needed some kind of strategy. You can work your way through the outside of Cafe, there was a mid street, potentially set up some pinches. There's a whole lot of different angles and a lot of different strategies you could throw in on a map like Rion. But I hope we get there. We just got to get through these next two maps where I don't know if that's going to be possible, Alan, because what is it? Back-to-back vaults?
Vaults, yep.
Right? Yeah, so if you're Stallions, you need your ARs to be present. It's like that slow and steady wins the race. Your SMGs are going to be able to set pace, but if we're not filling gaps correctly, if we're not trading effectively, then we're just simply getting outpaced or outnumbered in certain gunfights, and that can't be the case because you tend to fall behind on vault. You're instantly put into a trap.
Yeah, and that's where I think my worry is a little bit with this Stallions team is the likely dramatic difference between how the front line moves versus the back line. You know, not to sit there and say like Illy is slow, but I think he's more prone to playing on the hip of the other AR. And we know Major Maniac is not exactly the fastest AR in the history of AR players. Whereas Aben Lurks, you know, when we were watching this opening Stallions team, legitimately they were running at everybody. Not just those two, but the whole team was. So that's, again, a mentality shift that I think these guys need to really kind of have a kumbaya and figure out, do we have to, you know, get the ARs to pick up the pace? Or if you're an SMG, do you need to show a little bit of extra restraint and make sure that you're actually helped in a good position by your ARs before you make certain plays? We'll see. It's tough because I say all that, and Vault might be one of the maps that you really don't need that as much because you can just float around, jump in and out of the vault, come back and over, get the hallways, come back around. Like, there's so many opportunities to kind of finesse your own life, but it does feel like that could be an issue for this Stallions respawn team.
Yeah, and you said it, like a whole lot of space and all that good stuff, but it requires a whole lot of movement. So if you're the Stallions, you better make sure we're filling in the gaps properly. Because Omit with their kind of roster, they're more than happy to play ratty in corners and then put you in a little bit of a trap. They go 3 for 2 in the trade fight so far, working on the first segment. One player here to contest it, but Standy with the movement, able to get out of dodge, and should allow that first segment to be guaranteed.
Yep, looks good for it. Converts. Nice angle on the cross, but Illy puts him aside, so now it leaves Brack by himself, and he already had established that there was a threat down low in the vault. That was Lurix. He's down. Lynn's also able to find Illy from the contest, and now the second ticket's gone, and likely you have to chalk the third one because the stack is already in.
Yeah, it's over with. Like, just give this one up. Now you're trying to play for the exit kill, but Standy at least aware that someone is trying to work the overextension. Finds the overkill, the OE kill onto Major Maniac. Now an extra minute added to the game clock. You watch Standy cross over towards P4. This is where he just has to be a nuisance. Bank on his teammates to find some kills to the front.
Pops the door. A couple of shots to Major Maniac, who finds himself in trouble on Statue. But from the front, the hit is really not developed. Nice shots from Eli. He's one of those guys that, again, I feel like has been caught on teams that just didn't work. Oh, little body block of the door. Illy too wise to it, though. We'll find the kill, and now Abe has been found with a stun check up top at gold.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult gunfight to try to take him down in this position. He has an SMG at 16 HP. He still knows no one is going to try to be aggressive on me. Omit, though, they're disregarding him. They know that he's still going to be up there. They found the initial kills on the opposite side. Let's just push on forward, but they don't win any clutch gunfights. It's still a staggered push.
Yeah, Major Maniac getting up top to help out Illy is pivotal towards the defense, holding their ground, and now coming off spawn. The SMGs can get to work trying to clear some of that space out. Not going to work. Lynn's, again, individually, there's never been a question about his ability. It's always been about how can he coordinate that with his teammates. And this could be the exact moment where we get to see it, as he's able to find a couple of kills, and now the rest of the team is on B.
Oh, yeah, Stallions. You better hit a nade. You better hit stun something, because these segments are going to start flying. First one already locked. Illy finds an opening kill. That's massive. It gives Stallions another opportunity. Everyone surrounding the point. There's only one person on the point here for Omit. They're trying to clutch up in these gunfights, but Illy and Abe are able to combine for 3. Now it's Brack, last man standing. How many more can you find?
We've got help from B Street. Problem is, Spark can't find an angle on a Major Maniac. And for a moment there, I mean, we were looking at a 16v10 in favor of Omit while they were trying to finesse around the B zone. Now it's down to a 12v9 in only 30 seconds. So the ability to win this by sheer kills feels like it's out of the realm of possibility. Here comes the clearance towards Vault. Stuns, nades, all going down. The hit on the way. Brack trying to find something on the extension. Not really great looks, though, at this zone, really, at the moment. And you're kind of in last chance saloon if you're Omit.
Yeah, it's the last push. Final push, you have to make it count. Final 10 seconds, someone's got to hop on the point, and they're able to open up with the first kill. So now Major Maniac is forced to back down from his position, but Illy again, another clutch one-on-one, makes it a 3v3. Major Maniac also finds a kill. Major is able to find 2, and now Standy, last man standing towards the middle of the map. You need to try to sprint, touch the B point. You're just simply going to run out of time. And the Stallions able to withhold that first offensive hurrah there from Omit, and stand strong on the defense to secure the first round.
I'm really surprised that Major Maniac was able to catch 2 there on the B zone in particular, because that pinch that we were watching for Omit through mid looked like it was going to find success. You know, you get 2 eliminations there. Major Maniac looks like he's kind of by himself, and he was stuck on the previously exploded truck just behind the zone, but was able to snap find 2, and that changes things dramatically, because it looked like there was really no way that Omit were going to be denied there. So you do get 4 total ticks of progress. Not bad whatsoever, especially for a first offense. And it does set the bar for Stallions to have to at least match.
Oh, and so far, they're at least applying the pressure to match it. Go 2 for 1 in the early gunfights. 2 for 2, 3 for 2, 4 for 2. Now you're on the point with a double stack going. To guarantee some seconds here, you have some long routes being developed. Standy working his way all the way on the backside of gold. But Illy with the SMG absolutely rips him. Second segment lock. Time should be extended here shortly.
Yeah, looks like it. And it's going to be 2 minutes.
Wait a minute. What?
They can find the final kills. But at the very last second, Omit dive in, get the contest, clear the point. And now it's a 24-24. And look at the spawn. Stallions are stuck spawning behind P2.
Yeah, the comms must have been atrocious there because not a single player for the Stallions was watching Top Cat. Brack and Linz able to fly on in and both catch a double. Don't allow that third segment to get on in, but now Stallions are thinking that they had a lot more time and not have to worry about this 8-point anymore. 38 seconds to go now. Gonna try to switch over and go over towards B.
Yeah, it's a bold play. I have to imagine there's going to be some sort of a tactical retreat back over to A if they're allowed to, but Eliminations will have Abe on the point a little while longer. Illy going to clear up space on the pinch, leaving now Linz by himself as the only defender on the A zone. He's done well. So, I mean, this has gotten to a point where, again, Stallions just look disjointed. It's the only word that I could say. I mean, a couple of desperate opportunities to try to stop the clock, and eventually we find ourselves out of spawn and onto the A zone, but Spartan Brack finding the kills, just need to find Illy.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Lurk's. Final 20 seconds. You got to try to get under your spawn, and Lurk finds a double. Still an opportunity to put the game clock at a pause. Not going to think about that rotation over towards B. We got to hop this 8-point. We are so close to finishing this segment.
Yeah.
Let's just stack it.
A little bump from Lurks trying to create space for his teammates, but the pinch is hit to the street, and the Stallions are going to come up short on this third tick at A. And when I say short, I mean we're talking of a whisper, just a breath from them finding an extra 60 seconds. Doesn't come through, though, and now all of a sudden, major advantage for Omit.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's like everybody in challenges wants to play for kills and control. Like, you get 3 kills, stack the point. You force them to play a lot faster off the respawn. That's why Omit didn't find success in their first offense, because the first person that dies is all the way over towards Art, and then everybody else is playing for kills, and there's only one person on the point. So, a little bit more stacks, obviously, on the side of Omit, but Stallions, our communication needs to be better. We cannot allow 2 players to drop down from Top Cat and get all 4 for us to not complete that 8-point. They thought that they had that one locked, but once they lost it, they simply could not bounce back. Now you got to stand strong on defense, and they already do. Clean 4 dead, push on forward.
Yep, looks good. Unchecked from the front, doesn't land. Abe going to try to work a little bit more space as Illy keeps the gun up on the outside of gold. Good first. Tries for the pistol, doesn't really work out, so Spart will clear up some of the space initially off spawn, but not fully, and oh mercy. Stallions now all of a sudden in a position of dominance, keeping a bit pinned in their spawn.
Yeah, once you get a season of 4 kills like that in a row, you know everyone's accounted for. We have so much time to take space away from them. We can just make their life a living hell and stall out a lot of that game clock. But finally, Oma able to work their way on. Now Spart on 3 in a row. Has information already on the other 2. And now, what was such a great start for the Stallions, Omit just punched him right in the face, right on back.
Yeah, really confused about that route from Abe. He hit through front U-Haul and then moved over to this B Street connector. Maybe he didn't see any of it coming from the front doors on their side, but you have to assume that out of the spawn trap with time ticking, that they're going to be making the play towards A. What a snap from Spart. Maybe now one more to grab, waiting for the regen, dancing with it. Shots are decent, but not enough to finish off onto Abe. 17 plays 16, and the clock gets underneath 35 seconds.
I don't know what the hell Omit is doing. Like, why don't we just complete the 8-point? Like, we had 2 players trying to contest over towards B. Now neither one of them are going our way, and we only have 30 seconds left to go. Spart is the only one trying to finesse over towards A. Now you only have 2 segments on the round. You are all trapped in your base. Stallions find a clean forward dead. You're forced to work the overextension. Final push here for Omit.
Yeah. And it's largely going to be off this double stack from the high ground. Shot's good for Abe. Had help there. Even exchange loses to a 2v2, but Lurk's still nice and healthy, and the connector will finalize the last 3 eliminations, and there'll be no chance for Omit to touch. So 2 ticks of progress there. That essentially mitigates what had happened in the prior round. So now the number that the Stallions are looking for on this offense is at least 4.
I just don't understand. Again, another round where we're just not stacking a point. Like, we're trying to do 2 things at the same time. We're simply getting outnumbered on both of those plays. And instead of adding extra time to work with at one of these points, we have no time to work with on either one of them. So, Omit again fumble another offense. Stallions able to take advantage of it. Now have the advantage in the control. Trying to find some success here on the attack. Just start stacking the points, please. Like,
yeah,
really, realistically, what we need to do.
You got to just maybe chalk that up to new team things, right? Like, first time into a competitive match with no scrims are one thing, but I feel like when you get into the actual elite matches, it starts
7 months into the game, Alan. We should
fair.
know when we need to stack. Like, new teams are nothing. We know what the game is like now.
Okay. That's fine. You had one moment of positivity that I shot down. I had one moment of positivity that you shut down. That's perfectly fine. 27 plays 27. And once again, this A zone just does not want to get captured. So that'll be the third tick will be depleted. Oh, what's up?
Ooh.
Lurks going to be taken to town at the pool. And now all of a sudden, Omit can just get to work re-clearing out the map.
Yeah, and that's going to be another clean 4 dead. So Omit already clearing out a lot of space. You have players like Brack influencing the spawns over towards pool. Stallions have 50 seconds to work out of their spawn, but Spark's going to get overwhelmed. He's only able to take down 1, but Brack gets active on the pinch, tries to be super disciplined on the gunfight, and now his teammates are simply going to get outnumbered through the middle of the map. Unless Linz has something to do about it, he's able to find a double, still making a 1v1. Teammates are here now.
I'm telling you, man, there's always been this level of Linz will create the opportunity for you. It just comes down to the timing at which he creates those opportunities, and can the teammates actually follow up afterwards. This time, it at least builds a life lead, but that A zone does get captured. So now the magic number for the Stallions is at least 1. Illy already on towards B, shut down immediately, and will be tied at a 16 life tie. Words. And the Stallions will have to kind of reset themselves up through B Street here.
Oh, you got Lurks potentially getting isolated, but the movement and the finesse, he's able to get out of dodge. And now he's just drawing the attention of a bunch of omit players. Finally able to take care of him. But Lid's finding a double. It's going to slow down that approach here from the Stallions. Forced to reset, and Linz isn't slowing down. Now he has goal control. Both of those players spawn over towards water. Already a minute gone away on the game clock.
Yeah, looking solid, at least for the time being, based on the minimap for Omit. They've got a lot of the places that they would want. And it's going to force a lot of tough decisions here from the Stallions. Illy working on a long route. Has been tagged, standing on the hunt. Finds him. Deals with him. So now it's a 15v10, and I mean, Linz's position is just going to continue to force the Stallions to spawn in the worst possible position.
Yeah, gotta waste a lot more time to even get over towards this point. They do find an opening kill though onto Brack. Potentially trying to isolate, and now onto Linz. You play it patient. He's at 54 HP, and the Dream tries to go back, and he gets taken care of. So now Stallions, last push, 25 seconds right through the front.
Problem is Brack's going to line it up. Yeah, one of those that you look at from Linz's perspective, okay, you don't need to chow that, but again, it just puts extra pressure on the Stallions team to have to hit through B Street. And now Standy's behind the play. He's been seen and dealt with quickly, though. Brack on backside hedges at Palms. Looking good to shut this down. One more play off the pitch. Not going to work out, and the last member still alive is over in towards Vault, which Omit deal with. So they will hold on to the round 5 defense. No ticks confirmed on the B zone, and that means the Stallions have to try again.
Yeah, Stallions got to go again on the attack. Just once they lose track of one player, you can see how fundamentally sound is Omit. Once they put themselves in that kind of position, just block and spawn, make it easier for my team. Everyone just look around that mid-map area because they're not going through the front end. Just make it so much more difficult when the Stallions continue to be staggered on their approach. Have to try to figure it out here, though. It's usually all about the break off. You got trophy systems. You got everything you need to work with. We just need to have a good start. Win these initial gunfights in towards A, extend time early.
Yeah. Well, 5 in a row for Brack being carried into this round.
Wait a minute.
And wow, we're making this call. And Brack is the only defender that is here. And he's going to get overwhelmed. Spart can maybe tag some toes up. Gonna have to try to use that as a way to get you an elimination as the second tick progress looks like it's pretty much
so
guaranteed.
far.
Yeah, now it's just Standy and Brack trying to stop this from happening, and they're both gonna drop. So extra 60 seconds at B is good, and only 1 life has been lost to the Stallions in that play.
Oh, it doesn't get any better than that. Now you have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, and a whole lot of mid-map control as well. But Linz finding that opening kill gives Omit the numbers on the retake. Just gotta make sure you trade it out. Illy is unfortunately only gonna be able to take down 1 as he falls. So Omit with the numbers, able to stabilize in the moment. But now Abe trying to make another heads-up play on the pinch.
Yeah. Well, Brack tagged, still alive and kicking, just trying to finesse as much as he possibly can. Gets a good look at a gunfight, but turned aside. And now you've got the pinch from Abe. Just have to find Linz. Maybe easier said than done because he's found 2. Now Abe is isolated. Lurk's able to help out, at least in some regard. He actually takes down 3. Lurk's almost for 4, but Abe will steal it away. 2 members on. Make it now all 4. Second tick is going to be good. Third likely to come through quickly. Can Omit get here to try to challenge this in time? Linz will find 1. There's 2 and 3 down. They contest it with just another whisker still to go, and omit are still alive.
No way to just let Linz go through bottom vault and find a double. Like, what kind of spots are we playing? Give them an opportunity, able to clean up all 4, but already 2 go in favor of the Stallions. If you're Linz, you need a clutch double here. 2 players coming in through side door, only able to take down 1, but at least the trade fights are still going your way.
Wow.
4 for 1. You stop another push. You're only down by 1 life now.
You cannot get frustrated here if you're Stallions. You have to take your time, because the next wave that gets pushed back means that you're spawning P2, and that's not where you want to be. Rack, Standy, out-traded, and we go 2v2. Illy onto the point. Tagged up at afar, shooting back at it, but Lynn's right there with it. Major Maniac, the last one alive for Stallions, and he's trying to play his life, but Spark comes out of nowhere and takes down 2, and the numbers will still stand with a bit.
Yeah, Stallions just need 1 segment, and Abe finds a double. Gives them the numbers advantage, but Brad trying to contest it on the opposing end. Standy, unfortunately, is going to get isolated. Too many to account for. Stack if you're the Stallions.
Here comes the jump up, though. Team Nate unfortunately takes down 1. Now you got a double stack in. Standy has to try to clear this out, but is it going to get there in a touch in time? And the round 5 offense goes the way of the Stallions. Color me surprised based on how things had gone, but that cheeky little break off to hit through vault, get over to B completely. Really overwhelming. Brack, the only defender there, leads to too much time for Omit to hold on to.
Yeah, and Brack was in the perfect position to contest it, man. Just some premature shots. Definitely got caught off guard. No team usually likes to go over towards B, but he was the safety net, and as soon as he falls, everyone else is out of position. You had a player go all the way around pool to flank all the way around the backside of gold. By the time he got to that position, 2 segments are already gone. You're forced to now commit on the gunfight. Just at that point, your teammates are all dropping as well. The initial push, perfect there for the Stallions. Secures time early on. Kept it mixy around the middle of the map, but only needed 1 opportunity for 1 segment. And they get it done and steal the control away. If you're omit, let's just start stacking the damn point, Alan.
Yeah,
I'm sick of everybody always playing for kills, man. If we just stack the point, we gonna win the game. Unfortunately, those mistakes continue to happen, even in Elite Stage 3. But now they're down 2-1 in the series.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I get it. Like, again, there's new team things going on here for both these 2 squads, but, you know, I do like to see that for the Stallions, you know, talking about the potential question marks surrounding the ARs keeping pace with the SMGs, to see how they set up that B approach in round 5, I think sparks some confidence. And, you know, I just kind of want to, now that we've gotten a taste of this series, we're 3 maps in, this is a pretty heavy loaded lobby in terms of players that have seen the CDL, whether very recently or in the past. You also have 2 members that are essentially their first year competing in Challengers.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of conversation here, Jay, about how there's no talent pool in Challengers worth the conversation of expansion.
Oh, yeah,
tell me reasons why, you know, some of these players that are in this lobby, you know, I think are ready to hang at the CDL level.
Hey, obviously, you know what it's like to play against the top competition. You have that experience. To say, like, there's not that much talent down here in Challengers is honestly crazy, because a lot of these new up-and-comers, you just need to find them, realistically. Like, it all depends on what kind of situation you also walk into. For a player, multiple times where, at least for the London Royal Ravens, when they were part of the CDL, you join that lineup, you know that you're going to be in a very tough situation. You have to try to turn an organization around that is not really performing well. And for some of those Challengers players who enter that portal, who decide to make that decision to jump, and it unfortunately doesn't work out for them, and then you drop your way back down to Challengers, you just have to make sure the next time around, you just simply get a better opportunity. That's why it's so tough, though. Like, to look at Challengers and think, all right, 2 more teams extended, we could potentially have more competition, but still, it's just, like, the difference between, like, pro play and Challengers play is night and day, because Challengers players take a lot more risks. Pro players know, like, this is more of a fundamental play. We calculate the numbers. This is how we're going to hold it down. Challengers players just need to develop a little bit more, and it's not going to be easy because you don't really play against the best. You're not playing against the pro teams every day, so that's what makes it tough.
I think there's a level of that, and I think there's also a level, and you even mentioned it kind of casually in the midst of control. It's just like, I feel like we still deal with, at a large level, especially at this point in the season, maybe a little bit different this year, but largely speaking in the history of Challengers, we get to this point in the season and players are out there just playing, you know, not to sound condescending, but they play for themselves. You know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're playing for themselves in a way. This, I think, you know, we talked about this in season 2, but this year for Challengers is unlike any other that we've had, because now you're at a point where these teams know what's in front of them for the rest of the year. And it's not just Challengers Finals anymore.
Yeah.
DreamHack of Dallas, you win that, you're confirmed for EWC. You lose that, you got one more chance to put together the winning formula to get through finals and qualify for EWC. I mean, that is your pathway. I know there's been a lot of conversation about like Challengers is not financially rewarding enough to play. EWC changes all of that. So
yeah.
I think there's a level here where you start to look at some of these squads that have especially had to make changes, whether it's because of teammates or other players getting picked up. But you got to figure it out. You got to figure it out quickly. So I don't know. It's just one of those interesting conversation points that I'm really happy that we are able to have that this year compared to years prior, where it's just like everyone feels like they're rolling the dice. We get to like that week before finals, and like people are like mathing out who gets like enough pro points to auto qualify. Yeah, stuff like that. So I'm happy to have it.
All right, if you're challenged though in the beginning of the season, it looked good. Like we didn't know if we were gonna have any events, anything going on, but now you have what? Technically 4. You had one already this past week. I mean, a couple weeks ago in Texas. Now you got Major 3, you got DreamHack, and then you got EWC. So it's a long season for you to play for. You just want to obviously have a great season here so you can open up doors for next season at the pro scene. It's just like we need to play more consistent, man. I'm sick and tired of watching people 6 months into the game still making the same mistakes that you make in day one and thinking it's going to be a different result. Now, we got to lock in, fellas. We got to lock in.
That's very true. It's very true. Okay, so that's kind of the conversation point. Again, we'll be having it a bunch. It's interesting because, like, we also have, like, what feels to just be cursed spots in the CDL. The only org that's really shaken that, I would say, is like your London, now Carolina. They have obviously changed up things now this year. I also think that team would have been an easy playoff squad if they were all living in Charlotte before Major 3 and Stage 3 had started. But like your Bostons, your LAGs, your Vegases, even like your Florida/Miamis, like those are probably your 4 most cursed organizations in terms of being picked up as a Challengers player and then hoping you have something that's worth, talking about, because it really has not happened at this point. Does that change in terms of like the moves that have been made? I know like we were talking a little bit about it with Vegas. We're talking a little bit about with LAG. I think this LAG team, actually, this new one, could actually vibe pretty well.
Oh, yeah. I think so too, man. Obviously, Talafello just got announced today. He's going to go back alongside his former AR duo in Lunars in that Elite Stage 1 where they were obviously very victorious alongside Neptune as well. So 3 of the 4 on that squad are already picked up into the league. And I feel like it's going to allow them to be a lot more consistent because LAG, they have been struggling. What is it, like 30 CDL points on the season? You're right next to Vegas Falcons, who have dead last and 0. So I'm happy that the Vegas Falcons already made a couple announcements that their roster is completely going to be changing. And on the side of LAG, hoping that now with the 2-man change, they can start to turn it on around. But still, for these players and challengers, a slim chance of you potentially still going to work it into your pro league. Let's just try to end it out strong. Here we go, map number 4 between Omit and Stallions.
Indeed the case. Let's see how things go. Andy, opening double, looking solid. Immediately battled back, though, by the Stallions. Again, just want to keep that point in your guys' mind as we're watching here. Like, there's a level of evaluating the squads, but there's also a level of kind of, seeing what the individuals have to bring. And so far, I've been really impressed with Standy. He's looked solid.
Hey, Standy's always making good plays. But sometimes they decide to play a little bit too slow, but after being victorious at Major 2 in the Challengers event, he's got his confidence back. He needs to show it. Just now you need this hard point. Try to force it to a map number 5. They've been able to contest all the way to the very end of this P1 while still maintaining the spawns over towards P2. So Omit win the rotation over towards New. Continue to run up the score.
Opportunity, though, for Stallions. There's just a quick route right in through the front. No one's even challenging this cross whatsoever. You've got 2 Omit members playing in the back, Smart and Standy. So you have to kind of get rid of this play from inside the hard play. Billy's just like, thank you very much. I'll take that angle. I'll take this angle. Lens off of the out spawn will kind of save the hard point, but a mixy moment that Stallions just aren't quite able to crack the code for.
Now they're forced to break their way on through the front. Major Maniac at least is able to find a double. There's a better opportunity here at a break, but Spart, the cutoff man, able to find a 2 of his own over toward the top side of the truck. That leads to a clean for Dead Stallions with 20 seconds left. Now forced to cut their losses and rotate over towards New. Spawns now flip. Omit in control of Art currently, but Stallions aren't going to give it up for free. We're already contesting at the street.
Yeah, and again, I like this route from Linz. It just comes down to I don't like that he plays a little bit further outside of it. I mean, you're still getting soak on P2. We don't need to make a play, in my mind, to play through the cars to try to get a look at P3. You've now all of a sudden kind of been exposed on this rotation. Lurks a really slow start, but trying to put it together, and that's a big win, leaving Standy the last one left. Lurks prepared for it, but not enough ammunition in the Jackal to finish the kill.
But here comes Abe, potentially for the trade. Finds the timing onto Standy, so Art control still in favor of the Stallions, but they're giving up a lot of time here at P3. You have Major Maniac on the pinch. Can he find a clutch double? Yes, he does. You alleviate the pressure here, but another 2 kills go in favor of Home Hit. They keep you off, and now they can hop right back on in.
Yeah, this comes down to the timing of when Omit wants to try to play for a route. They've lost the play at mid. Lurks gets shut down. That might open the door, but Abe on 4 in a row just pushes forward and forces Omit to have to take tough gunfights. So it's be a late rotation here for Omit. Standy and Lynn's going to try to work this together. Lynn's actually has an AR for this life, so now it's down to the Stallions. They don't quite get the full spawn in thanks to the timing of when this hard point opens, and now Abe's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah, Abe's going to get contested over towards side door. Linz is able to find the trade, and now if you're Major Maniac, you got to try to predict this correctly. There's a lot of pressure coming through the backside. He knows it's going to be through Art. Let me try to guarantee this kill, but the bait and switch has him isolated at 53 HP, and the Dream not able to find the kill. Spawns in the back. At least secured for now.
Yeah.
You are Stallions because you trade so effectively at the side door. Omit do not find success there on that break.
Yeah, that's just, I think, the late timing for Omit. You know, trying to play through P3, just coming off spawn, front side gold. They're trying to hit it, trying to hit it, trying to hit it. No one hits a route until there's only 5 seconds left on the previous time. They just don't fully get around the back. So, Stallions, moments of recovery, even though this was one of those bend, not break situations for them. Last 8 seconds can be forced here for Omit, and with a little bit of support from Brack, they will at least, at worst, win rotation back over to P1 to get some opening time.
Yeah, at least we know the Stallions so far on both the hard points. Play hard as hell for the money hard points. And it leads to a lot of success. Now with 10-point difference, Omit win the rotation over towards P1, back over to our second set. Linz is able to find a double. Early numbers in favor of Omit, but instantly responded with Major finding 2. The break is in, but for how long?
Yeah, that's just another moment where, again, like, you know, not trying to, like, nitpick too much, but Linz on that Awobabob's team wouldn't take that 3rd challenge. He would trust that he had a teammate with him. It just feels like when he was playing with LAG, and even in a couple of moments here, he just overextends his life. Very reminiscent of, like, what Neptune and 2Real had done prior to Neptune finding success in this title, where you're just like, brother, you don't need to take a 1v3. You got 2 teammates right behind you. Just, you know, hold the ground, wait for the overchill to come through. You don't have to force that at 5 HP, so see how things go. But for the moment, Omit looking solid over the top of 1, and more importantly, winning some eliminations on rotation to 2.
Yeah, they win the rotation again over towards P2. This time you already have players like Linz creating layers towards top cat, but he's instantly going to get tucked down. So now the Stallions on their break attempt, working their way through the front side. They find the opening kill. Everyone's right underneath Brack. He's in a very sticky situation. Can't make a proper decision. Kills go in favor of the Stallions. They don't work their way into the hard point, but at least you get Omit out.
Major Maniac off the regen. Tries to go to the drop shot. That's good enough to best Standy. Illy just inside the tub is just trying to stay safe around a flurry of Omit members who are still spawning in. The break eventually comes through for the team in blue. Lids for a double before being traded, and Standy on the cross will create enough space for Omit to get back into the hard point.
Dude, Omit are so good at just not allowing spawns to flip.
Yeah.
They have that fundamental aspect of consistently filling the right gaps, setting up these pinches for their SMGs to make plays. And now Standy almost with some great shots there onto Illy, almost made another play off the rotation over towards New. But this is where the Stallions start to dominate here. Get a lot of time off P3. You already have Art controls. Continue to fight through that mid-map area.
Yeah, good first blood from Brack. Keeps the focus for Stallions in towards the hard point. At least you would think so. Abe was the one responsible for the pinch, and he finds both SMGs by surprise. So now you've got an opportunity here for the Stallions to just continue to use Abe as a buffer in front of this hard point. He's trying to find timing on these eliminations. Really good gunfight win, and the turn after a couple of the stray shots from Standy comes through, makes Major Maniac's job just a touch easier. He'll turn that into a double, and again, just good map control here from the Stallions once again.
Yeah, you absolutely take this because Omit aren't doing like a great job of soaking up a lot of time here at P3. Finally, you have some presence over towards the backside of Palms. You're winning the gunfights through the front end. You know where the pressure is going to be towards the back. And you also have a player like Standy hitting a route already, thinking about that new HP. Just need your teammates to find kills through the front. But once a couple fall, you got to hit the repositioning. Big opening kill off the rotation. Standy's just got to finesse.
Yeah. Teammates still spawning over towards the P3 side of the map. Art, that's a good one on the cross. Standy follows up. Now you've got numbers. That should move the spawns around. Rack in the corner. Yeah, solid response. Standy just going to clear out the back. No more blockers. And now Omit a chance to put this map a bit further out of reach. Well, that told, Stallions are right at the front door here. A couple of the gunfight wins are coming through. Smart in trouble at statue. Can't fully watch this cross. The Stallions will at least get into contest.
Yeah, they will. But they get shut down. Now, if you're Linz, you know the pressure's going to be towards the back end. The repositioning good enough to at least keep them thinking. But Abe is able to find a double. Now, if you're Standy, you're surrounded by the players on the side of Stallions. 5 in a row. Unfortunately, you just sprint right into the pream of Major Maniac. You get a lot of time there at that P4 where the Stallions looked like they were potentially going to run away with it. Big shout out to Standy on a huge heads-up play.
Yep.
You keep this 50-point lead. We're going to the third set of hard points. You're up by 50 if you're Omit.
You've already flipped the map again if you're Omit. Really solid stuff. Standy 25 and 17, a minute 20 in the hard point. Linz, cutoff man. Good for the first. Wow, 6 shots onto the second as well. That's 5 in a row now for Linz, an AR in hand. Illy catches Spark by surprise, but not enough to deal with Linz on 6. And with some hard point score going his way, maybe a chance at a Hellstorm with a couple more kills to come.
Yeah, Hellstorm might not even come into play, though, with the way that Omit are playing so far in these hard points in this series. All of a sudden, up by 70. Stallions know we can't give up all this time for free. Linz is going to make it more difficult, but Standy and Spartan still here to contest it. You make it a 1v1. Spartan's going to go for the Eagle. Chow spawns now flip. The Stallions continuously just playing from the back foot in hard point.
Yeah, that might be game right there. Oh, that might be game right there.
Standy
29 and 19. And he's feeling the hot hand. A couple of shots essentially halfway on the distance of the map. And he's got the cutoff towards pool. Oh, mercy me. This has been a solid set of hills for Omit, but Illy's double gets Omit out of the hard point. And now it's once again into survival mode to see if they can hold on to these spawns.
Yeah, smart scam there. I don't know how you just got ripped off the hard point by Illy from top cap, but now you're forced to find a break. An unfortunate team kill, and now a pinch here for Lurks. As that leads to a 4 dead. Misplay right there from Spart. Now you're forced to have these split spawns. You need kills to go your way. Brack opens up with the first Spart, effective on the second. And Stallion just absolutely break down Abe, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that's tough scenes right there. I mean, it just looked like the break was so clean. Lurks' route is perfect, but just not enough conviction on the play through mid to flip the spawns completely. It's a split spawn situation, and Stallions just don't get the read on it. So 210 to 144, and Omit are going to play the long game here and just kind of take their leader's advantage and play the right side of the map and try to put it away, whether it be here or at P4.
Yeah, but look how Major Maniac is playing this. So he's in a very clutch spot right here to just try to take him off the hard point, stay alive, but not a single one of his teammates find a kill. Now Major Maniac's position is given on up. He knows that he's going to be trapped. He knows he can't work his way over towards the hard point. And he eventually does get taken down. So Omit currently have the rotations that they want from P3 to P4. You can no longer win it here at P3, so let's just keep them off of it.
Yeah. It's been a really frustrating game, I have to imagine, for the SMGs of the Stallions.
Hell yeah.
In particular, 19 and 32. Just a lot of engagements, but none of them have felt great. And this is another level. Like, I know that, we sat there and just to kind of counteract our own point. Like, at a certain level, at a certain point in the season, it feels like certain individuals and challengers are kind of play for themselves a little bit. But, like, one of the things that we really started to see from the Brooklyn teams of the past, the Houston Spartans squad of the last couple of stages, like, you play around your teammates, you individually are going to get rewarded for it. And, when you're playing good rotational gameplay on hardpoint, you're going to be much more successful as an SMG rather than being 19 and 33 trying to force stuff.
Oh, yeah, but at least Stallions are able to find a break when they need to. P4, you can walk away with this 40 seconds and only be down by 30, but it needs to be a perfect hold. One opportunity is what Omen are looking for. They're looking for the opening kill, but Illy with the wall bang strikes first.
Quickly dealt with. Lurk's trying to hang. It's him and Major Maniac. Spart right on into the hard point with an AR. Just not even bothering waiting for an SMG, but Lurk's nice movement. Gets a little wiggle with the pistol, and that will be a decent time here for the Stallions. Omit trying to get themselves a setup, but Lynn's the normal pincher shut down. Spart also loses hallway control, and hold on a second. The Stallions are going to find scrap to initial from 4-1.
Now spawns Flit. Thankfully, you have Brack, who stayed alive on the backside of Magic Tree. Allows one teammate to spawn with him. It's a split push here for Omit. You just need gunfights to go over your way. You go 2-2 on those gunfights. Now Standy's able to jump on in and make it a little bit more mixy, but Abe with the movement, only able to find one. Omit, find the break, and now all they need is 5 seconds.
Yeah, Major Maniac cut on the cross. Same can be said for Illy. Lurk's last one up. Can only find the first kill. No one else in position to touch, and we will go 5. The bit looking really clean in both the hard points. That one got obviously a little bit tighter than we would have expected with that late break from Stallions on 4, but all things told, the bit just doing all the right things at the right time.
Yeah, they're out rotating them every single hard point besides that P4. The first go around, that's the way the Stallions got back into the game. The second go around was a break there for a moment. And when you got to the third set, that's when Omit rotated early over towards the money hill. But your Stallions, you can't continue to play from the back foot in hard point. It's very just tough, especially for your SMGs. You're consistently trying to play for breaks on a map like Vault where the ARs are holding out all the long distance areas. And when you're trying to spread on up, you're just simply getting caught because we're not in the proper position. So Stallions, I had a feeling in my mind, Alan, like they might have been a Neslo squad, you know, 2, 3, 5, but so far this series, it's definitely showed it to me. We're going to a map 5. Back on the rewind. Welcome back to the map set.
Rewind. Should be fun. Well, it'll be a thing. We've been there. We've seen it. We know what to expect. I think the thing is I think if you're looking at this from Stallion's perspective, like, you're not upset about how these hard points have gone. I think it's just a level of, like, you know what you need to work on? It's rotation.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing that Toronto Ultra have to work on, just rotating better. Everything else has been, I think, decent. You know, their ability to try to break has been fine. Even in tough situations, it's been decent. They're creating opportunities. It's just when you're continually putting yourself on the back foot, it's so difficult to come back on really both those two maps in particular, Protocol and, of course, the Vault. Wow, here's a result. This happened on the Bravo stream. The Vegas Academy roster recently returned into Challengers Elite. Surprisingly not featuring any of the Vegas Legion, the Vegas Falcons CDL team roster at the moment. Same QCAB, Roxas, King of Body, and Asim. They 3-0 Luxury Exotics. It just looks like they're, again, kind of clicking and figuring things out.
Oh, it's a good W there. A great W, because you miss out on Elite Stage 2. You make your way back into Elite Stage 3. You take care of a pretty decent roster. Like, you have Hamza Frost, who's been playing challenges for such a long time. You got Ecstasy and Neum, who have made it somehow to every Elite Stage, but unfortunately they get 3 in their first series. Don't worry, Neum. I'm watching you, nephew. You getting cooked. You better lock in.
Hey, man, you can check them out on College COD. They're in their regional playoffs this weekend. Whoa, shout out. We're going to go to break. We'll come back with Map 5 Rewind right after that. Don't go far. We've got another whole set of matches after that for our second slot. Be right back. Welcome back there, friends. We're jumping right into Freedom Fried Chicken in the drive-thru of Rewind.
Yeah, baby.
I've never noticed that sign before, and I'm really happy we saw it on the fly-through. Let's get it. Map 5, Rewind back in the mix. Let's see how we get.
Oh, and Omit already slowing down their offensive approach. You're going to find early success over on the street side from Brack with the opening first blood. But all about that map number 2 is about the story of the first bloods. And Omit now, even with Lids finding that kill, instantly put it into a 2v2.
Well, let's see. Abe just trying to feel things out, but it's really on to Illy. First timing here. Slammed. Whoa, what a joke of a gunfight. Standy just warped essentially onto Illy. Little slide in, jump back. Hard to deal with, and now Abe, 1v2. We're going to watch the cross to A, and then he's got the ability, of course, just to mantle the wall behind him to check B.
Yeah, nah, it's all about this timing right here. 35 seconds and counting. You have not seen Omit rat their way back to the middle of the street. And now they are making their move. Abe potentially is going to get some really bad COD timing, but he saw a shadow, and I'm pretty sure Abe was spotted as well.
Sure was. First shot's good. Abe sneaks away.
Outta here.
Doesn't quite get there, though. The back break room is where he will drop. In a minute, we'll find the opener. Not the same as what we saw on dealership, tell you that much.
Yeah. It all starts with that kill onto Illy, though. Holding a tight angle on the backside of the street. Standy with the camera, able to slide on in, win that one-on-one. And then effective on the trade to close out the round. Omit secure the first. Stallions now on their offensive approach. There's a little bit of time being wasted there on those rounds, but trophy systems have yet to be earned.
Oh, little opening shots down the middle of the map. Spart will find first. Close on to Illy. Lynn's following up, and now it's just down to Abe trying to hold on to the DVD shelves, and, well, he catches one, gets out. Hunt is on, though. Standy trying to retract this play through Gens. Help is on the way, but Abe has killed some time here, and now Major Maniac's got the deep pinch.
Yeah, it's all about what Major can get done. They do not hit the door open, so Major has everyone lined up in front of him. At least gets one, sets up Abe for the second. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, really good heads-up play from Abe to come back on the re-engagement. Standy trying to fool Major Maniac with the broken glass.
I'm down right there.
Yeah, say Major Maniac's the one who has to collect. Timing. He sees the shadow. Nice snap. In a minute, will take themselves the second round.
Oh, and this so far has been the story of the first bloods. First S&D went 6-1 in favor of the Stallions. So far, Omit have found the initial 2 to start off this S&D. But Standy again with a great heads-up play, being in the right spot at the right time to always play the trade. And then another one-on-one clutch there to close out the round. Flawless start there from the stand man. Now they go up 2-0. Go back on the attack. This time, hopefully, with a couple trophy systems to work with over towards that B site.
Yeah.
Should have one.
Should. I think should, though. Guns over the top. Lins checks. Bold play. Works out. Wow, that's even more bold. He gets punished for it. And again, it's just like, that's that play, man, where it's just like, you got your one. You don't have to overchow that spot. You've got bomb control. I don't like it.
Yeah, now if I'm standing down, I'm instantly thinking that bomb is going down. Once Lins finds that first blood, Zenin in 3v3. When we get the bomb planted, they have to make the move. But now in the man disadvantage. Forced to try to rat on up, catch the timing. You're able to at least spot one onto Lurks. You're sending back for the kill. You make it a 2v2, but still the Stallions in the right position to trade it out. First blood does not go their way, but the effective trades do. And they secure the first on their side.
Yeah, I mean, it is legitimately just like, you don't have to overshell that guy. Like, you just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it, Jay. That's all I'm saying. I don't like it.
All right, you know, challenges, mistakes, it's a common thing. It's a common thing in challenges.
Unfortunately, too common, I would say. Such is the way it goes. We live, we learn.
That's just the way it is.
True. Things just will never be the same, they say.
Yep.
All right, next up. Hit around the backside. Brack stun will kind of lock this in place, leave Standy for an opportunity to get a pitch, and that will work out beautifully. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Major Maniac stuck outside dumpster, nowhere to go there. And Illy, yeah, he's been seen. He's just going to get wrapped on. Not even needed. Wow, clean, fast.
Omit were ready for that push over towards B. You had Brack early scouting with his sons in the nades, with the SMG also able to get out of the dodge, but you read the pressures over towards the street side. Your SMGs just have to catch the timing, and it's Standy again to open up with that first blood. Effective on the kill after was Brack, and then you instantly put yourself in the numbers advantage if you are Omit. These quick rounds, it works for the Stallions on dealership, but so far it's the complete opposite here on Rewind for Omit.
Yeah, this has been exactly that. The exact opposite of what we had seen. It's the first time around on, again, the newest map in dealership. RC, we know how this usually goes. Well, doesn't
a lot
usually
of
go like that.
A lot of info, though, Alan. You already know that they were aggressive up towards the top side of Elephant. So now with that RC and a lot of time being wasted, you force the repositionings out of Stallions. Now if you're Omit, slowly working your way in towards A. Major Maniac is going to be the player to watch this cross. He gives the comm. He knows the bomb is going down. Can someone contest it?
Well, not at the moment. Major Maniac is going to try to clear out the backside of this play while his teammates flood in from the front. Lynn's caught, nowhere to go. Yeah, that's just a little bit too easy, I'd say, on the retake. Bart's just going to try to re-wrap this through the back door. Nothing there. And just a post plant that never really gets set up. Again, it just feels like another one of those rounds that admit are just trying to take away more ground than they have to.
And it's also the fact that Major Maniac had, like, all the information in the world there over from the side of Cafe. Watches across, lets his teammates know as soon as you see that Lynn's crosses over towards that A site, every single arrow on Stallions are taking their way from the bookshelves. They find that opening first blood. They win the trades, and at the same time, Major Maniac is able to find a double through the street. So a beautiful retake there from the Stallions is able to stop the bleeding here in the search and destroy. But they probably want to slow down this offensive round because every single time Omit have taken the pressure away from them.
Yeah. I'll see what they try to develop here. Well, opening first blood battle. Standing just in the corner is going to just shut down both. Yeah, it just definitely feels like both these two teams happy to try to like force these opening gunfights, and at the moment the SMGs for Omit are really winning the day out.
Yeah, for Lindsay, you can't get caught though. Like
No, I mean,
4v2, all it is shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. But a little bit too outside. Allows Stallions to make the numbers a little bit easier. Still 50 seconds to work with. Bomb going to be down in towards Jens. You see how Brack's throwing shoulders? Yeah, Linz, we got to take a page out of his book.
I'm telling you, man, he's just played so rogue this year. It's just so different from what we had seen in the last 2 years combined.
That's why he's down here, Pop. That's why he's here.
That's true. I'm telling you, give me the Wobabobs team back. Minus Abusa, because he's happy where he is at.
Yeah, he's him. He's him. 2v2 though, Alan.
Nope, not happening here. Maniac almost gets some separation, but the SMG too good at that range. In a minute, will go up 2 again.
Oh, they almost give it a 2v4 clutch there, though. So, they feel they're able to stabilize, and Standy's having a masterclass of a map number 5. Multiple 1v1 clutches. Every time that guy is the last man standing, or at least alive in the round, you're going to have your hands full. So he's able to find a double to close that one out. An 8-2 start on a 3 streak going into the next round. But he has been a difference maker so far in this game. Multiple first bloods. You need to try to shut him down if you're Stallions.
Yeah. Can they do it? That's the question. Hard to find out. Guns over the top of the RV. Brack doesn't really connect much with that, though. He also hasn't been seen, though. So we go back over to Linz's direction. He's likely the one to try to catch some information, but Illy's RCXD just kind of sends it. Doesn't really even try to play on the front side of the shelves. Just tries to push it forward. And now the offense can make us move on to A.
Yeah, that's a lot of information gained. You know the player's coming in towards A. Can you catch the time before the bomb goes down? And you do, but unfortunately the first blood is followed by a team kill. So all of that pressure for absolutely nothing. Omit caught the timing on the Abe. He's thinking, all right, I have these players on the pinch, but they sneak on by. Standy finds another kill, and now Abe on the repinch. He's already position known.
Yeah. Not much you can do from there. Not going to happen.
Tough.
Wow. Okay. Now you find yourself in dire straits. 5-2 down. And honestly, outside of a couple of beefs off first bloods from a bit, there really hasn't been much to speak of for the Stallions, if I'm being candid.
No. They've only had a couple rounds where They win the trade fights off the retake in towards the safe site. That's what Elite had 2 on the board, but Omit, a lot more consistent in that first blood fight. Standees, again, still performing at a high level now. Now we're at game point here on the defensive end if you're Stallions. The 4-man pushes over towards B Street, instantly gets shut down, but it's all about this initial first blood fight. Let's trade it out.
And the RCXD is also a part of this, so and the defense can feel comfortable sitting in the backside of the courtyard for now, at least. Little play forward as Lurks will clear out some of that space and now clear out gens. You definitely can move forward to plant. Just comes down to will Omit try to challenge the plant or try to retake off the post plant.
Retake it to the middle of the map. This time, Linz is going to try to send it for the first blood. He does get caught. So now Stallions in the man advantage. 40 seconds game clock on their side. Have info of another 2. Major Maniac is able to strike for the second. Now it's Sparty and Brack in the 2v4, but now all left up to Brack.
Yeah, but like you said it, and it's kind of hold on, maybe a chance here. Oh, almost. You said it though, and that's kind of maybe like categorically how I define Linz. It's like tries to send it for the first blood. It's just we've got 2 members still playing at courtyard. We still had nades because we had an RCXD out to read our information, and it's just like we're taking a challenge through the doors with clouded vision, and your teammates are right there. It's just I don't know, man. It's just. It does not. This is, and I think the thing about it, like I know I'm coming off super harsh. Like Linz is one of my boys. Like this is not the Linz that we've seen in the last 2 years. It just isn't.
He just has a little more consistency to his game plan, and less risk taking as well. Like
yes,
you could do that, definitely improve a lot. But that's why you have a couple matches here in challenges. Getting knocked down after the last
what?
Event.
Like
unfortunately, you get caught a nade in your hand. You see, like you can't teach that. Like we just don't need to do that right there, Lutz.
I know it. So now you got a 3v3. Thankfully, Spart's able to find a trade backside of the A site, and the offense is actually going to make a play through RV here. Defense would have to rotate out of DVD to try to challenge this, and Brack on top of the big rig is going to have some good information. If there is a retraction back through glass, information's been seen. Now the question is, where is Major Maniac? And now you found him.
Oh, he found Major. You're able to back him down from his position. He also flipped the map on its head, and at the same time, find a kill onto Illy. So Omit are going to be able to start off Elite Stage 3. 1-0 after being down 2-1 in the series. Had a lot of mishaps in the control. But the rewind S&D was a lot cleaner than it was on dealership. A lot of success there in the first bloods. A lot of clutches when they came down to it. If you're the Stallions, we got to make sure we improve in hardpoint, man. Can't consistently play from the back foot and try to compete with some of these dogs.
Very true. Very, very true. And it's something that's going to come in time. I think the thing about this is you just have to get through this week. Which I think can be obviously difficult. You know, like shout out your Royal Spartans teams. Like they don't get out of their first week, and then they have to fight for their lives in day 2, and especially as they get into next year or next year into the second week of games. I'm trying to get scrambling right now to see what the rest of the schedule is going to be for this Stallions team. They play, they play Royal Spartans next. So if they don't pick it up at the hard points, that will likely be an 0-2 day for them. But they do play 6F Carolina tomorrow, and then they've got 5 Fears after that. So could be a chance for them to at least take one, if not split the week, depending on what kind of 5 Fears team we're going to get. I think again the roster sounds solid on paper. It just comes down to in practice, are they as good as they look in theory? So we'll see. But for Stallions, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Got to polish up on how we're playing rotations for sure.
Yeah, hardpoint games just needs to improve, man. You got the S&D players, you got the control players who know how to finesse their life a little bit. It's just continuously playing from the back foot and hardpoint is never going to lead to success. On the side of Omit, thankfully your hardpoint was so well played with new rosters, and now you start off 1-0. Just got to continue on your hot foot.
We'll see. That's just our first matches, though, for the day. Vegas Academy winning on the Bravo stream. And then, of course, here in 5, Omit able to take the rewind to stay up 1-0. And now we start to take a look at what's to come. But before we do that, we got to get ourselves set up. So we're going to take a quick break. You should do the same. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with more North American Challenge right after this.
side of the map and holds down for P2. You did get Cryptic in there for a moment, but he seems to have given that up. And 5 Fears then will have an opportunity to draw a little bit of a defensive cordon if they can clear Cryptic out of top.
I mean, I just watched Bink do some absolute work just to kind of sprint to this spot, right? Nothing really on the board yet, but you've set yourself up already towards P2 there. So not a lot of points here on the P1 to set it on up. But as we get ready for that next point to come on through, you got a couple players making their way through lobby, but it's Darkside pushing in on the back. Will do a great job of finding one. You have another player holding these spawns out here. Carolina, you've made your way on in towards the point. You're starting to get some of those early points, but can you break this on open? 5 Fears, a little bit slow on the get up to get on into this point, but pistol in hand, Gunsy finds 2. Can you find 3? No, but you've probably done enough. Darkside, you just need to slide on out here, maybe find another. You do. That's a 3 streak, puts you at 6-1.
Yeah, great work from Gunsy there to punch back into the hill. I think if you lose P2 from the front, you start to already get a couple of questions about how the rest of this map is going to look for you. But Gunsy spares your blushes for just a moment, and then you've got control from the rest of your team over towards lobby side. And Darkside, well, he's going to activate to push out through the front, goes 5 in a row, nearly finds the 6th, but that's going to do enough to alleviate the pressure and begin that rotation over to P3.
And you can see Bink immediately playing off that information that was able to be grabbed. And yeah, the spawns are already on through. Gunsy, you have to win this huge fight. You make it on happen. And I love this. You see him get that pick, and it's immediate. 180 on the arrow. You know where these spawns are coming on in. You invest the trophy system. You found yourself here on the point. 5 Fears doing a great job through this first set, getting in on the point, but also finding these kills that lock it on in. Fire playing in the ever precarious position there on the top side, making sure nobody's going to be able to get a route through window.
Yeah, I think it just comes from a lack of an anchor here for 6 Figures. The fact that you don't end up with someone just controlling that back garden means that because Darkside pushed forward, he's blessed with a little bit of a spawn. Fire's just going to continue to light up the feed. 6. Oh, nearly number 7. But he'll be decked out when it comes to streak, so he isn't going to care. He's going to be putting himself in situations to control something or break something should he need to. Darkside and Bink will find 2 more in the feed. And well, 5 Fears, they are rocking and rolling and showing a little bit of a skill gap here to their opposition. We move on over towards Rock. Manny was here nice and early. He finds one in the back, but Darkside cleans it up. And well, as red arrows do collapse, it's all on Gunsy. 6F Carolina have done enough to get in, but can they hold?
You'll spawn out if you are 5 Fears, so maybe a little bit of an overheat coming on in, but Fire, here we go. Missile coming on in. You see everybody immediately tries to move their way on inside. Do you catch anyone? No, but it will at least give you the opportunity to get some information. Bink on the outside, trying to open this one on up, but for right now, it's been a great hold for the 6 Figures, as they are just holding this rock on in. They're not going to let this lead get too far away from them. Almost a full 60 Fire. You may have just hit some COD timing. You're able to find one, but the player up top is not there. Okay, you bring down 2. It's just 1 player left, and that's because Gunsy's got a missile of his own. Manny and Cryptic found on the edge of it. That's 3 dead in the feed. As well, it's a little bit of scrap time going to 5 Fears as P1 about to get popped on up.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like off the back of Fire's use of the cruise, you don't end up with enough of an activation from 5 Fears. What you're hoping there is to pick off players. They're trying to exit the point, and they don't really do that. I'm very surprised by Gonzi's use of his cruise. Must be a reason for it, but I can't really figure out what it is that you've benefited from in terms of using it, because you don't even have P2 side control, which might have been what he was trying to activate around. But 6F will get themselves a little bit back in the game. It's a bit more respectable, but still halfway behind 5 Fears in terms of score. And well, 3 more dead in the feed. We'll just continue to twist the knife.
P3 to P4, though. If they play it perfect, it could get you back on into this game as we are halfway through. P1 on the second set, and it's just basically us swapping POVs and watching members of 6 Figures get cut on the hop-ups. Already, Darkside trying to make their way on in towards P2 will get found out by Kips. That's a huge 2-piece from Kips to secure you the rotation. Already, you're holding this one on through. Great job by 6 Figures. You make these early reads, you set up the rotation, you deny any space on the map.
Yeah, Kips with 2 very big kills there. You called it out correctly. What I also like to see is that, well, what I liked to see is that you had an anchor, but you've given it up. So you get flipped on out because 5 Fears have pushed well side, and they will get themselves in now for back control. You've also got one arriving from the front. Thankfully, win that fight. Otherwise, you're in a pinch position. But Carolina, they're going to hope to win all of this from the front. They're going to turtle up on the point as 5 Fears are arriving.
Playing through the ramp side. Proto gets a little bit antsy. Slides on out. Will get found. Manny trying to do his best to stay on top here. The shots are in. We have a player hitting the dolphin dive. It's going to be Darkside, last player from the 5 Fears to make their way onto P2. You'll hopefully be able to secure this last 20. Keep this lead in your favor. You're just dodging some nades left and right. Slide on in. Fire makes a quick read. And you got your teammate Gunzy in the mid helping you cut down Kips.
And Gunzy does really well here to push on out. This not only alleviates pressure, but it could flip the spawns entirely. And it's only Cryptic to slow you down from doing exactly that. Darkside gonna get aggressive. He finds it. Unfortunately, Gunzy will finish you off as well. But this will now give you the preferred spawn side. That being said, Carolina will be in control of the hill. Opportunity to try and hold as they edge ever closer in this matchup.
Well, Gunzy gets in some of those early shots. He's gonna pull a lot of the attention on over. And look who it is. It's Bink from the backside. It's a huge 3-piece to crack open that hill. You make it yours off of some great teamwork that's there. You pull all of the attention on in, you get those easy shots, and it's fire from up top for another 2. They are just getting lined up and knocked on down. 5 Fears are looking very clean right now.
Yeah, I think every now and again, there's just a couple of moments where we get to see the individual prowess from the players of 5 Fears. Moments like that where Bink breaks with 3 of his own. Fire then lights up a couple more, rotating in through office. And well, has a little bit more fun before his teammate trades it on out. Gunzy's up to 5 in a row. And Carolina, well, they have had a couple of moments to make things interesting and get 3 more kills here. This was the best hill for them in the first rotation and even absorbed 2 cruise missiles en route. But this is the kind of problem you have now. You don't want to be too turtled up and risk getting pressed in from multiple sides. So I think that Kips has got a big job here to stop this flank coming on through.
My question is, though, does soaking P4 matter if you're getting beat on the other 3 hills on this map?
No.
Because that's kind of what it feels like is happening. They're doing a great job playing for this P4, but then it's just, you're letting it all go away on every other single point. And even then, for the time being, you're not even able to hold this P4. It's Bink going huge yet again for another triple kill. You'll get found out one more time, but thankfully Fire is there. Even if you're not getting points on this, you are just still making it competitive. You're not letting 6F Carolina be able to get in on the point and soak up these points that you know they absolutely desperately need.
Yeah, for 5 Fears, this feels like a team that just lost their first series when they really didn't want to, really weren't expecting to come out with a vengeance. And for Carolina, it feels like it's been a constant 60-70 point gap the whole way off that very slow start. You're making it a little bit more interesting, but right now, 5 Fears, they're going to hold, they're going to lie in wait. They're baiting you into gunfights, and well, you actually, Carolina coming out on top in them. That's 3. If Bink falls, that's 4, and you can push out for those P2 spawns.
Yeah, you're still getting the well spawns, though, as you're surging on forward. Bink, you cut one down here in the entryway as P1 still has 20 or so seconds on it, so maybe a little bit early on some of these plays, but Gunzy will be able to find one. Still trying to just stay on the point here, and you can look at the rest of the 5 Fears. They're really valuing these back spawns. They don't want to give these up yet again. You're going to have to force 6F Carolina to start banging it out from the front, and well, you get some great eliminations here. This is what we saw on the last set, though. Will it be a similar activity as well? Proto, you're going to eat a nade to the mouth.
Manny punching in through the front. 5 Fears will have control of the spawns, but Carolina have the hill. What Manny needs is support. You got to watch his side door. He's doing enough to delay this push for now, but it won't be for very long as 5 Fears chuck the kitchen sink at him and starts to get aggressive. And well, Fire kills his teammate.
Yeah, the team nade is not going to be great for that push, but thankfully you do get this spawn. You're able to find one, and Kips, you get one towards the cubby, but it's not going to really matter much when the rest of your team is getting picked off of the point. 20 or so seconds here. I don't think 5 Fears can win off of this. It'll be very close. It might only be literally a second or 2, but either way, you're putting so much pressure onto 6F Carolina. But the only worry here, Enigma, is we were getting ready to go to P3, and we watched 5 Fears do some great stuff on this point. If you're 6F Carolina, you definitely need to keep this one in your bag. You need this P3 into P4 if you want to make this mixy.
Yeah, the one thing is, well, for Carolina, you don't have that anchor in place yet. Again, this happened to you in the first rotation, and Bink will find Manny. So you start to set up a pinch then. 2 teammates playing in through arches, 2 through tin, and the kills start to come in.
Fire. Good for 2. Final 5 seconds. Nobody from Six Figures Carolina to be found. The spawns are a little bit too deep.
Welcome back there, friends. Everyone has sorted our second slot. About time that we do the same. So we're going to. Let's do that thing, Jay. Let's do that thing. We've got ourselves what should be a pretty solid matchup. Again, just based on the organizational names that are involved. Definitely feels like two teams that could very well find themselves near the top of their group. Just comes down to, will they actually do that?
Yeah, we're starting off with Omit Brooklyn versus Lore. This one's going to be a fun one. As we take a look at the group standings so far, Group A, Omit take care of business. Cabal also take care of business. And so do the Spartans. All right, so Spartans starting off a good day one here of Elite Stage 3. But on Group B side, Vegas Academy, obviously the clean 3-0. Omit Brooklyn, they win their first series. And so do Team War versus Lore. Lore actually, we're down 0-2 in that series versus Team War. We're able to manage to force it all the way to a game number 5, but cannot complete the reverse sweep. So far, at least after our first match, it's pretty going the way we expected to, Alan. Going the way we expected to.
Yeah, for the most part. Again, the Team War Lore gaming matchup is the only real one that like has two heavy hitters squared up against each other in the opener, outside of the potential of that Stallions Omit Gaming Group A. So yeah, this is kind of a pivotal start off here for Lore Gaming. When you look at, again, they have to go up against Team War. Now they have to go up against Omit Brooklyn. Tough opening draw when it comes to their schedule. So trying to find a way to end 1-1, whereas if Omit Brooklyn can get through this matchup, start off 2-0, they'll be well on their way to likely securing a spot in playoffs. It's just one of those things that, again, you start your first day off 2-0, you're at worst going to be dealing with tiebreaker situations if you lose your next 3 games. So definitely feels like for teams like Vegas, Omit, and Team War, they're trying to do just that. Let's take a look at our map set. Just the usual suspects here. Back and forth between Protocol and Hacienda for our first 4th. Red card for map 5. Dealership was vetoed out by Omit Brooklyn, so they don't want to test their luck. Not yet. Give them a little bit. And yeah, everything else pretty much as you would assume. So let's take a look at the Omit Brooklyn roster, because this team continues to get chewed up just based off of pickups. This time it's going to be Exceed and Merc joining Craze and Rex. Exceed, well, he had said he retired. Apparently that was not the case at all. He's right back in the mix immediately. Definitely one of those players that, again, I feel like he's just been, kind of in the bad end of some really miserable luck when it comes to his time in the CDL.
Yeah, it's been kind of tough, man. Obviously, we remember his time on LAG where they came in and were like the best hardpoint team for a week. And then after that, everything just started to fall apart for that lineup.
Yep.
So Exceed takes some time away, at least a couple days away, and then realizes, okay, wait, I can still end up on a good roster going into Elite Stage 3. So alongside Craze, Merc, and Dylan Rex, that one should be a fun one to go with. But Lore Gaming on the opposing side, Mox, Mr. X, a.k.a. Paul X, trying to right the wrongs here from getting dropped from that Rocker squad. Same thing could be said for Hixie for Vancouver. But Fame is low-key, like, making his comeback, man. Last Elite Stage, he was on 6F. Now he's on Lore Gaming. He's trying to work his way back to the top.
Yeah, I've always been a big Kevin Fame fan. It definitely feels like, he's one of those guys that has it. It just comes down to finding the right people to play with. In particular, you look kind of like at what his history has been. Yeah, LAG, Rocker before that. Those last 2 years were, filled with teams that were decent, just not good enough to make waves. Kind of, again, the same conversation that we had about Exceed and things like that, about, their time that they had played. But so far this year, Fame and Exceed have actually played quite a handful of times together. They actually started the year playing together. So finding themselves into familiar circumstances, at least in certain regards, with them being in the lobby now. See how things go as we load on into a Protocol hardpoint. Old rivals, or old teammates now become rivals here between Lore and Omit, as they often have been.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this new Omit Brooklyn roster. A couple of players added to the mix. Obviously, Craze, the only one from the original Omit Brooklyn squad who wasn't picked up into a CDL lineup, so he's got to have some fire underneath him to fix those little mistakes to eventually get the call on up. But you can already see in the kill feed a clean 4 dead there for Omit. They find the break at the Lore. Take a lot of time early on at that B1, but still 25 seconds they can walk away with here.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And yeah, that opening break off, a lot of objective focus for Lore, but the eliminations are just not there to support it. Pixie down low, going to create a bit of an opportunistic route. Seen at range, though, by Craze. That's enough for Rex to find the freebie. Same can be said. Nice shots from Craves over the top. We'll take down Mock. And yeah, Omit Brooklyn, really strong start and a chance to actually threaten this P2 rotation from the front early.
Yeah, you can trap them towards the backside. Just need these kills to go your way, and they sink 3 in a row. So now all of Lore Gaming. Forced to hit the respawn, forced to hit a couple routes because it's not going to be easy to break through the backside of Tower. Because every route that they're trying to hit is instantly getting cut off by Omit. They have all their bases covered.
Yep, another Omit roster and winning rotation. That just seems to be par for the course for these guys. No matter who you look at. You see, nice double there. Craze trying to take away space, but enough damage to at least allow a very free trade. And wow, what an opening this has been. Exceed running out of ammunition with the aims, trying to get the pistol done, but once again, opening the door for his teammates. Hardpoint neutral for now, but 20 seconds remaining. And if Brooklyn from the front, are just likely going to try to contest this and win the rotation anew.
Oh, but a couple players do fall at the wrong time, so it's going to be a split spawn here for Omit Brooklyn. 2 on one end, 2 on the other. All out pressure from Lore Gaming over towards Zip side. So already have some presence towards top 3. Crazy able to win that one-on-one versus 60, and that's already 3 dead. But now where the hell has Fame gone? Because he's trying to play this patient, but Mercury's knows top 3 is open. He most likely is going to be there because it's the only thing we didn't clear on out. And Omit Brooklyn currently to start this hardpoint could not do any wrong.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And one of those games where it's just like, you know, to kind of counteract some of our conversations from the first series, you know, we're talking about teams that are like recently put together. Can they figure it out? The other side of it is like we get these large gaps, you know, where teams that are trying to like, just, you know, get to know each other versus squads that just automatically have a bit of trust based on a duo that's stuck together. Like in this instance, Rex and Craze is that duo. You know, for Omit, they continue to have 2 players that have stuck together over the course of these 3 stages of Elite, and they're just trusting their rotation gameplay, and it's just not allowing these new squads to do much. Legitimately, just not able to do much at all.
Not at all. Omit Brooklyn right now with the coaching staff between Mr. Trav and Atura. They just have a really good understanding of how they can play. You can put pieces in and still make it work. And right now, if you're Paul X, 1 in 10 start, Alan. Like, this is why you got dropped from Rocker due to your inconsistencies. And we can't be having this kind of performance if you want to work your way back up to the big leagues.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that like it's hard to
broke down,
you know, evaluate and judge when your teammates aren't winning a single rotation anywhere. Like that doesn't help either. But still, it is one of those situations that with 7 seconds at the hard point, 1 in 11, not great news whatsoever. And I will say, you know, for Lore Gaming, a team that continually finds themselves like in these late tournament moments against one or the other Omit teams, you know, over the course of the last 2 years, this roster feels the most peculiar. Like it's just one of those. It's like, meh, you know, not sold on it, not in love with it. It really just comes down to like, will Fame or Hixie have like a pop-off game to allow this team to just snowball? And so far, that has not been the case.
Oh, yeah, we're already down 100. Like, can we win a rotation? Can we win a gunfight? There's so many questions that are currently unanswered. I just see the entire kill feed every single time. Omit Brooklyn are dominating, man. If you're Lore, you need to stop the bleeding. You need to get some standing ground. Because this game is just continuously getting out of hand. We're calling in the streaks, how to play, another 3 dead in the feed. Lore Gaming, like, turn the monitors on or something, because we are not playing COD right now. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, cool, but it's over the top of P1, so it's like easy. We'll just wait for our numbers, and now with them, we can start to make our play forward. Paul's 1 in 14.
Yeah, he's having a generational, dude.
Dude, like, just throw rocks at him at this point. Just anything to deal damage. A nice moment here for Lore Gaming, though, over the old time at P1, and actually, they've got a really solid hold, kind of trapping him at Brooklyn behind the 3rd hard point here.
Yeah, and if you're Paul Lex, do the dirty work. At least block the spawn. Allow your teammates who are winning gunfights. You continue to put themselves in those situations. But now Paul Lex surrounded again. 79 HP. Someone's going to drop down. He knows he's going to be pressured from every angle. And he still can't get anything going.
This is unreal, dude. I mean, at this point, can we just get Paul X on screen? Like, I don't even care if we can watch him on the respawn timer. I just got to see if this guy's going to shoot back, brother. 1 in 16. I mean, his teammates are trying to get them back in. Paul's got a sub in hand?
He needs something, Alan. He needs something.
So our AR line is Mock and Fame, not Paul? Okay. Oh, no!
There we go.
Not like this. Not like this.
I don't know if you're Zuma, probably watching this series here. He's banking on the 4 and 23. Someone put a more of a sticker than him, and Paul X might be able to do it. 2-17. You're almost down by 100. You need this break because you can't continuously give it this time. And thankfully, he's able to win the one-on-one. Now it's about that rotation over towards New. Omit, play a little bit safe. Clutch up in the gunfights at the very end. Win another rotation to another money hill at P3. And now Lore Gaming sprinting all the way across the map to try to find a break, which is not going to be easy. Hello.
Yeah. This is one of those. Damn.
Beltas.
Yeah, this is.
Oh my God.
This is. Can we just get to that map? Mock is trying to hang. You know, he's doing what he can. It just feels like this Lore Gaming team just does not have any sort of an identity at the moment. Paul's going to find himself team killed. There's the full wipe. And Omit Brooklyn will crack past the 200-point mark, and Dylan is just sitting here having a good time at 20-9.
Hey, he's cooling it. 5 seconds to the hill. I don't need to do anything but get my kills. And there goes Paul X striking for kill number 4. But now if you're Lore, your only way back into this game is finding this break, soaking up this final 10 seconds, and rotating over towards New. But Craze is able to line up a 3. XC still knows when the spawns are coming in. You're not having fun if you're Lore, but at least Paul avoids the Zuma stat line.
Wow, dude. I mean, what are we talking about?
Nothing. Literally nothing. Map 2. That's what we need to start talking about.
Map 2. Not like this, dude. Wait, speaking of things, did you see there was like a local high school baseball broadcast where one of the players had a 4-23 start to the season and was like, shout out, like the high school commentator was like, shout out Zuma. Like,
that's tough scenes, man. That's so
random.
Tom's always catching strays. Catching strays. Paul X, unfortunately, can't catch a kill. Can't catch a break. And now if you're Omit Brooklyn, only need 5 more seconds. Kill go your way. And that is a brutal beat down there in map number 1. Lore could literally get nothing going.
Correct. And it's just another one of those in a long list of times that we've talked about it so far today where it's just like you just don't win any rotations. You're going to be put into a blender. Like, even newer teams that are quote-unquote like put together recently, like this Omit Brooklyn squad, like they've got a lot of experience in their duo between Craze and Rex right now. Bring in 2 solid players that are finding some decent success so far this year. For the most part, challengers, they know what they want to do. The communication's on point, and it's just like for Lore Gaming, they couldn't get anything going. Like I imagine that probably felt like 4 guys loading into a ranked play game trying to calm what we're doing, and it ends up with a stat line that I don't want to look at for much longer because I might.
The craziest thing, like Paul's 5-23, but he's a 1,600 damage. Fane's 10 kills, he's got 1,700. Hixie at 15's got 1,800. Like, just consistently playing from the back foot, man. You're not winning your gunfights. You're not putting yourself in ideal situations. Just not gonna find success in hardpoint. That is a beat down there from Omit Brooklyn there in map number 1. Now you need to have a response here in map number 2. And I don't know what it is about, Paul X, but in his previous series, they go down 0-2. It's like the Minnesota Rocker effect. You can always never count them out of the series. Just unfortunately in challenges, we can't really afford those kind of performances there.
Yeah. So outside of like, and I kind of want to take a moment here. Let's just erase that protocol hardpoint for a moment from our minds and just kind of talk about this Lore Gaming team. What are you looking for out of a Paul, a Hixie, in terms of like, what do they need to do in your mind to show that they've kind of regrouped, learned? Okay, Jay's gonna say shoot back. To get themselves into a spot to be back in the scene. Is it purely just gun skill for you and like understand the movement of this game?
Yes.
Like, is that it?
Yes, I just think like when it comes down to situations where you need to win some of these one-on-ones, they don't go your way, and then you're consistently playing from the back foot. You're just forced to be out of position because you can't clutch up in those gunfights. That was the reason why they both ended up in challengers. They know that they're smart players. Paul X is a phenomenal search and destroy player. It's just the inconsistency in the respawn and just way too much to handle versus some of the top dogs in the league. That's the only way you're going to work your way back on up. Get more consistent. That is your answer.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's a valid answer. It's just one of those situations that's like, I don't know if we've ever really seen a situation like Hixie's where he jumps on into his first year in the CDL, wins his first event, like, and then all of a sudden just kind of gets thrown into the blender. Like, even while ultra finding success, he was continually scapegoated. Yeah. And then eventually get to a point where, like, this year, for instance, on the Surge, like, again, like, you see the immediate adjustment of bringing in a Neptune for a Hixie and what that has meant. Being able to win your opening gunfight plus another, or at least take away space and hold that space. Okay, that's fair. I was just curious to see if there's anything else kind of in your mind. Because I think for Fame, like, looking at him in particular when it comes down to his stock, like, I remember back when he was on the Rocker Academy team, like they literally had a call out for when Fame was frying, and Fame would just be like, I'm blacking out, and they would just play around him. Like he has the ability as an individual to take over, but it feels like he's trying to become more of a system player in the last year and a half. And I hate to say it, but like he just has not put himself into a team that it creates good systems. He's just kind of found himself on the brute end of that.
Yeah, it's been tough, man. If you're thinking about Fame, I feel like all throughout last season of the CDL, when he was on that Rocker squad, unfortunately, they weren't able to qualify for champs, so he had to try to jump and play for a squad at champs, but couldn't figure it out. But every time we talked about him, he was usually like that X factor. If Fame goes off, you're most likely going to find a lot of success, win the map, but if he doesn't, you're going to struggle. And that's what I think about this Lore Gaming roster. Is just like a squad that had a lot of stints in the CDL, just really couldn't find consistency. Now they all team up to try to find some consistency in challenges, and I don't really know if it's going to work out as fast as they're hoping.
Yeah. So, okay, I think we can take a look at this. I used it earlier. That right there was not good.
Not
in
good.
terms of how things went. It's actually really funny. This is like a green Post-it note, so like the green screen's kind of, it actually kind of makes it look like it's blending in there. So not good in terms of how things went for map number 1. We have this back and forth though again with Protocol, but we do have also the Bravo matchup that's going on. Dandro and Enigma are doing a little watch party. They're casting it, and so we're gonna just let them give you that while we're waiting for map 2.
Happen again, put us on map point. A little bit of patience coming out of 5 Fears right now.
I don't mind it. Slow things down. See if Carolina are going to give you any free picks. The one thing I will say, Proto, very isolated. If they decide to hit B with this bomb, he's in big trouble. He will be in arches, rings off a couple of bullets. But what does that do to 5 Fears? How do they read this?
You're going to see Cryptic launch in that stun. A stun answered on back. You try and hit a little bit of a ricochet there with the nade, but it's a fast movement back out towards A. It's a little bit too late of a read, and now you got Proto all alone on this top side. You play your life beautifully. Bomb will go down. Proto now in the 1v4. We watched a 2v4 happen. A 1v4 will be something special. But it looks like Darkside going to be able to make that read. And you can see even the teammate surges on forward to just ensure that nothing can happen. 5-4, map point. 5 Fears, even after 6 Figures Carolina answer on back, they show that they are here to play.
Yeah, big fan of how 5 Fears slowed it down there. They get that first blood, and instead of overextending blind into different sites and hoping for the best, they just kind of wait to see what Carolina will do. Once you get those bullets ringing out, honestly, I actually think that 5 Fears expect there to be more bodies over by B, but it's the reposition through mid to drop in through big door that catches Carolina out and gives them one more round until taking this away.
Well, 6 Figures Carolina, they're going to try and up the pace a little bit. Some quick movements coming over here on the outside of Grandma's. Kips is going to be the one to try and clear out the back here. Desperate times call for desperate measures is what we say. So it's going to be a fast plant at B. You're going to see all the arrows turn around, but look who's in the back. It's Gunzy. Trying to make sure that nobody's going to be able to slip on through. The rest of the teammates coming on in, but Proto, the patience in hand. Bink will be able to open it up in onto Kips with a well-timed grenade. Proto, you might have just hit the timing, though. You fly on forward, you get read by fire. Cryptic, though, you find the one heli, you find another Manny. There's one, there's two. It's Bink yet again, keeping it alive. Does not let the breakdown.
All right, a little excitement there. We're hoping to spur up the same on our primary focus matchup. Again, the back and forth between Protocols and Haciendas is what we have for our first 4 maps. And Lord Gaming are desperately looking for some sort of a bounce back. Otherwise, this series may be fed to the Sharks. See how things go, though, because, again, this Omit Brooklyn team, I look at it and say this team should still be really good at Search, too.
Yeah, but with the personnel on the lineup, it's going to be a little bit different now because you got 2 SMGs who love to play with their heads cut off, but Omit Brooklyn, as soon as we spawn in, already take a round. I guess we were late to the party there, but Omit are going to be 1-0. Secure the defense pretty much with ease, and now go on the attack. Slow and steady approach. Everybody just spreading map, playing 4 pick.
Look, Jay, you can always be late to the party as long as you bring the goods. You know what I mean? If you bring in the snacks, you're bringing the ice. maybe a couple of party favors. You can show up whenever you want. You don't even have to RSVP. Just bring the goods.
I got the solo cups. I got you, dude.
That a boy. So far, I'm at Brooklyn. Bringing the goods. First blood here in round number 2. And Mercules is going to go for a aggressive angle on this plant. Holy.
Yeah, that's super risky to plant it on the front. Not a single one of your
Agreed.
teammates puts that towards that angle, but Hixie, by the time this to perfection, catches the first player with a nade in his hand, has information on the second. You have bomb site control. You just got to read your pitch, and Craze is able to find a double, and that is going to be the round.
What the hell is happening? I mean, this is an absolute blowout. I mean, we're not even shooting back. We're not even getting angles. Wow. Okay, so Seed takes down Hixie. Again, he's got a lot of familiarity with him as well. But between him and Fame on the other side, Seed's had the better of both of them to this point. So 2-0 up or mid Brooklyn very quickly.
All right, they're a confident bunch. On that end, I had a chance to step into the passion pit there at Major 2, and all I'm hearing is yelling, some foul language as well, but it's pure passion. I know this home at Brooklyn squad have a couple players who like to chirp a little bit, but when you're slamming the way that you are, you can take every single risk. Look at that play from Praise.
Yeah.
I literally roasted to oblivion, but when you're feeling yourself, you try to make him some heads-up plays, try to catch him off guard, but he gets picked.
Yeah, that's just legitimately a disrespect play right there from Grace.
Yeah.
Just trying to run at him. So, numbers advantage for Lore Gaming. Stuns and nades over the top. Exceed going to try to get some space on the cut through open hall. And actually, he'll just kind of clear out the angle and then head back over to top spiral. So, once again, in terms of like Amit Brooklyn dealing with low numbers in their defense, they're set up pretty decently for now.
You got Ma taking space over towards the inside. Not able to spot the player on the cross. And Dylan, unfortunately, is going to give up his positioning. Forced to now back on up. Bomb being planted. You're able to get out if you are Hixie. Now you have everything covered.
Yeah, Exceed's going to have to make a decision here. He's going to make a play through connector, Paul, timing. Opening shots to the SMG are decent. Exceed slips away, though. Next focus. Starting to move his way back over towards top window. Rex finds one before being traded. Here comes the 1v1 with Paul and Exceed, but Hixie again has the support. So it's just down to the young gun of Mercules, and he will only find one before dropping first blood. Tallied, and a round comes with it for Lore.
Yeah, shout out to Craze, man. Gives you that one with a bow on it. Just runs right through the middle of the map. Tries to catch them off guard, but gives up the free first blood. And then with the man advantage, Lord just take their time on a rotation back over towards B. Mott takes space on the outer side of fence, and then once they get that bomb down, Omit could not find an opening to at least make it a 3v3. Lord able to put one on the board here with Hixie ending that one on 3 in a row.
All right, see if we get something a little more standard here for Met Brooklyn. 3-1 split off, trophy system down in front of Arches. No nades, though, from the defense of Lore. At least not that we were able to see initially. You know, offensive nades and stuns being tossed. That one's directed up towards top patio. It doesn't land. And do we chow this? A couple of attacks from Exceed, but no, they're going to let Paul just kind of slip through and stay alive.
Yeah, no secret control, so Omit cannot commit on his bomb plan as fast as they wanted to, but now you're relying on Lore to take a lot of space away from you as well. Paul likes going to be a little bit risky. Unfortunately, he's able to get on out. Plays his life beautifully, but Omit are just waiting for their time to strike. Someone to scam so they can work this bomb plant.
Yeah, yeah. El Craze is just going to commit for it regardless. No one up top that window means that this is free.
What the hell is Lore doing?
I have no idea. I was about to say, like, literally all 4 players are just playing on their own satellite right now. But with the bomb planted, now they can make their way back over. See how coordinated they are in the retake.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, there was no information, potentially a rat back out. Like, we just gave up all the space we had at B. And now you have 30 seconds to retake. Thankfully, you win the trade fights. You have the numbers advantage because you just got to trade out the rest.
Yeah, Merc does see Mock up on the ledge. Pushing forward. Awkward angle, though. Denied. And, okay, the timing for Lore on the retake is good. Could just be one of those things like, hey, just watch your choke points. We'll play full retake at A. Let's not give them any opportunity to go B. And that seemed to have worked out just fine.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those maps where we've obviously seen it since it's been added into the map pool. Where when you're getting those bomb downs, instead of playing like a 4v4 stack on the site, you're always having a lurker. Like trying to set up a repinch, trying to catch the timing to get a couple kills through the back end. But every single time that they just get overwhelmed over towards that site, that player easily gets red. So You are Omit Brooklyn. Once you get that bomb planted, let's just hold tight on our setup, force them to cut on us, and play trades because you simply got outnumbered there. And now Lower able to tie the game with 2 in a row.
Yep. Okay. Here we go again. Up top this time, window battle potentially on the way. Nice shots from Mock. Rex gets melted. There was, to say, a follow-up there. Merciless was up top as well. Just doesn't have a good look at it. Grays naded off the angle from being able to challenge the bomb plant, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. Help is here, though, so he can play off the regen. The tags from Paul actually through the cabana works out decently. And how about this? Lord Gaming starting to put it together, but exceeds double. It reopens the site, 2v2, but that next level, tough to break down.
Yeah, it all starts with that absolute beamer on the side of Mock for that first blood. You take top open control, you instantly get the bomb down, put yourself in the numbers advantage. And even when I thought Exceed, just how somehow, some way, he was able to sneak his way on through to find 2. The positioning's good enough there for the rest of Lower Gaming on the post plant to still close out the round. That's now 3 in a row. They have switched up the pacing with the aggression, and so far that has been the answer in this S&D to rally back on in. If you're Omit, you came into the S&D with supreme confidence, threw away a couple freebie rounds, but now it's time to lock on in.
Just a little window check for Mock on 4. RCXD out for Paul. And he's actually looking to get really aggressive through this, all the way through Secret, trying to re-wrap this at Spiral, but he did there. 60 seconds for the offense to make their move.
He already gained a lot of info there because the player in the backside, up P2, shot it, and then you also hit someone on Spiral steps, so you had info on at least 2 players, but Craze able to find that trade on the Hixie. Bomb carrier is going to be Exceed, though, at bottom wine. And just to sneak your way out over towards B, you potentially might get caught. He's making a super risky play now.
Well, he will be taken out of the play. Rex, a little bit of trouble dancing, finding Fame. That's good. One more still to play with, though. And here we go. Paul just cannot find this kill. Finally, it comes through, but has there been enough time for Exceed to follow up on this? Paul hasn't seen him on that cross. But it looks like Exceed wants to play for the kill. He's got him on his sights. Pushes him off, and that'll be a free plant.
Yeah, instantly get this bomb down. Paulix is not going to be able to contest this. Only able to predict the potential exit. But Exceed knows he's going to be close on by, but 40 seconds, you got to look left.
Yeah. Oh, and Paul actually just kind of pops up. Catches the timing. Exceed gets surprised by it, and it's going to be 3 rounds now. Turned into 4 for Lower Gaming. That is 4 in a row for them in very dramatic fashion.
Take too long there. Like, the player who was finessing around that beat side, once it was a 2v1, you're thinking, okay, I've stalled out a lot of time. My teammate has to be near on by to play this trade, but to succeed, taking the risk, finding that kill over towards Bowhouse doesn't really allow him to be in that next play. And Paulux is able to take advantage of it. Lower Gaming now with 4 rounds in a row. Omit Brooklyn basically shutout after the first 2 rounds. Haven't found a lot of success in the first blood, and Paul X is getting activated in the mode that he's most comfortable with.
Yeah. Okay, back to the drawing board here in a major way for Omit Brooklyn. You 2 split on their defense. Offense hard focused on towards Fireplace Hall. Stuns, nades all being invested into that area. Craze is in a little bit of trouble. But first blood does get tallied. It's actually on the bomb carrier in front of the A site.
Oh, and unfortunately, some bad timing there for Paul Lex. It's going to allow Exceed to take care of him. Numbers advantage heavily in favor of Omit Brooklyn. Looking like the round that they can potentially stop the bleeding because Lore have been able to tally 4 in a row. Great shots there. Great prediction there from Dylan Rex to make it a 1v4.
Yeah.
Fame will be famous if he clutches this one up.
Yeah, this is just one of those wake-up call rounds, it feels like, from Omit Brooklyn. Not doing too much. That's your setup. Desperate shots from Fame aren't going to land, and now he is being pursued. Good shots onto Exceed, though. It's pretty clean. Creates himself an exit. And honestly, Omit Brooklyn may offer a couple of individual battles here. Everyone's pretty split.
Yeah, but that bomb being down is going to make it more difficult for Fame to try to work on out. As soon as he tries to recover it, Dylan Rex is able to spot him. So he knows he has to commit to a play over at this A site, but Omit just have too many players.
Yeah, feels that way, and that's indeed the case. So, cutting down the long string of Lore Gaming rounds sequentially, Omit Brooklyn find themselves back into their winning ways. And now you find yourself trying to keep that together, if at all possible, and try to reproduce what you had in the first 2 rounds. It definitely feels like it's just a little bit of pause has been given to maybe even just respect overall has been given over to Lower Gaming here, just not trying to run at them anymore.
They'd have to figure this stuff out. They found success early on with their aggressive play over towards A. It's just the post plant was easily broken down. Probably going to go right back to that play. Take space over towards fences. Early contest, though, from Lord, gaining some info, throwing some shoulders around that mid-map area, and they give up that A side for free. They're going to play for that retake again.
Now, how do we set up this retake? Not a lot of information towards the outside of fences. It almost feels like you're resorted to trying to play off this pinch. And Rex finding one, yeah, really just puts a lot of stress on Paul to make a move.
Oh,
good shots from Fame, though, again, opens up the front. Problem is you have to clear the window again, and that's maybe where this round could come at a bit of a loss. Fame gets the read, backs off. Pixie trying to re-wrap this. And how about it? Wait a second, there may be a chance here. Cray's going to get the read on the player up top. I think you also may have seen Fame on that little jump up, and he's going to have a perfect spot to just get the kill back away, and that's going to be the round.
Perfectly played, man. You don't really see a lot of heads-up plays like this from young Craze, but he's able to also win the gunfight to close out the round, and you can already see the adjustments there from Omit Brooklyn. The first time they go over towards A, get that bomb down, they had no secret control, so it took a little bit longer to get that objective down. But this time you have top secret. You realize not a single player from Lower is contesting on the backside of fences. Instantly get the bomb plant. And then also find that first blood and trade it out effectively to close it out. But Craze, a massive one there to tie the game.
Trends and patterns start to shift back to Mitt Brooklyn, just kind of finessing right now. And a lot of it has come by way of just safer, smarter first blood engagements that have often led to them finding the first blood and running away with it. Window play for Mock this time. Rex not going to opt for the battle. Craze down low, gets one, reads that there's a second, very smart disengage, plus the stun to create some space. Really good from Craze.
That's beautifully played right there from Craze. The old Craze would try to go for a 2-piece and
yeah, he would
make it a 3v3 on the round, but the finesse good enough to keep the man advantage on his side. So now Laura has to try to make up for it. You got the bomb carrot right next to Mercules. Dip, dodge, dive, go back for the chow. I'm not going to be able to win it 3v3.
Oh, and there's a follow-up from Mock, keeping the top window position safe. So now you have to try to play this on opposite sides of the map if you're Craze and Exceed. But once again, Craze finds the bomb planter. Can he convert a 1v2 beyond this 35 seconds in the clock to play with?
Got a lot of time to work with. Laura right now currently split, but it's all about the timing here for Craze. He knows the bomb's going to be down over towards A.
Unreal.
But the repositioning good to make it a 1v1.
It's just so passive from Lord Gaming. They're thinking he's going to re-wrap back over towards their spawn. Not the case. Now 13 seconds. He's going to finesse this. All he has to do is check it. If he checks it at 8, he's good to go. No one's on. The kill comes through on top of it. And Lore are absolutely bamboozled by the finesse, the movement, and just the mind games that Craze throws their way.
Hey, man, you usually do not get this kind of S&D gameplay from this young man. He's a phenomenal respawn player, but S&D is what costed him at the event previous in Texas. Literally standing right behind him in that game number 5 versus Notorious. But so far, he's been able to make the adjustments on his situational playmaking. He's understanding, okay, I can let one by, get the kill, time is on my side, let me finesse a little bit longer, but just Craze being Craze, man. One time you catch him on one end of the map, the other time he's already shooting you in the back. The movement good enough to put them at game point.
Oh, mercy me. Now 3 rounds in a row for Mitt Brooklyn, and Lore Gaming are back to this very passive defense, hoping that Hixie can create something on this water route. He will clear out that no one's at B. This should give you every indication you possibly need, but Hixie's red. Mitt Brooklyn just kind of hitting the brakes, finding first blood, but it is countered as Craze's aggression is also counteracted.
Damn it, that should tell you right there. If you're Omit Brooklyn, we just catch Hixie overextended to do B. We can probably rotate it over towards B, but Dylan Rex still has secret control, able to find that kill onto Fame. So now bomb getting planted at A. Lore need to try to make up for it, and Dylan finds another on the round. 1v3, you're going to get cut down, and Omit Brooklyn rallied the last couple of rounds together. Actually, 4 in a row there to close out the S&D and go up 2-0 in the series.
Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy. Wow, dude. I mean, this has just been such a weird series to this point. I mean, legitimately, it really wasn't anything to talk about in map number 1. It was just straight dominance, flat out. But here, the search and destroy, it looked like it was going to be much of the same. Lore Gaming punished some of the over-aggression, some of the carelessness of him at Brooklyn, and then all of a sudden they say, hey, let's wake up. That's it. That's it. You just got to lose 4 in a row, and then all of a sudden you win 4 in a row. That's crazy scenes. Paul X is losing full and leaves the lobby. So,
Oh, yeah.
not good news for Mr. Paul X. Not good news at all.
Yeah, it's not like he had a bad performance there in that S&D. He was the guy doing the dirty work. Had multiple 1v1 clutches early on into that search and destroy. It's just the later half of the game. First bloods were dominated by Omit Brooklyn. And he also had some insane clutches there from Craze. 2 1v2s. And a couple of those final rounds there. Allows him to keep the momentum on his side. This is one of them. Just gets the first kill. Doesn't allow that bomb to get defused. And then the Eagle Child, knowing that I got him weak, yeah, I'll just fly out and take care of that one as well. But this is another good round from Craze. Just catching the timing. Gets the player off bomb. At 1v2, 35 seconds. Works all the way around backside fences for the first. And then if you're Mock, you already spotted him. You heard the door break on the top side of hallway. You're thinking he's definitely going to try to contest that from Secret. But he's able to outplay you as well. And then in this final round, it's Mr. Dylan Rex able to close it out.
Lean, man. I don't know. Some crazy scene right now. Crazy scene. 251.07.64. We're going to go back to protocol for the control. And, well, Jay, help me help their audience at large. How does this go anyway besides Omit Brooklyn's? Because based on what we're seeing right now, it legitimately could not be further in favor of what we've seen from Omit Brooklyn. I think especially off of that first respawn.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough if you are Lore, but at least in that last series versus Team War, they found themselves in the same situation. Down 0-2, banking on the control. And they were able to start off with the momentum, winning the control, and then winning the following hard point to go to that map number 5. But it's just like, the way that they came out of that opening hard point, guns are not hot. And I find that hard to believe because you just finished a very grueler of a series in a game number 5. You just cannot continue to play from the back foot. And we know on a map like Protocol, and also the way that Craze is playing on the opposing end, he is going to make your life a living hell when you're trying to respawn if you go a clean 4 dead. So it has to start there. If you're Lore, just find your kills, make it easier for yourself.
All right, fair enough. Crazy scenes, man. This is just one of those situations that you just don't expect this type of result to come through. I think especially over the fact that Lord Gaming just took Team War to map 5, brother. Like, is Omit Brooklyn that good? It doesn't really feel like they're that good to where Lord Gaming can't shoot back and find kills. I don't know. It's just, it is one of those situations that just kind of has me perplexed, bamboozled, confused, other things.
I feel like watching this Omit Brooklyn squad now for the third opportunity here in Elite Stage 3. We had the first stench in Stage 1 where they were the best respawn team in the game. And then last season, they were still very good at respawn and had more fundamental play in their search and destroy. And I feel like now with this stench, you're forcing players to like basically grow up because T-Fel is no longer here to direct the troops. You need Dylan Rex and Craze who have been here, you know, since the beginning to just like adapt to their gameplay, evolve their gameplay. And we saw the evolution there for Craze in his search and destroy performance there. Usually does not play it like that. He likes to take all those risks. That one round where he ran bottom middle, initially started around and gave up a free kill, yeah, that's usually how he decides to play. But you can already tell the young man is growing right before our eyes, and if he continues to do that, there's no doubt in my mind his call is going to come soon to the CDL.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I mean, we've seen it from like his individual perspective. His POV feels like he's right there, just the individual skill. It just comes down to, I don't know. Like, I actually don't know, like, what other thing you could possibly want, maybe outside of results. Like, that could be the only other thing I can think of.
Situational, I'm telling you, Alan. When players are looking for players and challengers, you want to see how you're able to handle yourself in some of these pressure moments. Everybody can get kills. Like Capsule all of last stage was 30 per in every single respawn, double digits in every search and destroy. But unfortunately for him, he didn't get the call up. He also didn't make the elite this stage, which is very tough. But it's like, when you're watching a player, it's like, how can you handle yourself in some of these crucial moments? Because when you're playing against the big dogs, you're going to find yourself in a lot of those situations. And the more that you can slim down the mistakes in those situations, the more chance you're going to make it up to the big leagues.
Yeah. Well, Rex going to take the high ground position, or at least somewhat of it, hitting the
Big kill.
initial ropes. trade from Paul is good. Mock-up pops on artillery. Yikes. Not the cleanest of gunfights. Has to back down. Meanwhile, 1v1 over towards the B stairs goes the way of Hixie. So if you're a bit Brooklyn, you have to just result onto this A hit you got going on.
Hey, you got no problem with it. You already found 2 kills through the middle of the map. 3-for-1 trade. First segment about to be guaranteed, but better kills off the retake here from Loris. They retake their way through the middle of the map. I love the class change there from Hixie. He knows that these gunfights are going to be a little bit more distance. Let me just whip out that A miss. He finds a double. Shuts down that initial push. Now Omit wasting a lot of time working on their base. They only have 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah. And they're not finding much success on either side of the map at the moment. It kind of feels like they're trying to just feel out both sites at once type deal. Finally, an opportunity here. Kray's pistol out. Has to resort to it as he had no more ammunition in the Jackal. Doesn't work out for him, but Murray's able to follow up. And okay, there we go. It's 3 down. You can stack. You can get this progress at least somewhat done today.
Yeah, let's start stacking, please. First segment is going to be guaranteed, but the more that we don't stack and the more aggressive we play on out, the kill zone go our way, we're giving Lure opportunities to find the break. The second segment comes on in. Kraze whips out the SAR, backs up after that first kill, and that should allow them to extend the time a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks that way, and it will be. 14 plays 10 now. Keep that in the back of your mind as this could resort to just simple kills. Dixie shut down trying to create a route. You're not that guy, pal. At least that's what Hercules says. Follow up from Kraze. He is that guy, pal. Is he good for more? Whoa, nice shots towards Fame. Doesn't finish it off, but it does allow Merc on 5 in a row to commit forward. Hixie shut down again, and that's a Hellstorm plus possibly a first tick, maybe even more than that with extra eliminations behind it.
Yeah, that's going to be the round, man, because you already have Exceed working on this pinch. First segment almost going to be guaranteed. Just need to trade onto Paul X, and they're able to find it. No more respawns on the side of Lure Gaming. They at least are able to clear out that B point with 3 going down. So now I'm in Brooklyn. Just take your time. You have the numbers. Just trade it out.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be if you're Lore Gaming. The only bit of good news is, yeah, Hixie is playing underneath. Maybe a chance to pinch anyone playing through front door. You've got Fame trying to feel things out from on top of the zone. And you're keeping Mock in a position to keep the pinch safe. So here we go. 5v3, 32 seconds on the clock.
And Hixie's still trying to catch his timing in the spawn. Now he knows there's going to be a lot more players in the vicinity. Able to win the clutch one-on-one, but instantly traded 4v2. Fame and Mock left to try to clutch on up.
Clock is their biggest ally, but it's going to come to a pause. Fame seen down low. Nowhere for him to go whatsoever. Just down to Mock, and he's got also nowhere to go. So got a little bit tight for a moment, but outside of just a moment of concern, I think just there at the end, it really just comes down to the fact that the defense could not hold on to the A zone.
Yeah, they just couldn't hold on. They couldn't take space away as well. Every time they tried to retake it, the only time they found success is when Hixie off the respawn whips out the next AR and wins a massive double kill to the middle side of gun. But after that, it was just kills went in sync at the right time there for Omit. You were in control of majority of the map control. You knew that Lure could not commit anyone on that OE. But Omit Brooklyn basically steal that round away there. And now if you are Lure, uphill battle, you have trophy systems to work with, but it's all about the break-off.
Yes, it is. And they are going to try to run this underneath ledge to B. Nice shots from Paul. Plus the follow-up. That actually clears out mid-map, leaving Rex at the only one left alive, and he drops as well. So, once again, an unorthodoxical break-off has Lore Gaming on the B zone. It calls the Hellstorm in immediately. That will just push them off for now. It'll also give the information that they're playing inside of the tower, which Exceed is right there to clean them up and deplete the first hit.
Oh, yeah, that's all that Hellstorm was right there. Just info. Make them scatter a little bit. Try to take some map control away. Now they're working on their first segment over at this 8 point. Rex gets some great timing on that pinch. First segment does get locked. He reads the pressure onto the second player. Great shots onto the third. Rex always has some of these moments where he just pops off. Whenever he does, he's always a difference maker.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. I mean, he's done that in the search and destroy. He's often the last guy left alive, and he comes up clutch a number of times. Here in the control, continues to just pack a punch on these weird timings from behind. And now Kraze is in your spawn. Shut down quickly, though. Lore Gaming still have a chance to get out, and that extra elimination from Hixie will have them looking very eagerly towards the A zone. Wow.
Oh, Mock, big shots onto Hercules as well. The double stack going to be here at this 8 point, but they're actually going to leave at least one player on it. That second segment might be locked, but if Omit Brooklyn can time these flanks to perfection, open up with that first kill is going to stand a better chance at shutting down this play. You take care of Paul. Farthest player puts up to your spawn. Now you're trying to contest it from the middle of the map, but Hixie is going to get isolated. And now Lower Gaming with 35 seconds need one more segment at A still.
Yeah, and Paul's been seeing good team shots coming through from Exceed and Rex. And you've got Lore now kind of more pinned into their building. Oh, gosh. Mock actually loses the battle up towards the zip line. Nice angle from Merc. Hixie with the trade, but whoa, should be followed up by Craze, but a long slide from Hixie bamboozles him. May not make too much of a difference, though, because Exceed's still guarding over towards the A stairs, and the rest of the respawners from Lore are looking over towards B desperately.
Yeah, 8.7. You need gunfights to go your way, especially when you're committing on this play over towards B, but now 5 seconds to go. We are reconstructing our setup. We are going over towards A, 1.8. The game clock comes to a pause, and they got a double stack. They also find the kill. Time going to be extended, but you're down by 3 lives.
Yeah. Still, patience. All that's needed right now. Don't do anything too crazy. Is that my internet, or is that the feed we have?
No, I think it might have been your internet. There's nothing going wrong on my end, but I'll take over if you need me to, Alan. Let me know.
Please do. Please
all
do.
right, 3 dead. Make it all 4. No more respawns here for Lore. Omit Brooklyn going to lock up this defensive round. Only 3 seconds to Lore's name. Exceed being aggressive on the pinch, and that is going to do it. Omit Brooklyn. Even though they let that A capture get away from them, they were just able to outslay them to bits. ARs winning every single gunfight. SMGs just being nuisances. But the way that Dylan Rex and Mercury's are shooting right now, they are uncontested on the map.
Yeah. Had to hit a quick reconnect. We're good. We're back in.
Welcome back, Papa.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the inevitable is about to hit us here in a minute. And for Lord Gaming, if that does come through, an 0-2 start and a very punishing one after dropping a map 5, coming into this Brooklyn team and getting simply outclassed from start to finish is not going to feel great. So can they extend this map a touch further, try to build up some of the mental, maybe even give themselves a chance at extending the series if they can find a way to pull 3 rounds in a row? Get Brooklyn onto the offense. Praise, patience here. Seed initially traded out. They know that Mock is playing over towards the backside of the A zone, but Hixie's position is the one they need to be worried about.
Yeah, he's got sent for top 3. He's going to line up the 3v onto Dylan Rex. Almost a snap onto the second, but I'd rather him play his life than to commit on that child, because now you lost all map control. Mercury somehow, some way is able to find a trade onto Fame, so they kill each other. And now Omit Brooklyn already working up towards A. They're finding every single kill in the feed. First segment should be guaranteed, but this flank from Hixie can be felt.
Yeah. Well, see, yeah, there we go. Kind of kills on opposite sides of the map here for Lord Gaming. Has Mercury's very uncomfortable inside of artillery. Hixie's still trying to play for spawns, and we'll find more. Craze is the one next responsible for finding him, and he will put him down there. So 19 plays 19, 50 seconds on the clock. Lore's still trying to push forward through Sidewalk, and they still have Mock actually in a pretty aggressive position as well.
Yeah, just keep on being aggressive. Just keep on taking space in their spawn. Your teammates can fill the gaps right behind you. Just not allowing Omit Brooklyn to settle in, or at least set up a proper team push over towards the save point. Final 30 seconds. It was a late round heroic from Omit Brooklyn. Do not allow that to be the case again here if you are Lore. Dylan strikes for the first, but Paul X on 5 in a row is just being so annoying in towards trips.
Yeah, sure is. Until he falls out of it. Shut down by Exceed. Rex on the zone also falls, though, so Exceed's going to be the last one really remaining. A couple of the stray shots has Exceed on alert, and now all of a sudden you actually got Craze kind of on an island over towards B. Exceed's not done. He's going to pick a little bit more punish in towards the defensive spawns, and now you got a little bit of progress on both zones at the same time.
Yeah, Craze is just trying to pull them from that A point, so they know that they don't want to give up anything at B. Tries to draw the attention, and at least does so for now. Teammates double stack over towards A. Kills going back and forth. The contest is going to be in. Big one-on-one gunfight there, won by Paul X. And now it's all on Dylan Rex. Can he get anything more?
Yeah, finds the first, tagged up through the middle of the map. Exceeds right there, though. We also have a 7v8. There's the extra 60 seconds. Oh, this would be one of those breakdown moments that you really feel if you're Lore Gaming. Once again, right at the brink of trying to secure defense by the clock. And now it's just down to lives. And Lore Gaming is actually going to try to push up here. Mock for one. Fame another. Trade decent for Merculus, but Hixie should have a freebie, and he does.
Oh, yeah. And now Hixie knows there's no more respawns left on the opposing side. Can I get anything more? No, he does not. So 3v6. Gotta locate where Paul X is because he's the safety net right now. But Dylan Rex with the route unfortunately meets up with a teammate, and now all that map control is still in favor of Lore.
Big win on the initial, but Craze still keeps the play alive 2v5. Tough position for Rex to work out of, though. Craze is going to have to create something. And Lore Gaming is just waiting for their time to strike as soon as someone touches the zone, and that time will be now. So, okay, Lore Gaming survived through the defense, but it is one of those situations that it feels like Omit Brooklyn have already guaranteed themselves a defense for round 5.
What is it? I'm pretty sure that is 7 segments in total there for Omit. 3 in total on the opposite side for Lore. So, obviously, you need to win this offensive round to even force the following round. If you're going to do it through the segments, let's just count 5 so we can get defense in round number 5. Because they're trying to stay alive in this series. Potentially. Backs against the wall, down 0-2. Where you start to play some of your best COD. The guns are starting to hit. Lore Gaming able to trade out more effectively, be annoying when they need to. But need to continue it. We want to try to force at least this round number 5.
Oh, a little aggressive play. Shut down here. Lore Gaming find the first 3 kills. Merculus has to be very careful about if he even challenges from this top window position. Meanwhile, Fame's going to create something over towards the opposite zone, and this has been a perfect start. 5 down. Finally, Mercury's able to find an elimination, but the first stick's done today, and now you got pressure on B again.
Still only a single stack. Getting all these kills, that's cool and all, but let's try to extend the time a little bit earlier. Finally, the double is going to be in. You have all the map control to go with it, and Lore right now are just firing on all cylinders. Only 1 kill, make it 2 to Omit Brooklyn's name. And the transition is going to be even better over towards B. This round might already be over with.
It very well may be. I mean, we were talking about only 3 eliminations here. Omit Brooklyn looked like they've just let off the gas a little bit here. Hold on. First stick looks like it's a guarantee. There's the door popping towards tower, but no follow-up from Exceed yet. Finally gets the 1 member off the zone. And actually just pushes a little bit extra forward, and that'll be enough. So now you've got 24 plays 14. This would have to be an immaculate hold.
Yeah, you're down by 10 lives. You need to get a clean 4 dead, get pushed up, and make their exit a whole lot more difficult. Good play from Dylan Rex to sneak out Paul X. But still a lot of time to work with if you are Lore. Takes you already taking space. That's already 2 dead. Let's get on the point, start stacking, bros.
Yeah. Dick looks like it's going to be pretty likely here that Brooklyn have to come back to this zone. And we can't get around 5 here, Jay. Looking good for it. Yep, and Fame up top is just farming. So just down to Exceed to try to hold off the play, but Hixie gets the better of him. Craze following up. Nice little backward slide. Almost creates an opportunity for more, but again, it's a 4v16, and this round is just gone.
Yeah, this is a slammage. Absolute slammage here from Lore. The ARs were not missing gunfights, not missing bullets, and don't waste any time to now force this round number 5. They are going to be the team on the defensive side. And I'm telling you, I don't know what it is about Paul X. Just got that Minnesota rocker grit in him. Backs against the wall. He starts to play some of his best COD. And now they force round number 5 with the preferred side.
Okay. It's one of those things. You call it. Is it going to be one of those situations of that rocker magic in a control? Could be. We'll find out. Omit Brooklyn back onto the attack. And okay.
All right. I don't know what happened there. Obviously something just broke. Potentially someone lags out, but I think we're gonna bring back to us. Yeah, how you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Lore Gaming is showing life there, Alan. They're showing life. It wasn't looking good. Obviously, in the first 2 maps, wasn't looking good in the first 2 rounds. But series not done until someone gets 3, and right now they at least force round number 5 into control.
Yep. Wow. What do you say? What do you say besides we're going to reset this with no trophies? Because that's about all I can think about saying right now.
Tough. That's tough.
That
Not
is
gonna lie.
tough. That is tough. From the offensive side, no trophies.
It's technically all about the break off now. I think if I'm
Yeah.
home at Brooklyn, like try to catch them off guard, potentially with like a B play. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, that's fair. I vibe with that. We'll see what we get. Not much else to talk about, honestly. Outside the fact that, again, signs of life here for Laura Gaming is good news, even if they lose this series, just to kind of reset a touch. I mean, just in the mental category of being able to get yourself into a spot to fight back. Because, wow, the hard point was not there. The search and destroy 4 rounds in a row, but it wasn't enough. So there is a level of, like, just get yourself going in the right direction again, because right now I imagine like this is one of those series that you look at and say this team may not be working out, but who knows. We're gonna go to a quick break, get them all reset for map number 3, round number 5. Don't go far, we'll be right back. Welcome back there, friends. Map 3. This is round 5. Resetting back in. It will be Omit Brooklyn on the offense. Not really sure what happened. That Lord Gaming had to do a full reset on the lobby, but there's going to be no trophy system.
Big win.
What?
Oh my
With
God.
Pistol, Exceed has just put Hixie in the dirt. First ticket A is also done.
Yep, hoop mixtape right there from Exceed. Off the respawn with the pistol, but literally leads to nothing. 3 go down in favor of Omit Brooklyn. Lord Gaming retake the map control, and now Paul likes getting mixy. Fine, 3 ahead. All of Omit Brooklyn forced to reset, and it was such a great start there for Lore. I mean, from Omit. Lore respond with even better.
Well, not good here. At least in terms of the spawn trap, Mock in trouble will be dealt with. And okay, this is a free route for Omit Brooklyn to get really heavily stacked onto A. I mean, you got 2 Lord Gaming defenders over towards B. Exceed finds one of them. There's really no one who can deny this second tick of progress besides if any nades land. So Rex is going to get a free tick here. Lore working on the rewrap. Exceed watching for it, caught by surprise, and will stun himself to safety. But this is going to be an extra 60 seconds unless the kills come through immediately, which they do, if not only just barely. Exceed trying to find some sort of timing to capture, but not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a massive route there from Hixie. Takes the long route all the way behind enemy lines. Able to find a double. Don't allow that last segment. They get completed there at A. Now Omit Brooklyn have already cleared out their spawn, but none of the kills from the mid-map are going their way. 3 already in favor of Lore. Time is starting to tick away. And if you're Omit Brooklyn, this is a very tough situation to be in. You got 1 more push left. Wow.
Yeah, that'll work. Ixie following up. And this has been just a very weird series. This isn't done yet, though. As we've seen a number of times from Brooklyn, they can get onto this A zone and capture it in a hurry. Currently undergoing. Craze wins out 1 from top windows. Fame in trouble over towards 10. There's the extra 60 seconds. 10v13, but like you said, that's 3 dead. Hixie, the only one left alive over through Spiral, and Exceeds trying to play in your spawn, wins a clean one versus Mock.
Now you got 2 players at least roaming around that point. Merkley's effective on the trade. Craze now effective on the trade. Last player they got to account for is Hixie in their spawn, but as long as you're slaying them on their side, who cares about Hixie in our base? He might find himself in another huge flank position. Has an SMG, finds the opening kill. First segment does get locked, but Hixie is giving his team opportunity after opportunity as long as he stays alive on this side.
Problem is he doesn't. 5v7 though. Numbers advantage to Lore Gaming. May come down simply to the kills, and Merc will drop. That trophy system doesn't get into play onto the B zone, but it may not make much of a difference because the surrounding nature of this defense at mid is convincing to put a play in lane.
Craze is going to fall. So now, Omit Brooklyn, more difficult situation to be in. 30 seconds to go. They do find 2 kills. Hixie trying to play for the trade. Able to find it onto Merc, and now it's Exceed left in a 1v5. Lord Gaming have been able to bounce back 3 rounds in a row and extend this series a little bit longer.
Okay. More time spent trying to figure out what happened with round 5 than we were in round 5. It's the way it goes with challengers. We're not surprised. Nobody is surprised. Okay, so that gets us out of the protocol and now into a map 4 situation where we just have Hacienda hard point remaining before a possibility of a red card search and destroy. Yeah, that's there's really nothing else to say. We've already broken down this map large enough. That was a defensive round that honestly just comes by way of being more competitive off the breakoff. Doesn't look good initially, but their ability to kind of rewrap that little double hit through B to get back over towards top zip works out nicely in Lord Gaming, like you mentioned. Find 3 rounds in a row, and now we're onto a Hacienda hard point where it feels like anything can happen.
Hey, man, big shout out to Hixie there, man. Because that guy, he was winning so many clutch gunfights when he was pushing over through B Street. Always knew the timings when he was working that pinch, but had so many saving plays there for Lore in that final round. So you're able to extend the series. But now we're going into a Hasi hard point. And if you're Lore, guns seem to be a little bit more hot now. So we can't use the same excuse that we did in map number 1. We're just simply getting outclassed in that aspect. On a map like Hasi, we need to make sure we're rotating. We already saw it in the opening HP. Omit Brooklyn were able to chain that P1 over towards the P2, trap them towards the backside, then chain it over towards P3. Eventually, you have to be able to stop the bleeding. On a map like Hacienda, you know what the power hills are going to be. P2 and P4. If you're Lore and you're the team there early on, setups need to be a lot better, not easily broken into, and you have an opportunity here to force game 5.
Indeed you do. Indeed you do. Well, hopefully we can jump into this game without too much delay. We are the only game that's still going on right now. So this one has been heavily delayed just off of the nature of how the first set of matches had gone between Lore and War. And this one very well may also follow in kind as, well, flatly speaking, there seems to be an extra lease on life here from this Lore team. And there's this, again, it's something about Paul X and that Minnesota match that we continue to see that very well may be coming through. I don't have any good updates in terms of who's won.
Let me see. Royal Spartans and Stallions are going game 5.
Okay.
Hopefully the Stallions are able to steal a hard point in that series because their hard point in their first series wasn't really the best. But game 5, they should feel more comfortable there. Cabal versus Omit. Omit are currently up 2-1 in that series. Obviously, our series, Omit Brooklyn, are up 2-1. Yeah. Distro Gaming, though, versus Vegas Academy. They're currently up 2-1 in that series. And believe it or not, Luxury Exotic and Team War, they just finished map number 1. Team War take that away from Luxury Exotic. So we're not the farthest game behind. It's actually that one, Alan.
Okay. Through one map at 9:30 p.m. That series is supposed to start an hour and a half ago. Cool.
Taking our time.
All right. It's another day in the life of challengers.
Hey, you know, this is where we usually have that part where we just run out of things to talk about in challenges, and we start talking about CDL, man. We start talking about CDL, the new LAG roster. That one should be a fun one. The rumors right now is that Kenny's on Minnesota. They play Optic first week. That one should get mixy, and you can already tell Vegas Falcons, they are sick and tired of not winning maps, not winning series. They already have officially added Pred on April Fools, which almost caught me off guard, but you can't fake a hype video the way that they did. So Pred officially on Falcons. Don't know who the final 2 players are officially, but hopefully with that kind of lineup, you're able to win some hard points. So I have at least some contested series there.
Yeah, I thought they confirmed it. Well, maybe not. There's Priesta and Arcides is what everyone's starting to.
Yeah, I saw that on like Prize Picks or something. Like they probably potentially leaked the rosters, but it's not official on my end. Doesn't hit the timeline. I'm not gonna say it's true.
That's true. Okay, fair enough. Well, they're announcing. I don't know who. Someone's coming up next. I don't know. Okay. But that's. I mean, I won't lie. Like. This could be a really interesting split for that Vegas Falcons team.
Oh, hell yeah.
Off the fact that you start with Vancouver, probably not going to go all that well. But you get Miami. That seems like a winnable series. But then you've got Optic Atlanta before you finish with Boston. Only having 5 matches for this qualifier is going to lead to a really weird major bracket. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Like, it really comes down to, like, who gets the more beneficial schedule. So. Well, this is a heck of a start.
Okay.
Rex for 2 up top, Craze for 2 from the side door, and that's going to be a lot of time for Omit Brooklyn on T1.
Yep, hard block the spawns. Craze unfortunately gets too aggressive in that gunfight. You don't want to jump in that one-on-one because you should be able to take care of that one for free. Now, the perfect start, instantly responded by a perfect almost retake here from Lore. As they clear out their way through the middle map. Trying to put a play on a position to soak up this P one time, but with Craze finding that double, Omit Brooklyn continuing on their hot streak in hard point. Already have the rotations over towards you as well.
Yeah, at least for now. Paul's working on that, but he's going to get met by Exceed. That's a huge win that will stop the rotation and largely put this into a very good setup around this hill. I mean, you've got Craze off of the kind of boathouse spawn, which means that this hit would have to come through Spiral or have to come through well. Mercules gets the read. Exceed also clears off the other angle. But Merc doesn't really get himself behind much cover, so he will drop. Pixie with that elimination. Exceed trying to come back to the play and will kind of stop it in its tracks, at least for time. But still a lot of pressure here on this break.
A lot of pressure here, and hopefully a lot of kills to go in favor of Lore. They find the break. With Paul X finding that double. A lot of time here to fight for here at P2. You're going to have Exceed trying to re-pinch over towards Rock. He's going to give the comm to his teammates that I'm going to be pinching, but unfortunately they do not wait long enough, and the read comes in from Lore. They're still able to hold on to the hard point, but not having the preferred spawn, and they have made this P2 very mixy.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Looking at rotation now over towards back fences. It's just going to be Rex here to start. He is actually, I thought he was going to get caught by surprise by Paul, but not the case. The timing comes through. The stun that allows a challenge to Mock, at least for now. Ixie trying to force it forward, and that's just too far. Mock with the trade, and things will stay neutral with more battling still happening over towards Patio.
Yeah, it's a fight for the plat control, but Omit Brooklyn able to walk away victorious. Now spawns flip. Lord trying to break it through the back end. Hixie with the movement. Might be able to get out of dodge. A finesse good enough to find the kill onto the hard point. Leads to the early break. But now you're just surrounded by the players on the side of Omit. You're hoping your teammates can eventually get into the play, but Exceed is going to let him do it for free. He's only able to take down one. 25 seconds still here at P3, and Dylan Rex finds a double. All this time should go in favor of Omit.
Yeah, just Paul, last one left to find. Good movement, though. Actually gets a good look at Craze. Finds himself a second before Mercules is forced to confirm the trade, but that will be scrap time guaranteed for Omit Brooklyn. A rotation essentially guaranteed for Lore Gaming on the other side, though. Rex waiting for Mock to come back to the play, and we'll find elimination, and Fame is actually going to have to hit the deck and reach recover here.
Yeah, Dylan with the absolute beamer. 5 HP. I'm not challenging that. But now you're surrounded on both ends. Thankfully, once that regen comes on in, then we commit towards the chow. You're so far winning the trade fight if you are Lore. 3 for 1, all of Omit Brooklyn swanning over towards pool. Get your trophies down, invest your tax, because you got to shut down one more wave, and all the time is yours.
Yep. Okay, see how this one starts to break through. Nice shots from Paul. Doing a much better job here in this respawn. Hard to do worse than what we saw on map number 1, though. So it's good to see a little bit of a spark from him. The problem is, Craze is more natural with Jackal is off of 4 in a row, just going from one gunfight to another. 14-6, 4 in a row, and Omit Brooklyn looking to reclaim their lead.
Yeah, they're going to take the lead right on back. Going to be up by at least 5 seconds. Going into the second set of these hard points. Now, Lord Gaming has to try to retake some hallway control. You already have Fame striking for the first. Paul actually able to spot Exceed on the cross. So they get the initial 2 kills. Now I just need to get someone in the HP.
Well, easier said than done to start. Rex once again. He loves this hallway. Another double form up top. Maybe one more on the side door. Yeah, that'll work. Fame with the shutdown, but it'll at least be enough frequency to get him at Brooklyn the window control and be more comfortable over the top of the hard point, as Mercules will take the same position that he was just Rex was just in.
Oh, but Hixie finding a double at the right time. Now the spawns get a little bit mixy if you are Omit. Gonna bank on Craze to be the sole man here off the rotation to try to get something done, but he's gonna get isolated. Bad timing on his end. Paul X is able to take care of him. Now Omit Brooklyn trying to find a rotation through the front door. Lead change already here for Lord. Talking about winning rotations at the important hard points. Lord Gaming have found their success here at the Money Hill at P2. Just needed to count.
Okay. Opportunity for Lord. Trying to lock things up, but the hit from the front starting to develop. Merc has Paul low. Ray's going to slide in, but shut down immediately. And that is a perfect initial hold. And a bit Brooklyn don't have anyone working on this rotation around the back for spawn, so this is tough. I mean, you tried to commit for a 4-man hit from the front, and now you're not even sure if you're even going to get another setup to try to hit this again.
Yeah, you do have one player at least going around the back end, though. With Mercules finding that kill, he's blocking the spawns here for Lore. Potentially going to spawn all the way across the map, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Omen need to take advantage of this moment here. You need to find a trade on the Paul Lex. 1-16 start in the opening HP. 21-13 when the series starts to develop a little bit. He's been activated. He's trying to force his game fine for his new squad.
Goodness gracious. Did we imagine a world after the first 2 maps that we get to a 5th? 146 to 108. Weird spawn for Mock as the hard point opens. Is Brooklyn going to get rid of this? It may not even make much of a difference. They have to try to play this from patio and up the top at the office. Exceed 9-18, but on 3 in a row. Helping out by winning some space. This Hellstorm will at least have Craze ducking for cover. And
oh no,
last
man!
place you want to drop that in is on the backside. Your teammates just spawned flowers. Why would you drop it there?
Come on, man. Like, Paul, you're having a phenomenal start, and then we make one of those kind of plays, man. We saw Boston do it at the Major 2 with Mr. Purge A killing 2 of his teammates, and they eventually lose the map, and now you're going to lose control of this hard point. Omit Brooklyn are going to be able to take the lead. They're not going to be late off the rotation over towards new, but
stop it, bro.
You allowed them back into the game with that play.
I mean, again, like, where else? Like, your teammates, you yourself spawned flowers. You saw all your teammates spawn with you. And now the gunfight's around the hill. Well, fortunately, go the way of Lord Game. I was about to say, it looks like it's getting a little messy. Exceed is still cooking, by the way, from 6 at 18 to 12 at 18 before finally dropping, and Lord Gaming once again kind of have pushed off a bit Brooklyn from this initial attempt. And Fame going to get some help from Paul, who's making up for it 4 in a row.
And just keep on popping takeover, Paul. He said, all right, I wanted to do that so I could just get more kills on the map. 28 and 18. So far flawless here at the Money Hill of P4. Hixie, your opportunity to shine. Able to find a double. No tactics in the back pocket. You still know there's going to be pressure from the front end. Has enough ammo for the engagement. Give me the chow. Another one-on-one. Hixie does it all there. Try to hold on, but still, even with him doing it all, Omit Brooklyn still find a break.
Yeah, it's actually really solid time here for Omit Brooklyn. Nice nade over the top, though, from Mock. Allows him to follow up off of that for a little bit of the extra time at the end. And honestly, this map may come down to what happens the next minute and a half, as you're looking at not just the time here at 1, but who can win rotation over to 2. If Lord Gaming can put themselves in a spot to win P2, it pretty much puts this game away.
Want to win P2, but you also don't want to allow Omit Brooklyn to soak up a lot of time here at P1. You have some hallways control. Paulek's going to jump on out, unfortunately, right over the head of Mercules. You're able to instantly find that kill. But still the spawns in favor of Lord. 30 seconds still remaining here at P1. How risky do you want to be when you are attacking this mid-map? You at least take them off for now, but you already have Omit being aggressive, spawning a couple of your teammates all the way across the map, but now it's Exceed, last man standing.
Yep. Not going to win the first gunfight. So Lord Gaming in a great spot here. And if you're Omit Brooklyn, you just cannot afford to hit purely from the front. Problem is, they're losing the gunfights around P1, and you've already lost position on the front side here. Nade cooked up for Merc. Paul 2 HP. Avoids the nade, now off the regen. Here comes the play over the middle of the map, though. Timing from Fame is good. Shuts down the play from the front, and the play in towards Spiral simultaneously cut down. Lord Gaming, a chance to send us to 5.
And now if you're crazy trying to wait through the front side push, you need your teammates to find success through the back end. Fortunately, he ego chows a little bit too early before his teammates are in the play, so they read the pinch. They already have the numbers advantage, and now Fame on 5 in a row, trying to line up number 6. Yeah, I'm going for the ego chow. They could still win it here at P2. Omit Brooklyn need to get in and need to get in now.
Yep. The problem is there's just not enough members to think you can convincingly break through this and then also rotate. Have to win this next set of gunfights. Hicks is going to give this a try. Comes up perfectly to finesse the exit, and how about the help from Mock over towards Rock? That's going to be the game. There's just no one from Omit Brooklyn who's going to get over to the new hard point in time, you would think. It's going to have to be a miracle nade onto Paul X. So just stay down, don't scam, and we should be good here. Fame on the cutoff. Good for 1. Follow up from Rex. Challenges in to try to contest, but now it's just down to Rex. And as he drops, we're going 5 somehow.
Whew. I'm not going to lie, Lord, they were playing fantastic on that hard point. Like, Omit Brooklyn at least initially start the game. You're thinking, okay, you get a little bit of time off of P1. You win the rotation over towards P2, but Lord Gaming right off the rip say, no. It's a money hill, and we're going to contest you from the front. Just not allowing Omit to fully set up on these rotations. Taking them apart one by one. Some inconsistencies on the side of Omit. And with Paul X having a masterclass of a hard point there, they're able to force that game 5, man. That Minnesota Rocker grit just lives through him.
I don't understand it. I really don't. In my mind, it's still like, I'm still thinking of map 1. Like, I just can't get through that map 1.
Hey,
really,
it's
even the
not
4
about how
rounds in a
you
row on
start,
map 2,
Alan.
bro.
It's not about how you start, though. It's about how you finish.
32 and 26, top damage in the lobby. 21 non-traded, minute 25 in the hill. That's a little bit more like it if you're Paul. Woof. I mean, I will say, like, I was looking at the feed a little bit while we were waiting for that control to start. I did see a couple of members, like I saw Hamza tweeting, like, the servers were feeling a little bit weird since the update. I don't know how much truth is behind that, but hey, could be a host type situation as Paul cooks. 24-19 for Hixie as well, tippable, right at 31 in the hill. And now we get that red card search destroy that we were looking at the beginning of this, saying, especially after the first 2 maps, thinking like there's no way we get there, but how about it? Here we go.
Hey, this is a fun one, man. This is definitely going to be a fun one. Lore backs against the wall. Now the opportunity here to try to complete their very first reverse sweep here, because they were down 0-2 versus Team War, brought it to a game 5, and lost a red card search and destroy. So now they have an opportunity here to right their wrongs. Paul X is more activated. On a map like Red Card, if you think about the way that Minnesota Rocker played it, you best believe Paul X is going to have a lot of input on what these rounds are going to look like. They love that slow and steady approach, catching the players off the rotations once you're initially reading their setups. And on the side of Omit Brooklyn, this is a scary map for me, in my opinion, for them. Because you got players like Craze, you got players like Exceed who love to take risks. It's just sometimes on a map like Red Card, if you take too much of a risk and put your team at a man disadvantage, round is basically going to be chalk. So, got to be more calculated on your risk-taking here in this game number 5. Because to go up 2-0 in a series where the first 2 maps weren't even remotely close,
Not even
you will
close.
feel really tough if you lose this series here the way that you potentially will be.
Yeah. On the flip side of things, for Lore Gaming, it's another map 5. I did just kind of look over and saw that the map 5 between Stallions and those guys have fallen off. So, Stallions 2 map 5ers, 2 losses today for them, I believe, if that's what I'm reading correctly. That's real tough. The only bit of good news is, again, like if you were able to get yourself in a tiebreaker situation, hey, you've got yourself map 5s. That's good news. That helps the map tiebreaker situation, but could be the same thing here for Lore as well. See if things are moving, at least in terms of how we're getting towards map 5. I think the biggest thing for the Search and Destroy is, like, if you're at Brooklyn, you play your game plan. You don't just get wild and loose and just start running at them. Lore Gaming will punish you. On the flip side of things, like, how much do you look at this map 5 and say that Lore Gaming has to come out and actually set the tone? Because it hasn't really felt like, maybe outside of that last map, on rotations from 1 to 2, that Lore Gaming have really been in control of the series at any point, really, outside of certain moments in the Hacienda.
Yeah, I think tone setting early on into the Search and Destroy is going to be massive here for Lore. But in this kind of situation, at least to start this one off, it's all about spreading setup. Don't want to get caught off guard. Early pressure over towards headshot. Split setup as well from Omit Brooklyn on the defensive end.
Putting shots from Hixie with an AR in hand, sent over towards the A site. He's also the bomb carrier. So figured this will be a slower round, trying to feel things out. Bold route here from Mercury.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
it's
whoa.
too bold. Way too bold. Craze at mid-map is now kind of left on an island, and a lot of pressure here onto both Rex and Exceed to hang on to the A site.
That's information now if you're Lore. That 2 players over towards A, so let's start that rotation over towards B. Paul X already taking a lot of space away, able to catch the timing on the 1 player off the rotation. Craze is going to get isolated, so now Omit Brooklyn will have to try to clutch on up in a 2v4. Do you have any Sun Grenades that are going to make that a lot easier of a retake? I guess not. Bomb's going to get planted. Tall task ahead here.
Yeah, I'll say. And with that loss at mid-map, Exceed is just left to the wolves here. Yeah, just a little bit too antsy for Burke. Just like, hey, I'm front ticket. I could maybe move further. And then instead of like hugging the wall, he just kind of goes out into the open. Puzzling to say the least. But Exceed has to wait for the nade. Delay tactics, stall tactics. And the chances at this 1v4 have gone out the window.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go. GG on the round. Lore able to successfully take it. After finding that first one onto Mercules, who just decides to be Hercules through the middle of the map. Unfortunately, does get taken care of. But I love that round there from Lore. You know, the aggressive early plays over towards A side force them to back down and stay strong on their setup. Mercules is thinking, okay, I could potentially catch the timing through the map, but just simply gets caught. And then the great heads-up play to spot 2 players shooting at that A site. Call for the rotation with Paul X already taking space. Allows them to keep the numbers on their side, work the objective for free, and then basically secure the first round with ease.
Indeed, indeed. That was the story on the Hacienda, though, let's be honest. Like, just too aggressive, first blood, gets punished, ends up being a round win. So Lore Gaming continuing to show that if you give them those opening kills, they will absolutely punish you for it. And there it is again. This time it's Rex. Maybe a couple of team shots from Hixie and Mock over through the front side at Hedges. And if you're at Brooklyn, I mean, A's not really an option anymore. You have to try to force something through Ticket to B.
Yeah, and they said screw Ticket. You got to try to work through mid-map because Fame was throwing immaculate shoulders at that B site to keep them at bay. But now Craze's positioning is going to be known. They know that he's roaming up through the mid-map, most likely sitting over towards top window. Paul X going to go for the chow. Instead of just allowing him to stay up there, it's a 3v3 now.
And the thing about this position, Pixie really can't rotate through this. So Fame has to back off. And this is going to be a post-plant situation, most likely. Time is becoming a bit of an issue. Nades are still available. Fame cooks one up, tosses it deep. That will land. Merc, close angle with the aims here, but the bomb does get planted. There's the initial cross. Hixie dealt with it. Wow, clean shots of Hercules to find the second.
Yeah, now mock opportunity in a 1v3 has no opportunity as Omit Brooklyn are able to dominate in those final 15 seconds there with Merc finding a double. Craze able to close it on out. But if you're Paul X there, like we have Craze trapped over top window, he single-handedly cannot break us down. We can just leave him there, play our man advantage. Eventually, he has to try to work his way on out. But instead of playing patient, you were the aggressor, and he makes you pay for it. That eventually costs you the round. Tie game at 1.
I mean, that spot that Craze finds himself in is so crucial to stopping the 2A defenders from being able to rotate freely over to help B. So, great gameplay. And more importantly, Hercules kind of has his time in the spotlight with that double. Look at this route from Craze. Does it get red? Nades and stuns go his direction, but Craze is through. And now he can rewrap all of this, especially with Exceed finding first bullet onto Fame. This leaves Lure Gaming at the middle of the map with no exit.
If you're Crazy, just play the super patient. Guarantee 1 kill, able to find 1, get out of dodge. We have a chase on the horizon here from Mock. He's able to find that kill, but at the same time, his teammate in Hixie does fall. So technically a 1v4 here from Mock. Bomb down all the way across the map with 45 seconds to go and already positioning known. You're going to need a miracle.
Yep. And there's just nowhere he can go. This is going to take a while for him to feel this out. Omit Brooklyn are not going to give him an inch on this cross. Nice read from Mock, honestly.
Dude, can we stop
challenge? I was about to say. Going to get a free route here. Shots on the cross. Mock may be able to actually extend this another level. Hunt is on, but no. The rotation back through windows will not be allowed. And Omit Brooklyn will take the narrow edge early 2-1 up.
Yeah, it all starts with that early first blood. Once they find that first blood on towards that A Street side, force all of Lore to just watch over the map. Omit do a great job of just keeping them there, allowing Craze to crawl his way on the pinch, find that kill, put them in the heavy numbers advantage, and then trade it out even when he does fall. Omit now with 2 rounds in a row. Trying to have another answer here on their attacks. So they're going to get aggressive, or at least bomb carrier going over towards A. But this time it's a 3-stack from Lore on that side of the map.
Yep. Focus on both sides as well. Rex trying to give Fame a bit of a workout here. Hixie pushing forward, knowing he's got a player low. Good conversion. Now get out. And stuns and nades can now make their way through. That late stun allows Paul to play through on the other side of the map, but gets caught on the mantle. Again, just over-aggressive and just trying to take away more than you need to, honestly.
Yeah, it's just not necessary. Like, you have the first blood. You know potentially your teammates are already shutting down that pressure over Jort's hedge. So the play has to be coming back to you. So I'd rather be safe than sorry, but fortunately he's sorry in that scenario. So he gets taken care of. Now in the 3v3, you already spot a couple players rotating their way back over towards A, and the bomb is still sitting at A. So Exceed, you have a free bomb plant. We just got to get over towards the site.
On the way. Or is he? Mock sees the slide. No nades, though, to play with. Can't really fully challenge this. Can he maybe find something on the exit? Exceed's holding on the bomb. There's the slide through. Surely Mock saw that.
Two v two.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Craze on the hunt. Doesn't have to get too aggressive. Last breaks. Mock doesn't respond to it. Fame now the last one left. Wins the first. This puts pressure onto Craze. Has to take the challenge. Good read from Fame. Shots are also decent. Fame has to make a choice. He's got to play forward, and Craze knows that he's pulled him off from any possible defuse. And Omit Brooklyn will take the round, go up 3-1.
Yeah, it's just a perfect position there from Craze. Dance, dance, dance. You know he's not sticking on the defuse, and he's playing his life. Chooses his timing there as well to be aggressive on the backside of soccer. Finds a kill. Repositions himself back towards the middle of the map. Just simply not enough time there for Fame to work with. Once that bomb gets planted. It's got to be so tough, though, because they had info with Mock watching across. Just no one in a position to contest it. And then just a little too long of a route on the retake there. Allows Omit to combine 3 rounds in a row now.
Time for something to mold and adapt here if you're Lore Gaming. Ixie bomb carrier with an AR again. Shows his nades over towards A, but Rex will see the rotation back through mid. At least for a time, wants to keep his eyes on it. Craze is going to hold a very aggressive corner towards Pop. He gets seen to the corner, but Ixie still drops. Again, that's that AR in play. But the follow-up, Mock is right here. Paul's also made his way through, but not before Rex can find the kill. So now it's 2v2.
Yeah, I'd be checked right there if I'm Mock. Like, wait, aren't you in the site? Wait, there's one in there with you. Now all of a sudden you're in a 2v2. 45 seconds to go. Bomb is going to get planted. Both players from Omit Brooklyn working on the pinch. And if you're Fame getting all this info, hopefully you choose right here.
Hopefully.
Yes, so.
Follow up. Exceed low, but Exceed still wins the battle and actually has shots towards Paul as well. Just can't quite lock it down over the bleachers. So Lore Gaming do what is required, find themselves a win, and get this thing back to within 1.
Yeah, that's insane plays right there on that pinch with Fame. Catches the best timing with his back turned to at least find 1 kill before falling. Puts down shots onto the second. Has that player weak for his teammate. And Paul likes to close out the round. Lore able to stop the bleeding. Exceed trying to hit someone with the nunchucks. But now home in Brooklyn looking to capitalize here.
Merged by himself over towards B. Info seen onto Mock. Exceed with an AR still. Has good damage into Crazy. Headshots tallied there, but until everyone's alive, it's done to push Hixie a little bit further back, and Lore Gaming's going to be happy to do this, especially with an extra AR in play.
Right now, they have yet to budge on their setup. Everyone playing a little bit safer this time. Paul X not going to be super aggressive on the OE. 50 seconds to go. You just got Mock spotting the cross. Fame gets some info through the middle of the map, but unfortunately the movement isn't the best. Mercury strikes for the first blood. Craze already takes top window control, and now you can work your way up on A to plant this bomb.
Yeah, the only thing that's different about this round, though, is these A defenders are actually still in a spot to get a look at this post plant. In particular, Hixie. There's the cross from Exceed. The shots are out. And Craze is in a spot to get the trade. Meanwhile, over to Mercury's direction, he'll also drop. So now it just has to be the surprise effect of can Craze shut down this play over towards Hedges. Comes out to find Hixie for free. Oh, but Paul's on the hunt over to Rex. That kill comes through. Long range shots from Craze.
What?
Trying to full send it. Thinking maybe Mock was trying to play around the back of him, but that wasn't the case, and Lore Gaming will tie us up.
That's big plays again from Paul X, man. Just being the ISO player, working on the pinch, knowing that someone is going to be playing around that staircase area. Somehow, some way, is able to predict the proper spot and also win the gunfight. Makes it into a 2v1. Craze gets a little bit too aggressive from that top window. He had a lot of time to work with. I just guess not having any info onto where Mock was forces him to jump on out in that gunfight. The Lore successful on the retake, even when the first blood doesn't go their way. Tie the game up at 3. Home and Brooklyn are now starting to feel the pressure.
Hixie's made the same route, I would say, almost every single offensive round for Lore. Does he have an AR still in hand, too? No, this time he's got the Jackal. Paul on 4. Clearing out a little bit of space to try to maybe breach onto B. An extra defender's nearby, though. Yeah, Craze is playing another weird angle. But Hixie sees him up top. And that's enough for the defense to have to take the long route back. But honestly, Lore haven't committed to this yet.
Yeah, I love this play, actually, from Lore. Like, just forcing them to reposition. Now you got players taking space over at A.
Whoa.
Fame, unfortunately, is going to spot him, but 54 HP. You're banking on your teammates to now come and help you. You keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Here comes the teammates. 4v2 in favor of Lore.
Uh-oh, Merc behind this play, though, calls out Paul. And if he
Not a
gets
plan.
timing on this re-wrap through mid-doors, maybe there's a chance. Hixie's
Spots on
seen
the
trying to go
cross.
for the plant. There's an ankle scene. Can you find it? Shots come through. Mercules finds the kill, but not before the bomb is planted. So now it's just down to Merc for the 1v2.
Yeah, it's about that bomb instantly getting down before he finds that kill. Gives him more of an opportunity here. If you are Lord, but with 30 seconds left, I'm pretty sure Fame was able to spot him. Throws a shoulder. Now, if you're Mercules, you got to try to isolate on the gunfight, but Fame with the reposition, you're not going to read this. You're simply going to run out of time.
Yeah, you sure will. Okay. What a series this has been, man. Crazy scenes, but Lord Gaming will take an edge here a little bit later on into this map number 5. 4-3 up. And honestly speaking, that little bit of, toggle of, look at us, we found our kill, we're going B, never mind, we're pulling back. That's going to mess around with the omit defensive mindset you have to think in the next time they're on the side.
Not 100%, man, because you're thinking, okay, they get the only kill at at B, you're thinking, all right, they should instantly be working that bomb plant, but just the rotations strong enough there for Lore. You knowing that eventually Omen have to wrap back, or potentially someone's going to try to be a playmaker and work that OE. And they're able to catch Exceed with his pants down. So now 3 rounds in a row here for Lore. Take the advantage in the search and destroy. Mock early info gained over towards the safe site. Just going to back down on 4 in a row.
Yep. Ixie still playing a little bit deeper over towards the backside of the hedges. Stun will actually connect. Aids will push him off the angle, though. So again, Lord Gaming just kind of bunkered up around their spawn. But Mock's angle... the biggest thing about this defensive setup for Lore is they've gotten free first bloods because Omit has overchowed. This time they're not doing that, though. It's going to be a 4v4 post plant.
You still have players like Mercules watching on that deep pinch. Paul X is going to put himself in another one-on-one situation, but this time Craze up close and personal is able to strike for the first blood and instantly get on out, and at the same time Merc wins that gunfight on the pinch. So with 25 seconds, Lore have a 2v4. Not going to be easy.
No, not at all. And it's not going to come through. That's much more like it if you're at Brooklyn. I think they finally have figured out, especially with those opening nades to mid, if they connect onto Hixie like they do, they push him off that angle. No one's playing forward ever defensively onto this A site. So if we can push that guy off at mid, let's just run up, plant the bomb, and set up our post plant around stage. We don't need to get too aggressive, especially if they're going to continue to run multiple ARs like this.
Yeah, the back down on the Hixie was perfect, man. You hit it right on the head there, Allen. Just forcing him out of that rip position. No one watching the cross. Exceed able to catch the timing on the cross. They get that objective down. Lord just not in the proper spots there to think about that retake. All tied up at 4. Omit able to stop the bleeding. Crucial round number 9 here, and look how aggressive Omit are through the middle of the map.
Graze. Scene. Not going to be able to hit that pinch. Has to back off in the defense. He's going to have to move quickly to try to put some sort of a pressure point onto this B plant, which is already underway and being committed to. Nades from Paul keeps the defense at bay, and there we go. We got another post plant. This time, though, Mock is way out of the picture. We're going to get a 3v3 here quickly.
No, make it a 3v4, because now Exceed has entered the premises with his teammates. You already have Craze in towards the site. You're basically going to be trapped in Fame. Don't know what happens to him. Did he just fall off the map there? Now it's Hixie and Mock to the 2v3.
Not looking good. Now it's just down to Mock. The only thing he's got going for him is that he has a look at the bomb. Problem is the timing here is not great. I have no idea what happened to Fame. His X was over towards like the backside of bleachers, so like maybe he fell into the soccer field. I've never seen that though.
Yeah, I'd lose composure there. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I'm Lore, we were fully set up for that push. Come on in through the back end, but unfortunately Fame kills himself. Instantly lose the man advantage. Craze is already contesting indoors, and the retake good enough there for a moment. Now they put themselves at game point. Craze having another masterclass of an S&D.
And Lore put it together. Again, on this defensive setup, they have been unbelievably predictable. Can they change up the setup here, though? Looks like they're going to do something a little bit different with Fame up top. Mock going to be stacked on sidewalk, essentially with Hixie here. Trophy system down for now, keeping them safe. A couple of tags here and there. And this time, yeah, it's going to be a Lore Gaming heavy stack today. But look at the bomb. Mercules has already walked his way up and seen that there's no one at B.
Yeah, let's just plan it. Obviously, he's the bomb carrier. He needs his teammates to help him. He doesn't want to get caught. while he's trying to get that objective down. But Craze able to strike for that first blood. Bomb getting planted at B. Lord Gaming had been absolutely bamboozled. Trophy go down. You gain early info if you're Dylan Rex. Just got to win this wave.
Yeah. And you've got Craze looking for just a timing pinch. As soon as he starts to see the retake is underway. The idiots would never expect this. I mean, Mock is kind of looking for it, but he's got to keep his eyes forward. And in that moment, Craze catches 2. Wanted more. Mercury's there to follow up. And Omit Brooklyn just eventually learning the patterns and the trends of Lord Gaming are able to punish and take map number 5, 6-4.
That's got to be so tough if you're Lore, man. 2 series, we going out 0-2. 2 series, we win the next 2 maps to force game number 5. And 2 series now. Red card, S&D is haunting us. Unfortunately, lose another game 5 red card that puts them 0-2 on the day. But realistically, I like the fight in them. It's just with the new roster, obviously, there's going to be a lot of mishaps that happen. Search and destroy strategies aren't really going to be the same, at least on the side of Omit Brooklyn, Dillarex, and Craze. Have an understanding of how they like to play it. You just need to add Exceed and Mercury's gameplay to that kind of mix. But for Craze to have this kind of performance in Search and Destroy, man, I got to tip my hat to it because he's never the guy to usually take off like this. Has double digits in map number 2, has double digits in map number 5.
Yep.
And 7 in a row to close out that game allows Omit Brooklyn to avoid the reverse sweep and go 2-0 on day 1.
Yeah, big stuff out of them. Lord Gaming at 0-2 now. Have to really put some work in, especially I think just in the next, 20 hours. Have to find a way to get this thing back on the rails as not do or die. I mean, we often say like 2 wins will put you at worst into a tiebreaker situation. But starting off 0-2 with 2 tough opponents already faced, hopefully you learned a lot about kind of the things that have gone wrong, to your point, kind of talking about the team and the new roster that you can work on, get yourself into a position to come back stronger tomorrow. Other side of things, Royal Spartans and Omit in Group A, 2-0. That is a series or set of matches in Group A that are completed. So really the only one we're waiting on is the Team War and Luxury Exotics game that they've been apparently 20 minutes in between maps. No idea what's going on with those guys. But
Team War are currently up 2-0 in that series, Alan. So Luxury have yet to figure it out. So that one should be a fun one. I know that Stallions also another team that went 0-2 today. Wasn't really expecting that. So them and Lore have a lot to make up for in such a short time. Tomorrow is a big day for both of these guys. So you need to try to figure it out and figure it out quick.
Indeed the case. That was 2 map 5 losses as well for the Stallions.
Tough, man.
Again, tough seeds for some of these squads out today, but that's the way it goes. Again, this is our final season of Challengers Elite. In all intents and purposes, this is the end of the regular season for Challengers in the next 2 weeks or so. So a lot of work to be done, especially as we start to get ready for Boca, and then, of course, after that, DreamHack. So make sure you come back tomorrow for Europe as well as North America. Same time, same place. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.